Good evening, folks. It is November the 4th, 2022, doing the Friday live stream where apparently we have nothing to talk about. Praise the content gods. That's all I'm saying.
Quiet week.
Quiet week, once again. We'll figure it out. It'll probably be a short live stream because of it, as always. One time I'd like to have something to talk about. So, first, surprise guest we've got here. Actually, this was a bit of a surprise, a bit of a late last-minute thing because the content gods did provide. And as far as that piece is concerned, we actually got a quick little piece of an update from PSA. So let me go straight into that. We'll talk about that for a couple of minutes. I know Neo has a hard out, so we'll do that. We do still plan to have Steve Menzie, the owner and runner of the Fall Expo. So we'll get a chance to chat with him a little bit about the show. We'll get to that in a little bit here. So let me quickly share this and we'll read it out and we'll get into it. All right. PSA Communications. I'm not going to read the whole thing, but I'll cover a couple of the salient points, so we'll go quickly through them. So effective immediately, if any of you are familiar with the PSA UK thing, we'll quickly touch on that and we'll come back to this, but I'll go through the statement first. Effective immediately, PSA is discontinuing its relationship with Ludkin's Collectibles, which is also known as PSA UK. Really important. Ludkin's has failed to pay PSA for its service, and PSA believes Ludkin's has already collected payment from its customers. Even though they haven't been paid, the cards have been graded. Very similar in this sense, this piece, for the Mark's Cards part, so all good there. But at the same time, what PSA is basically determining here, our focus now is determining a safe path to return these cards to the rightful owners without Ludkin's involvement. Because they're saying that Ludkin's is not cooperating with them to give them that information, to who to send it to, and that's kind of the sticking point on this one. So it's not a court case necessarily, it's not a bankruptcy proceeding like Mark's. It's a situation where Ludkin's is refusing to give them the info according to the statement. Ludkin's is not showing any
There's a
details
real interesting line in there that you glossed over. It's
okay. So
unfortunately it was met with resistance and further demands. Like Ludkin's was making demands of PSA. Yeah. PSA is like, we graded your cards for free. We want to send them back to you. And then they're demanding more things.
Yes. Well, listen, nothing is better than when you're in a position of weakness to make demands. I've been heard this is a good negotiating ploy. This is usually the best way to do it. So unfortunately, Ludkin's has not shared any details with PSA on which cards belong to which customers. So PSA is currently unable to individually engage with Ludkin's customers. So it goes on here to basically give a Google form link for people to try to get in contact them to give them some info so that they can potentially try to reach out to put together the pieces to be able to hopefully get some of this stuff to the clients in question. So not a good look and not a great thing, and terrible for content, Neo. Terrible for content. I can't believe that Dustin has stopped from 47,000 more videos that he was going to do 5 seconds ago. So now we're going to have to figure it out.
Yeah, he hasn't done a video on this yet. He must be saving that for the
I think he's slacking. Content. I think he's starting to slack off. I think he's resting on his laurels. It's very disappointing. So Baz, good evening. Steven, good evening. Wes, good evening. There you go. Perfect. Thank you. Tom, good evening. Jeff, Anthony Baron, absolutely. Watching the live for twice. Thank you. Yeah, hoping to see Carlos and Neo appear in Sports Card Radio. You getting on Sports Card Radio, Neo? I don't think they're inviting me. They might invite you.
Yeah, I've never tried. I know they watch my stuff because they've commented on some videos.
There you go. What's up, fellas?
Good or bad?
Yes.
Good. They commented on a couple of the grading interview videos.
All right, that's solid. Look, it's one of those things. It's Sports Card Radio is polarizing in terms of it, and I have a bit of a mixed feeling about it. I think the videos that are done well are done really well, and I'll get a chance to talk about one of the videos. I thought the most recent one was done really well. I think the conclusions were a little bit funny, but I'll kind of get into that. But I think the last video was done well. As a standalone video, I thought it was good. They talked to the breakers and everything. I thought it was good. It was solid. So good evening, AP Sports Cards. Is this a new company? Why wouldn't they want to send their cards back to customers? What kind of demands were made to them, I wonder? That's questions for PSA to answer.
So I speculated on the why they wouldn't, because I just actually recorded a video on the statement to go up tomorrow morning.
Good.
I'm wondering if it has something to do, and I don't know, it could be, you might actually have a better idea of this since you're across international borders. I'm wondering if it has something to do with them being on the hook for like import taxes, duties, or whatever.
Possibly.
There is an element of that, yeah. That is a consideration that an international bulk submitter has. That, like, obviously a domestic one would not. That is one more complication. I think a lot of people don't. I've read a lot of the comments in a lot of the videos, and a lot of folks kind of forget. They're like, well, why would anybody use a bulk submitter to go? People don't understand that for some cases, it makes life infinitely simpler.
Sure
just stick at the most basic level. If I in Canada want to submit directly to PSA, I can. I join the collectors club, fine. I send them the cards, I fill out the paperwork, I do all the same things that you would do, but I got to factor in the shipping is going to be different, the way it's going to be structured. The customs is going to be part of this equation that I have to factor in that you don't necessarily have to factor in, and I got to figure out how to do it. So that's going to be part of the key here.
The thing is, if you send through a certain third party, you have to pay the duty, or you have to actually. They only insure up to $1,000. So what are you going to do after that? Good luck.
Well, exactly. That's kind of the thing, is that you can't just it adds a certain layer of simplicity. I can tell you that even with the bulk submitters, obviously we've got ours, and I've actually got Brad just off stage. I'll bring him on here in a second. But the thing is, it makes it simpler for us, because at least we have a direct path. Now the problem is, anytime you got a bulk submitter, and I will read one more thing in here that I want to that actually I'll get to more of the statement after, but I want to focus on this piece here. Looking ahead, we're making changes to increase the confidence in PSA and our dealer program to dealers in the UK and around the globe. That's very important, because how they're going to respond to this going forward, because anytime a dealer can hold them hostage in any way, shape, or form, either not sharing the information or not providing something that they need, because if they've already got the cards, even if they figure out the rest of it, okay, cool, we got the stack of cards. Which thing belongs to who? We've got a stack of cards, but if I don't know which thing belongs to, I just got this big old stack. Even if I want to give it back to you, all of you are going to claim the good stuff, right? We might as well. You know, what's the most valuable thing you got? That was mine.
I think the other thing that statement was interesting was PSA was going to do something to. They're actually taking ownership of the cards, basically.
They are, yeah.
Which was not how it worked in the Marks card situation.
I think the bankruptcy complicated it, because you had the court element to it. This doesn't seem to be the same case. The hostage.
I guess we don't really know yet. It could turn in. I mean, we don't really know what's going on.
Well, then we got to deal with UK jurisprudence. Now we're talking different kettle of fish. It's like, that's a different jurisdiction, my friend.
Yeah, because in the video that I did, I mentioned how it played out with the Marks cards with the bankruptcy stuff. That it got tied up, but everyone got their cards back. But I don't know how that would work.
Well, I think if that's the case, we might have to fire up the powdered wigs. If we're going to do this properly. If we're going to do this right. I listen, you're already angering the Poke people. Are you going to declare war with the Brits? Because if Ohio goes to the Second Revolutionary War, you might be fighting alone.
I didn't realize the Poke people had the torches and pitchforks out for me.
Yeah, apparently that's the thing. So Brad, I'll bring you on, and then we'll incorporate you in the conversation here in a sec.
I think the next step is punitive damages. So
exactly.
Hey,
Brad's
there's another one of those evil group submitters, and then there's one in chat. Shouldn't you guys be busy switching out people's cards and stuff?
That's what I'm saying. We got Bobbles and Ball cards in the chat. Good evening, Bobbles. So we'll get a chance to chat. I think we've got a couple of things to chat about tonight, but thank you, Neo, for joining us a little bit. Look, just here's a question, though. Obviously, you recorded the video. Just from your perspective, do you think, this is just an opinion piece for this part, do you, obviously you don't use a lot of bulk submitters, but it's one of those things do you think long-term, because Bobbles did actually make a video kind of being like, look, not all bulk submitters do a bad, there have been so many that have been around for a long time. We joke about it and tease it, but I talk obviously with Brad, and I obviously do a lot of stuff with Brad. I do the PSA Canada website, so I know them, but I did business with his predecessor for 15 years before. So the PSA Canada has been in business for almost 25 years doing the same job. So it's one of those things to two different regimes, and it's just, we've rolled on. So it's one of those things where a lot of them have just done the business. That's their job. That's what they do, and it's not a problem. Would it concern you if you're one of these businesses going okay, every time one of you guys screws up, we have to answer for it? What the hell?
Yeah, I mentioned it in one of the videos that I've done on this, is that it does kind of suck for the people that do it correctly, because they all get a little bit of a black eye from the idiots that screw it up. And from PSA's perspective, and just the grading companies in general, and this really goes beyond PSA, probably we've only really heard about it with PSA so far. It's amazing to me that they don't have this more tightly locked down either. I think after Marks, didn't PSA say they were going to require half up front or something? Or
they did make some modifications to the arrangement with some of their bulk submitters, so that it wouldn't. Basically, the way I would phrase it is just not to allow credit to accrue too much. You didn't want to leave it so that credit. Oh yeah, whenever. Good luck.
Yeah, I almost wonder, and is this a problem that's going to take care of itself? Because I feel like a lot of group submitters popped up during the pandemic peak. And how many of those aren't going to survive the post-pandemic? So is it going to be like the ones that have always been doing it for 15, 20 years that are really good are obviously going to be the ones that are going to survive, and you probably don't have much to worry about with them. And the more fly-by-night people that just kind of started doing this to do it during the pandemic are more likely to probably get flushed out of the system anyway. So it's almost just kind of like, is this a problem that's going to semi-take care of itself?
Mm-hmm. No, for sure. Now,
who knows?
Kind of to your question, I would pose this. My thought would be, generally with a lot of the stuff we're talking about that became a bigger issue during the pandemic, my answer generally is that it will take care of itself. The system will almost take care of itself, not because it wants to, but just the way the business cycles work. If you screw enough people over, they're not going to do business with you anymore. I think the bigger problem wasn't just the pandemic. The bigger problem is the amount of people willing to put in blind trust into these companies that literally just came into being 5 seconds ago. Mark's Cards had no track record. They were around a very short period of time,
but well endorsed.
Yeah, and they got endorsed almost immediately. It's like, why would you vouch for that? You realize you're putting your name against it, so it hurts your reputation if you're wrong, because you better be damn sure who you're vouching for. In the same vein is with a lot of these small companies, what happens is that they will go out of business, but at the same time, I kind of blame the customers too, because there are opportunities to do a little bit of research and you find out something. We have the same thing at the expo. Brad obviously has his PSA Canada. They're going to have a booth. They're going to have a whole setup. There's actually a whole third-party grader row that they've set up with the way they've aligned the expo this year. So they're all going to be beside each other. You're going to get to see them all. But one thing that has always been the case, and I've seen it, there are guys who set up booths there who are bulk submitters, literally at the same show, that are more expensive than the PSA Canada one that has been an authorized dealer. So you could literally go to somebody at the same show and submit your cards to go to PSA and pay more money for the privilege than the one that has more direct connection to PSA. Why would you do that?
AP Sports Cards does point out in chat that Ludkins is not a fly-by-night pop-up. So I do think that I get that is a fair counterpoint.
No, that's been so. I'm not talking about Ludkins in this case. Ludkins had been around for a while. Ludkins had been around for a while, and they had been fairly reliable up until this point. And that I think that hurts the reputation a lot more because it wasn't a fly-by-night that just decided to pull something shady and then pull the rug out from everybody overnight. It was a company with some reputation and a little bit of a track record.
Well, I think they're experiencing now is if it ain't broke, don't fix it. But it broke, so now they got to fix it. So going forward, I think it's they're definitely going to put some more work into fixing all of the issues, legal issues actually, that they're going to have with all this coming up.
Yeah, I think that's fair. So I think, Brad, we talked about this a little bit last night as well. It's one of those things where I think you mentioned that for you guys right now, it's going to be business as usual. Maybe down the road, you'll look at policies dealing with your own clients just to give security for you and security for them. But one of the things that, to your point, has separated out what you're doing is that you do have enough financial backing to not be as insulated. It's not like one incident is going to mess you up. Like somebody decides not to pay, it screws up everything. I think a lot of these companies were not sufficiently capitalized, Neil. So that's another piece of the puzzle. If they're not sufficiently capitalized, one thing goes wrong and the whole house of cards kind of falls over. And that's not good. I wouldn't be comfortable as a client. That's why I use that example of bulk submitters in the same show that are offering a competing thing. And I would have people come by and show me that. And I'd be like, did you know PSA Canada is literally right there? It's literally there. In the same show. It was very strange the way kind of that operated, but that's something. So what I'll do is I know you had a hard stop, but at the same time I want to let you go, give you a chance to pop off and take off. But any other kind of thoughts as far as that's concerned? I want to talk about the breaker thing later, but we only got a couple minutes.
No, I don't think so. There's one, and the only reason I'm even going to bring this up is because we were talking about it pre-stream. So right as you were going live, I got a message from one of the dealers at Dallas. That always, and this is switching complete 180 on you.
Sure.
But since I do have to cut out here in a couple minutes, he always DMs me about Dallas show vibes. He's been setting up there for years. Worst Friday at a Dallas card show ever.
Okay.
Attendance was abysmal, and it's the most tables the show has ever had.
Oh, really? So they increased the tables from even last time? Because last time they said they had the most. Yeah, that might not be working in their favors. It's kind of interesting. I will do one pushback thing, though. I know a great curator talked about his theory that the large number of tables hurt because some of the people setting up as dealers were traditionally people that would walk around the floor. But I would kind of point something out. Dealers are allowed to deal with each other before the show. If they're setting up, so they still could have done those deals if they really wanted to with less interference and less traffic. So why wouldn't they just do that? I think it's a bit of an excuse, a little bit of a cop-out is kind of just my point that I'm making. If there's a good deal to be had between dealer to deal, I still think they would do it. Just thought I would throw that out there.
And just pivoting back on your comment, AP points out another good. There is a Ludkins USA, which I guess is not associated with Ludkins UK. Yes. So that makes this like a whole other bag of cats.
Absolutely. I agree. Sounds good. So, sir, I will let you go. Neo, thank you. Neo Cards and Comics, thank you for popping in on kind of a short notice. Appreciate you chiming in and giving your thoughts. We're going to bring on a couple of folks as well. And then Steve Menzie for the Toronto Expo. We're going to have a chat with him as well. So he's on standby and I'm going to bring him on. Neo, thank you very much. I appreciate you.
Later, boys.
Praise the content gods.
As always.
As always. Take it easy.
Bye, Brad.
See you guys.
All right, so first, let me bring on Steve. Steve, good evening. How are you?
You guys, I'm
Good
doing well.
timing.
Doing well.
I know I saw you in
Hey,
there,
man.
but it was one of those things. We actually had a little bit of an update from PSA. There was some crazy news happening, so we wanted to at least take a couple minutes to
Oh.
chat about it beforehand. So we
Oh,
wanted
good.
to get that in there. So
Always the last to know.
Business before pleasure.
Yeah, it literally came in only a couple of minutes ago. They released it on a couple of their social media platforms, talking about PSA UK, an issue they were having with it. So it's one of those things where they needed to at least relay that to folks, and we wanted to chat about it for a couple of minutes off the top of the show.
Absolutely. No, I get it.
Sounds good. So I'll bring over here Eric. So Mr. Eric, we'll get a chance to chat with you some more here in a little bit. We'll have a little bit of fun. I like that you didn't bother to change your own nickname that I gave you from the other
Too
day.
tired.
There you go.
Hey, Steve, how you doing?
Perfect.
Hey,
So-
guys.
Sounds good. So, Steve, I want to focus while you're here, while we got you. I want to focus in on the Toronto Expo. So that'll be kind of our main focus of the conversation. Now we'll shift a little bit over, so we'll focus on that. Obviously,
Sure.
looking forward to it. Basically, as somebody who's attended a bunch of these, so that's always a fun thing for me. Now, obviously, we've got a couple of things, and a couple of things that I'm curious that you can maybe help me out with. I'm curious about it. Obviously, we're going to go back to the two-hall setup. So we're going to have the two halls, and then right now the way it's structured, we're going to have the line in between. So similar to last fall, we're going to have that. So is it the same configuration, or are there going to be a little bit of a difference, nuances between last time and this time?
Well, same configuration as last fall, only in, I'm trying to think of a quick and witty analogy, but my wit has pretty much left me the last couple of days. Yes, there are two halls with a connecting hall, but that's as far as the analogy goes. You know, the connector hall is much nicer, much bigger.
Sure.
The second hall is much nicer, much bigger. We have the experience of last year and some of the things that didn't work well that we're changing. So we're proactively going after that. The content of both halls is really compelling. The way that we've split things up, we've got dealers, lots of dealers in both halls, and we're just being ready for anything. Without trying to cover everything in one answer, we've got one of the best guest lists ever. So we feel there'll be strong traffic in both ways, and I'm doing a lot of other things promotional wise and just communication wise to let people know what the configuration is going to be, and lots of signage, lots of communication, lots of the new show app, etc. All things to literally and figuratively point people in all directions.
No, that was a really good answer, because it actually covered one of the follow-ups directly related to that, because even with a different configuration and a strong autograph lineup, and it is really strong. So I have a follow-up question with you about that in 1 second, but before that,
Sure.
obviously the signage is going to be really critical. That was a thing that obviously I saw,
Yep.
because I remember it, is that obviously I ventured over there, but I didn't run there at the beginning, and a lot of other folks had the same thing. Obviously, if you're going to see autograph guests and something, you were in the area and stuff, and I know some of the dealers had a little bit of a struggle getting as much traffic just because it felt like a disconnected section, just the way it was. And it's
Yeah.
good to hear that the interconnection is a little bit better. If the signage is better as well, that's going to be more. And with the amount of guests, it feels like there's so many guests all throughout the show. It feels like that's a lot of potential traffic. You're basically driving in that direction.
Yeah.
Yeah, all the above. I mean, and it's been that's all been conscious. There was certainly a learning and a takeaway from last fall was the fact that it's great that we have lots more people, lots more dealers, lots more attendees, but there's still things that need to be improved. This has been thought out versus just a reaction,
Good.
which
Okay.
is kind of what last year's was.
That sounds good. So in that same vein, was the extensive autograph guest list an intentional was it just the opportunity presented itself, or was like an intentional thing going, hey, if we have a really strong guest list, that helps in a couple of ways. Obviously we can do well with that, but also it does drive traffic to that other hall. Like there'll be a lot of folks that'll be there just for that.
Yeah, good question. That's not why we did it, but quite honestly, I go to all the other shows. I think that we've had great guests in the past. I think that we have a lot of guests that perhaps aren't up to what I would consider par. So there was the conscious effort was made to elevate the overall guest list and have this is with no disrespect to any of the individuals, to have more higher end guests and fewer kind of filler guests. So yeah, that part's intentional. Kind of changed the structure a little bit, and kind of asked all the autograph providers to really up their game, and they all have. They all answered the call, and I'm very pleased with the way it's turned out, and with the ultimate result being probably the best guest list ever.
Okay, I think that's
Mhm.
good. Now, Bobby, I know you have a couple of questions, so I want to give you a chance to take a couple of questions in there. I have a couple that I'll follow up with some of the guest list after, but we'll get to that.
Mhm.
So go ahead, Bobby.
Oh, okay. Hey, Steve. Yeah, I had a
Anyway.
question. I know with timing and everything, do we foresee a magazine coming out in the future down the road?
I
I
thought you'd have
I'm
at
just,
least
I
at
gave
least
you
one
the
question
future.
before that, but
I,
yes,
He has to have
absolutely.
one self-serving question. We have to give it to him. It's important.
it's not self-serving. I think it's for
No,
everybody, to be honest.
absolutely. And listen, I love that. I'm excited about the app, but I love the magazine, and I have come to really appreciate and respect all elements of that. And there's so many people that are longtime and new collectors that love both elements. Not to digress too much off the answer, but during the virtual, there were as many quote unquote long time and old guys that embraced that format as new. And similarly, everybody seems to like the magazine. The problem with the last three shows has just been, the lead up has just been too tight. So I absolutely want to bring the magazine back, and as soon as I can, again, without creating another question that I'm going to have to answer next, is as soon as I can figure out my haul, which will determine my dates, and vice versa for spring, I'll get to work on the magazine. But yeah,
Oh.
the short answer is yes, I value the magazine and want it back.
That was the sort of leading question. I guess because I know you didn't update the list or the map until recently, and I know with the magazine coming out, it has to be about a month prior to that. So I respect and understand
At
that
least,
fine.
yeah.
So is this are we in an ideal venue at this point, or is there something in the future that we may move into, or is this another?
Well, that's the
Are we
ongoing.
going to determine?
Yeah, I always have to be careful what you wish for. I mean, in the couple of years, even before COVID, or the few shows,
We're
I was
just throwing
saying,
stuff
geez,
around, Steve. Don't worry. It's
absolutely,
just,
yeah,
yeah,
absolutely.
It's casual.
In the shows before COVID, I was thinking, geez, I'd really like to try that hall too. It would allow me to do more. It's bigger. Try some new things. I would be less locked into the kind of the inherent and the inherited configuration that the expo had always had in Hall 5, and then COVID comes and COVID semi goes, and we're forced into a different hall for last fall, forced into another hall for last June, and now back into an old hall that's different plus not big enough. So I don't know what the right answer is.
The growth has been exponential. Sure, yeah, it's hard to accommodate.
Yeah. So ideally, we'd have a scenario like the National gets to deal with, where they've got a 500,000 square feet of space that they can use and add to and take away from as needed. I mean, literally, they decide they want 20,000 square feet more for the trade night, they get it, and they get it, probably for free in some of the venues. So I don't have that same luxury, but yeah, I want to see how this configuration works, and then we can decide on where spring should be. I think it's most important to be in the right weekend, and I look for a lot of feedback from dealers ongoing, dealers and the manufacturers and everybody else as to when that should be. I quite liked being in June, and it didn't have as big an impact, but most of the feedback I got was that the spring show fits best early May, like late April, early May, for a lot of reasons. And I may not do a lot of things right, but the things I do like to do is listen to my dealers, and for the most part, that I've done well when I do that.
Yeah, and the final question I had, which you actually already kind of stepped into, was the trade night. If you want to explain a little bit more about the trade night, where people may understand it a little better, who are visiting and who are watching, who are in the
yeah,
Sure.
absolutely. I mean, and there are very few things that I invent, and especially not in this hobby. And it's more just, it's why I go to so many other shows and events, and not just in this hobby, but in others. And as many of you may or may not know, I come from, prior to this, I've been running the Comic-Cons, and there's a lot of things that carry over really well from there. There's some that don't, but there's some that absolutely do. And trade nights have grown, again, exponentially at all the events, and I'm thinking particularly with the National, but certainly at other shows like Dallas, like I was at the Burbank show earlier a couple of months ago, and similarly that they had one. So it's an opportunity for it started, I think, very very grassroots, and it's becoming more formalized now, where guys get together after the day and sit and trade. But there's as much commerce done as there is selling and trading. So we have kind of an official trade night that we're doing on the Saturday night, next Saturday night, with Mint Inc. as a lead sponsor.
And is that's the one that's in the venue, basically
It's in the venue.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
Literally, when you come in the venue, the ballroom where you've always gone for ticketing, it's the ballroom right beside it. So, and again, all the signage will point to that, and it's a trade event, but it's also a social event. I mean, there's DJ. They'll be breaking good high-end boxes. There's great prizes. There's food and beverage, etc. So it's basically extending the card experience.
Beer? Will it be beer?
Yep. Beer,
There we go.
pizza,
Enough said.
all the essentials of life.
The essentials of life. What a coincidence! Thank you for mentioning it. Question for you. Kind of a question for you in the same vein of the trade night. Just a question for that.
Yeah.
It's one of those things where I'm supportive of it because I think it is an interesting thing, an interesting aspect of the show. One of the interesting observational pieces, I don't participate in it, but I think it's a great thing, especially if it can be supported, especially if it can grow. I think that's all really good. That's always excellent. But here's the question that I have. I have found that, and maybe it's the combination of the venue, because when I think of the National and I think of the trade nights, I think one of the things that has always been very helpful for it is the proximity of the hotels and nearby to the venue. And that's not something we can do about. The way that the International Center is set up, I have lived in Mississauga my entire life. I've known the International Center since the mid-90s. I have attended more than 50 iterations of that show. So long before you ever took it over, Steve, I've been attending that show for 4 decades, and that makes me sad. That makes me very sad. But the point is, I've seen almost every hall, almost every configuration that has been tried up until this point, and I think you've done an excellent job in adapting and working through it. So I want to give you kudos and congrats for that. The trade night though is tricky for me because I'm supportive of it and I want to see it succeed. But I always feel like that the inconvenience of it relative to its American counterparts, I think holds it back. And it's not because you've done anything wrong. It's just harder to pull it off compared to somebody.
100%. I mean, and I support all kinds of activations in and around the experience. And again, the ultimate kind of example for this is San Diego Comic-Con. Yes. And literally the entire city of San Diego embraces Comic-Con. I mean, restaurants have Comic-Con themed menus and everything is in close proximity. You can walk from the hall to your hotel, to the restaurants, to the entertainment district, so on. There's not a lot of walking done in and around outside of the International Center. November is not as conducive to walking around with your pals to restaurants as it is, July and in August or Atlantic.
And in fairness, the closest restaurants are fast food, so it's not the same as you can actually go get dinner and then come back for trade. Right. It's not the same thing.
Right, and which is why food had to be an essential part of it. So I can control what I can control, and I can't impact the other things. So there's pros and cons. We're close to the airport, but on the other hand, it's not conducive to that.
No, that's fair.
So from that standpoint, impact what I can.
No, that's fair. I just thought I would ask you because it's one of those things. I'm gonna keep observing it, and I'm hoping that we'll keep seeing growth. I think it's gonna be a slow and steady thing. I don't think we're gonna hit one day where it's suddenly explode. I think it's gonna have to be a gradual thing over time because of the difficulties inherent to what we have, the limitations.
Yeah, I think with the National, it grew out or it grew organically, and then the organizing team at the National just realized, hey, we should capitalize on this and leverage it into something that's event related because it was happening anyway. Again, based on the proximity, guys just started sitting in the hotel lobbies and trading. So, it's. I mean, I looked at it and thought, geez, my worry is, are the dealers going to be upset if there's all these guys that are coming in and trading, buying and selling for free? So that's something I'm aware of as well. Yes. Little less so when there are more dealers that can't get in. It gives them an opportunity to do that. And again, as you guys all know, many collectors are dealers and vice versa. All dealers are collectors, but it's all things to be aware of. And the good thing from my perspective is that I do look at it as from a non-collector or from the dealer's perspective as well, but I don't get caught up in just because I'm not a collector at heart. I'm able to be objective in terms of how I look at it and say, all right, is this best for all the stakeholders?
Well, if it turns out really well, then can I set up a booth selling Pelican cases next? So, anyways,
listen, you missed out. I saw a couple of guys that were actually doing good business doing that. They built it into kind of a side thing with it's not a bad.
I've been missed out. It's still Canada.
It's an opportunity. There's still a chance. There is still a chance. I think it's still plausible.
Okay.
So Steve, kind of a separate question, pivoting back to kind of the setup that you've got right now
Yeah.
going for the show,
Yeah.
and I'll bring up the actual floor plan. I've got it here, so
Yeah.
I'll kind of zoom in on it a little bit. And obviously, we're seeing a couple of the setups and some of the design choices in the way that the hall is set up. This one's a new one because I believe, to my knowledge, it's never been tried this way before. So I think it's kind of interesting. So in this case, we've got the third-party graders all lined up. We've got them all kind of on the side in their own. So basically, if you want to do any on-site grading where it's available, or you want to do submissions or whatever, you've got them all lined up with each other. And then obviously we got Grosvenor, JSA, ComC, Universal Distribution. They're all kind of set up on that side. So what was the thought process behind doing it this way and this time around?
So the thought process started with, okay, I know I've got, I mean, in June we had 125,000 approximately square feet. This hall that we're going back to, Hall 5, was 100,000 square feet. They've taken out almost 5,000 square feet for a food court. So even before we started, I lost almost 10% of the booths that I had just from that change alone. So I knew it wasn't all going to fit. So I started to look at, all right, what can I do differently? For years, again, or for many shows, I've been contemplating saying, you know what, the Autograph Pavilion would really be a much better fit in the ballrooms at the front of the venue. They're carpeted, it's better lit, it's a nicer a place for stage, and the acoustics are better and so on. So that was the original plan, to move the Autograph Pavilion up there, and then it just kind of naturally felt, and I wanted to have more dealer space. So again, in prior shows, I'm sure you guys had noticed, Upper Deck and the corporate kind of created an invisible wall behind which nobody really wanted to be behind as a dealer. So I moved that back, and then I thought, okay, I know that grading is such an important and big draw of the show, of all shows and of the hobby, that this would be an interesting thing to try. And I spoke to representatives from most of the grading companies and said, here's what I'm thinking. Would you be open to it? So created what we're calling the grading and authentication zone, where I always think, what's the best thing for the consumer or the collector? And that's why, for example, in any show, in any industry you want to look at, it's not a car show if all the key manufacturers aren't there. Mm-hmm. It's not CES unless most of the manufacturers are there. And sure, occasionally you're going to get an Apple spin-off or something like that, but the same thing here. All the endemic all the endemic brands and companies should be involved in a show like this. So it worked out well. Everyone was open to it and agreeable to it. So it created a great zone. The authentication is also there. The submissions through ComC and PWCC is also there, a little bit further out of the space. But and then we also have iCert there on the authentication side. So really, the whole hobby is really well represented.
No, I think that's going to be very interesting. I think it'll be indicative. It'll be a good opportunity to kind of see, because we'll see how that traffic goes. I think it is helpful that people kind of, once they go to the show, if they're going for multiple days, they know very quickly where they want to go in order to get whatever they want done. If there is an authentication thing or a submission thing, they buy a card and they want to go get it submitted. Well, then you already know exactly where to go. Regardless of which one you want to do business with, you're already in the right lane, so to speak. So I think that's going to be very interesting as far as that's concerned.
And I would say that the majority, by a margin, of the two biggest categories of inquiries that we get on social and or emails and so on are grading, questions about grading, and then of course guest-related questions. And more than ever, the grading questions have been key. Who's doing what? What can I get? What are the prices? All those kinds of things. So, the great thing is that the more graders there are there, the better the competition, the better the experience for everybody, and it raises the experience, I think, for all collectors.
Very good, very good. Now, kind of a side question. You did also mention, obviously, we mentioned the autograph lineup and how strong it is and the variety of different. I saw a whole bunch of areas covered, so that was great. I'm a big Medano fan, so it's great. So it's great when we get the Medano appearance as well, so that's great. But also, I believe, and please correct me if I'm wrong on this, are there any panels or anything? Because I feel like I heard some content creators are going to do some stuff at the expo. Can you tell me a little bit about that?
Yeah. So again, one of the things that I really liked about the whole Comic-Con experience is the panels, is the stage and the Q&As, and it's actually every guest that signs at a Comic-Con, or at least the ones, the Fan Expo brand and so on, was required to do a Q&A. And the great thing is that actually benefits everybody. It's obviously it benefits the fans, but quite honestly, it benefits the celebrity or in this case the athlete. It gives people a greater experience. Yeah, you know what? I want to go and get my photo with so and so, or just so it does help sell autographs. The financial model in the sports world is quite a bit different in that there might be on time deals or everything else. So they look at it and say, well, that's 15 minutes that I can't be signing, or that's 40 pieces I'm not going to get for my inventory. So that's taken some movement, but I committed for several years ago now to doing the Q&As because I think it adds value. It adds to the experience. I want more things that are more experiential, and not everything has to be transactionally based. Not everything at the event has to be a buy or a sell and so on. So I think this is just better for everyone.
Okay. No, that sounds good. Now, question from the athlete.
No, I was going to say, and so there are the athlete Q&As, and then there are so many more content creators in the space now that it's relevant. There's so many things so many new people to the hobby that want to learn about all aspects of the hobby. So there's a lot of crossover stuff that really speaks to the hobby as well. So we've got several panels on things like the future of the hobby and all the different key elements. So content creators like Jeff Wilson, sports card investor, and the Chasing Cardboard guys, and so many great guys that are there that come to the show anyway. It just, again, it's a part of the hobby that's really important, and I think it's really well valued.
No, I agree 100%. And thank you for kind of bringing that up, because that's kind of what I wanted to ask is that,
Sure.
The Jeff Wilsons and the Chasing Cardboard guys, that makes a lot of sense because I'm very familiar with their work in the space, and obviously they've got great social media following. So that certainly makes a lot of sense with it. So is it a situation where you pitched ideas for panels, or is it a case where you guys reached out and said, hey, would you be interested in doing? I'm just curious what initiated the transactions that were to set up these different panels, who was going to be involved in, and that kind of thing.
Yeah, it's a bit of both. It's seeing who's popular, who's relevant, who's interested, who's coming. I mean, we're pitched as much as we're pitching other people. So again, I don't really claim to invent a lot in this hobby or to be necessarily new, but I do, and I always have. I look outside into other industries as well to see what's key and what's happening. And one of the things that we're also doing, we've created a motorsports pavilion, which first time for any hobby show that I'm aware of. But again, that's not new. But you look at all the things that have happened within the space over the last 2 years, and again, much like the Last Dance impact had on sports and cards, so too did Drive to Survive. That's had a tremendous following, and it's kind of funny how North Americans are learning all about the new sports of F1 and football, or basketball, soccer. We're discovering the two biggest sports in the world, and so I was trying to actually get some soccer players to come. Wasn't able to do it this time, but so the motorsports thing, it kind of fell into my lap in that regard. But I think it's really compelling, and to see what's happened with motorsports and F1 in particular, cards in the hobby, it's been really interesting. And then who's not excited to see it? Like, we're going to have an actual F1 Lewis Hamilton show car there. There'll be a Lewis Hamilton signed helmet. You can get your photos with both, and so it's a bit of an experiment, a bit of a gamble, but I think that's what I need to do. I think people will be excited by it, and ultimately people will decide whether it's something that they want to see again or not.
Well, that's really great. I think it's not even a thing that inventing something. I think it's more being innovative to the invention of what people are bringing to market and utilizing it your way. So I think that's really good, Steve, going forward.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, no, I'm really excited for it.
Yeah, kind of in the same vein, it's better trying things. At least trying things, you'll be able to get the feedback. You'll be able to see if it works the way you want it to, if it's something you expand upon or something you kind of move on a little bit. So it's one of those things where we'll have to kind of see how it plays out. I think it's good, though, that you try. In the same vein, I'm supportive of the idea of trying. I chuckle a little bit because Paul is a big F1 guy, and he's very excited that I had to listen to someone talk about F1. I tease him about F1 all the time. Not an actual sport, Paul. I have to give him a hard time. But I'm still supportive of it because I know there are people who do enjoy it. I know there are people who, and anything that gives the people something that they can enjoy while they're at the expo, I think that's a good thing. I think just in general, I think that's great.
That's why. And the timing. Sorry.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
I was saying the timing of the expo works well to the end of the F1 season. Plus, it's leading into World Cup as well. As I said, I wasn't able to get soccer players, but then I'm not a a huge sports guy in the way that many people in the hobby are, but I pay attention to the business of sports and sport, and I watch with a lot of interest on the whole NIL space and really what impact that's going to have, and it's a much bigger deal, of course, in the U.S. But I thought the same idea, because I heard a lot of the guys speak about you can probably get a lot of community. When I say community, more regionalized athletes that are really big players. So I started to look at that, and a lot of these young athletes also have tremendous social media followings. So I thought about, all right, are there other people that fit into that wheelhouse where maybe we can get there's a couple of girls that play twin sisters that play basketball at one of the U.S. colleges. So I thought that might work. And then again, related back to this motorsports thing, the same group that's bringing in the motorsports pavilion works with a young female driver, a girl by the name of Lindsay Brewer, and she's now a pro racer. She's going to be attending, but she's got over 1 million social media followers. So again, it opens up the show and the hobby to a wider audience. So
no, I think that's fair.
Interesting things to try. Yeah.
CFL. Is there any older guys that we can? Hey, there's a few good guys.
I went to the 100 Grey Cup, Bobby. No, no, I know. I'm just teasing. But,
there's a few. There's a few. Good
there
guys.
are a few, and there would be, and there would be.
And
an
they'd be
audience for
local.
it. To be fair, there would be an audience for it. I can almost guarantee that. There's some diehards. Trust me, one of my best friends is a super diehard, and he would be thrilled.
It's been very few over the years. I can't even remember one, to be honest with you.
I think people would be interested in seeing Doug Flutie come back.
Well, Doug Flutie would be a good crossover.
Yeah.
He's at least got the NFL. He also has the collegiate football history, so he'd be
Theismann.
a good crossover. Yeah,
Theismann, there you go.
There's a couple of guys.
And yet Theismann didn't sell very well as an autograph guest a couple of years ago when he was here.
Yeah,
and one of the most interesting guys I've met. But again, I looked. I used to deal with Lou Ferrigno on the Comic-Con side, and Lou had a short stint with the Argos, so there's that crossover appeal. So
The Rock.
For
What about The Rock?
He hasn't returned my call yet, but
well, we'll have to keep working on that one, Steve. It's like we're all in the same boat. We're trying to get The Rock to return our calls, but it's fair enough. But that's a crossover. That's a different level of crossover, no doubt.
Absolutely.
Kind of a little bit of a sideways question, because it also plays into kind of some of the stuff you've done in the past. Obviously, the expo, something setting up like this, and all the different initiatives and things you're trying, that is a lot of planning. However you want to slice it, it's a ton of work, a ton of planning. And obviously, you also expanded kind of your show portfolio, so to speak, the last year or so. You've got the Western version of Expo, kind of expanding the Western brand. Are you going to keep doing that going into the next year and everything? Is the plan to keep doing that? Because it does kind of divide your attention a little bit. How are you finding the balance of that with additional shows and stuff like that?
Well, listen, I mean, it's... I get a lot of ribbing. People say I only work 8 days a year, so I figured I could at least expand that to 10 or 12. But when I first looked at taking over the show and so on, I had that in mind anyway, to be able to expand. It's like kids, 4 is not marginally more difficult than 3, and now it does require that I spend more time working on the business and just expanding my efficiencies and that kind of thing, and to that end, I've improved a lot of areas, and I've seen from this show in particular all the things that need to be improved going forward, and just automating some of the processes and that sort of thing. So that's where the focus is. It's just like growth in any business, you just got to be prepared to level up accordingly. So the Edmonton Expo this year was very successful. I was really happy with that and got great feedback. So that's continuing. I'll launch that right after this Toronto Expo happens next week, and then so that's going to carry on. But I've been getting requests for even pre-COVID to add a third show in Toronto. I've kind of resisted that, but you got to be open to the growth and see where it lies. It's also about just doing more with what's there, and again, I listen to the dealers as my primary stakeholders, to be honest.
No, I think that's fair. I think that's reasonable.
Yeah.
In the vein of all the things that you're going to, obviously there are going to be some experiments. We talked about that F1, the motorsports pavilion, that piece, and a couple of these other ones, and obviously some configuration things and everything. Just out of curiosity, with all the stuff that's going on, and obviously the Fall Expo, we're in an interesting climate. But I think it'll be interesting to see the people that come in. I think we'll still see a number of folks that we, familiar faces and all that. Is there anything in particular from all this stuff, new or old, anything in particular that excites you about this particular iteration of the show?
Most everything that we've talked about. I mean, and there's also the more on the the more macro side of things is just the economy and where that's at and what's happening, and yet we're 50% more dealers than we were pre-COVID, and I still had between 30 and 40 dealers on the wait list. So there's no slowdown in terms of people that want to be there. But even with the last two shows, I don't want everybody there to be a dealer. Obviously, we need buyers and so on as well, so attendees. So from that standpoint, it'll be interesting just to see because there has been that dip in the space, but still a lot of volume seems to be happening, and certainly all the kind of lead indicators, if you will, from my experience as a promoter seem to suggest this is going to be another strong show. Ticket sales are as strong as they have been for the last two.
Okay.
And again, those are some of the show never used to have a lot of metrics to track, and there were no advanced sales before I took it over and so on. And so that just helps me understand the business better and allows me to communicate better, to build my database and that kind of thing. So
before you took it over, they didn't have email. Anyways.
Right. Yeah, I think
Al St. Clair was just so basic.
You actually touched Steve. You actually touched on Steve the actual follow-up question I was going to have, because I was curious, since you do have pre-sales and that does give you a bit of an indicator, because obviously folks want to plan and they have that. You got the different packages and all that. So you basically, from what you said, the numbers are kind of very in line with the last couple of shows, pre-sale wise and everything. You're comfortable?
Yeah.
You good?
Biggest show
absolutely.
ever.
And what's that? I didn't hear what you said.
Biggest
You're
show
saying,
ever.
are you want to commit to biggest show ever?
Well, it is physically the biggest show ever, and
yes.
I would be Now because we're over is it 50%? Yeah, probably 50% more physical space. Part of last November that made the show look so busy was that it funneled in a fairly narrow initial hall,
It was on an
which
angle
is great.
too.
I mean, visually it looked tremendous. So I think there's still a lot of interest, a lot of entry. I think that'll translate to feet in the door, and I do see anecdotally and otherwise, I do see a lot of interest from new people that want to get into the hobby. Still get all kinds of inquiries. My husband just passed. I've got this collection. Should I come and set up? How do I do this? How do I grade? There's all those kinds of things that come in that.
Nice. Now, a quick question for you, Steve. We talked about this in the past, and you mentioned earlier that you're not as into the sports and into the collecting side of it as much. But you did. But I think in a previous discussion we had, you did dip your toes in a bit. So do you still not collect anything, or have you dipped your toes into a couple of things? At least?
I keep dipping. Yeah, I mean, through COVID, I was doing some things, and I've ended up with some clients that are asking me to help them buy and sell. So I do that, and there are a couple. It's caused me and allowed me to understand the space better and to see what are good buys and what aren't. And I had one client particularly that was asking me to buy things for him, and there were several occasions where he didn't want certain things, and I thought, okay, well, the research I've done suggests this is a good deal. So I picked up some things, and I just bought some. Let me just check to see if my wife's here, but. I just bought some old tickets from. I'm going to show them to you, Brad, on the weekend. But
Nice.
Just bought some old tickets in an auction, and she popped her head in. I enjoy it, and listen, I tend to be drawn more towards things that have more historic significance and value. And one of the things I'm excited about is Mark Churteau and the Classic Auctions team is going to be setting up a sports museum at this show as well. Because I always talk about the Heritage Auctions booth at the National, which if any of you haven't been, I mean, that in and of itself is worth the trip to the National, in my opinion. It's just such an amazing display. So it's that kind of experience and things that I'm always looking to add, and Classic's going to be bringing some of that. So that's what I tend to be drawn towards. I like some of the older stuff, the galleries. I like a lot of the Olympic cards, Jesse Owens, that kind of stuff.
No, I think that's good.
I've got some things that I've put in the portfolio.
No, I think that's good. I think collectors appreciate that as the show promoter. You at least again nobody. I don't think anybody's expecting you to sit there and like build this whole warehouse of sports memorabilia you collect. I don't think that's a reasonable expectation. But I think it's still good to know that at least you have participated in it a little bit. It does give you a different perspective. At least being operating, at least even whatever level it is, as a collector, I think it makes people, oh, okay, at least you understand us a little bit better because you participate in some elements of this business.
Absolutely,
It's not just
and one of the things
business. Yeah.
no, it definitely not. And one of the things I always say is that I love passion. I don't care what you're passionate about. You have to be passionate about something, and collectors certainly are that.
Chocolate sticks.
So, what?
That's an inside joke. Leave that one alone.
Sorry about
Please.
that.
Leave that one alone.
Okay.
It's okay. It's completely okay. I'd rather not explain it right now. I'll explain it to you at a different time.
I do need a magazine though, from the show. There never was. So
You might, Steve.
my
Could you
chance.
just give Bobby one magazine?
got-
Just give it for him.
I've got 40,000 of them, Bobby. You can have as many as you want.
I know it's been 2 shows though. So
Yeah.
It has.
So
I'll
quick,
give you-
one
I'm a
other quick
collector. It's like waiting for that. Anyways,
So one other quick question for you in that same vein, and then I'll kind of open it up to the guys or anybody in the chat
Yeah.
who has a specific question for you. You do, one of the things that we've talked about in the past that I've gotten from the conversations that we've had is that you do, as you visit these other ones, you reference Comic-Cons, you reference all these different kind of shows, you try to absorb and you try to learn from all these different things and then incorporate the experiments and all that element of it. Is there anything that you've got right now on kind of obviously we're trying a couple of things at this expo. Is there anything you've seen that you think is kind of a cool idea that you'd like to try and maybe haven't had the chance to give it a go for whatever reason?
Good question. There's 3 things that are at this show next week that are really good harbingers of that, and it's that Classic Auction Sports Museum is one. The F1 piece is big because that to me it's analogous to wanting to do the same thing in soccer, for example. And I do want to have. I've been committed from the outset that yes, the show is known as the biggest hockey show anywhere, and I never want to shy away from that. But the landscape has changed in Toronto and in the space dramatically. Certainly even the last 5 years, let alone prior. So I want the sports representative to be representative of that. I do want to broaden the audience, so to be able to bring in more women players, whether they're hockey, soccer, what have you. I think that's all key. It's interesting to see on the non-sports side. I think there's great opportunities with that, whether it be entertainment crossover that way, and or a lot of the content influencers that are big in the TCG space. So again, nothing tremendous, and I don't want to give away anything that's unique, lest I not be the first one to be able to bring it to market. So, but no, I'm excited about these things and just to see how to make them relevant.
Oh, I think that's fair. I think that's reasonable. I wanted to kind of just set that up while we were finishing up here. Gentlemen,
Sure.
Is there anything else that you'd like to ask Steve? I covered a lot of different ground, different things. I wanted to ask him a variety of different questions. I know, Brad, you're going to be setting up, obviously, with PSA Canada. Bobby and I are longtime visitors. Eric has come down the last couple, this time and last time, so it's kind of fun. So I think that's great. Is there anything, gentlemen, that you want to ask Steve? I want to open it up.
It is the world's biggest hockey show, and we're still fortunate that we still have 3 of the 4 greatest hockey players of all time still alive and with us. And I'm curious, have you ever tried to reach out to Bobby, Wayne, or Mario to see if they would be interested in coming to the show?
Well, both Bobby and Mario were there in 2019, actually. So, I hesitate to call this the best list ever because in that one show in 2018 or 2019, we had Cal Ripken, Bobby Orr, and Joe Montana. Pretty tough line to beat. And then another show we had Mario as well. Obviously Wayne would be the holy grail, but that would require things much bigger than I think any of us can impact to have happen. But is that the goal? No, absolutely. Would I love Ken Dryden to come and sign? 100%.
Oh my God.
There's certain guys that are particularly tough for a variety of reasons. Right? Certain guys.
Right. Yeah. Right. Yeah. But you know what? Again, even with that, like there's, I approached Ken a couple of years ago when his last book came out and just, said, don't sign. Just come and talk about the book. And, and that kind of thing. So I'm always looking at opportunities like that. I thought I approached Scotty to see, because he and Ken are very close, to see if they might do something that way. So I'm always looking for those opportunities, and I think as the show grows and as people see these things being more successful, that those will start to come our way as well. So
Absolutely.
Scotty Bowman would be great. Yeah.
Yeah. And apparently
stories.
he's got a big collection of things that he wants to to get graded and authenticated as well. So
that sounds good. Kind of a related question. Kind of a related question to that one. When you're trying to build out the guest list, because as we said, this is an excellent guest list. Obviously you would try you look for the best player available. It's like the drafting philosophy. If you can get the best player available, you go for the best player available. If the deal is right and you can figure it out, that's awesome. But you do obviously also look at themes. Like you'll see throughout the different things, you'll see like different, famous lines or certain teams or whatever the case may be. So do you kind of, when you're looking at potential and possibilities that you can't have everybody in the world, because otherwise it'd just be an autograph show and there'd be no time for anything else. But at the same time, do you like focus on themes? Is that something that you like in the back of your mind? Oh, it'd be really kind of neat if we could arrange this. Or is it just best player available predominantly? And if something materializes, hey, go for it.
Well, I certainly don't. But I mean, there's no way you could ignore the 72 theme this year. But again, I'll be honest, it's not me that's coming up with the list of who the guests should be and or what themes we should be focused on. I rely on experts for that. I mean, I do have, and I've continued to build it up, is the database of all the players that have ever been there. So if a name is suggested to me, the first thing I always do is look at the historic guest list. Has that player ever been there? And if so, when? And just as an indicator, because there are people like that would make obvious good guests.
Can you look those up in what was it, past magazines? You look them up in past magazines or something?
Do you feel the agenda? Do you sense the agenda, Steve?
It was one question.
Except where the magazine was printed before the cancellations occurred and stuff. Yeah.
Understood.
Nice.
Yeah. And yes, we will have an app coming up, which I may not have mentioned on Monday. So we'll be announcing the app. Again, one of the big initiatives, because the floor plan is so different, I want people to be able to to search easily and quickly. So we'll have printed floor plans, and we'll have an app that people can do to search for dealers, by name and or by booth number. So it would be a great supplement to the magazine.
There you go.
Do you have exclusivity, Steve, with the autograph? Do you have, like, if I wanted to bring in some guests and have them partake in the autograph pavilion, is that kind of open? I know you deal with a bunch of different people, but is that open?
It absolutely is open, and so I've tried a couple of different things. Initially, when I took over, it was AJ's had exclusivivity for it. And so since then, I've tried a couple different models. Again, I watched and went to the National to see what they do, and and I used to. And I often still reference it as the TriStar model, where it's one company that owns the brand, even though probably half or more of the guests that go to the National are sourced through other agents that bring them to the National, and they're just it's basically a key promoter and then a sub promoter. I've elected to go with an overall pavilion brand. So I've worked with UltraPro now for the last 4 years on branding the autograph pavilion, and then I have autograph providers that I've worked with. So I respect and value so I like to show loyalty when it's shown back, and it's worked well. But I always tell everybody as well, absent an exclusivity arrangement, which there's really nobody that can provide that in my estimation for this show. So absent that, I'm always going to be open to, if someone's going to bring me a guest that I can't say no to, then I'm not going to say no to it. If Upper Deck does say, yeah, we want to bring Patrick Waugh, we want to bring Wayne, then they're coming. So that's always a sort of a caveat there. But whatever I do in advance of a show is say, okay, here's what we're going to do for this show, and if something comes up, then this is how we manage it. But it's finding that right balance of of competition and different abilities of promoters to bring different guests.
That's good, and I think that's important. I had one other question too that I wanted to ask you.
Yeah.
How are you? One of the things that I noticed going to the National per se and a lot of the other shows is during your panel sessions is to keep people engaged. It's kind of embarrassing a lot of times at the national in the US, and I don't mind saying that publicly, but you can go by the stage and there's a Q&A and there's two people sitting there with their feet up on chairs, and me and you seen it in Atlantic City. Like, it gets kind of, people are up there talking and there's nobody there, nobody's engaging. Somehow, do you have that in the back of your mind, how you can keep that from happening, to keep people engaged?
And nobody likes to see that. One of the things that you always worry about for a guest is that, when there's nobody there in line and that kind of thing. And it's inevitable. It does happen. So it's how do you manage that? So most of it, you try and anticipate that up front. So is this going to be compelling and engaging, and how do you do that? Because that's not what everybody wants. I think, and like, I'm not being critical, but there are some things that I would definitely do differently with the national. I think that the way they set the stage up and the audience, it's not conducive to that. And there's so much noise and so on around anyway. It's more of a distraction. My biggest thing I don't like about the national is the way they handle the autograph pavilion. I think it's horrifically ugly the way that they do it. And one thing I'm adamant about, I think, from the day I first saw the movie The Wrestler, I don't ever want to look down on my heroes. There's no way that you should be looking down at a player who you idolized your entire life, or a wrestler. So that's one thing that I do. We put them on risers. They're at least at eye level or not, and that it literally and figuratively elevates the experience and so on. And they've got proper tables and dressing, and signs that aren't all warped and bent, and I think little things like that just make it a better experience. So I'm very conscious of that. I'm conscious of how it looks and feels. Just because we're in an informal hobby doesn't mean that everything can't look slick and professional. And for all the things that people worry about, I think the entrance into the space, or the preeminent entrance of companies like Fanatics into the space, is that you're going to see brands elevate many parts of the hobby. So.
Yeah, I like that, and I think that's important. Kind of like when we chat it back and forth, and as we're going to be doing I said it publicly now, we're going to do a customer appreciation night on Friday night from 5:30 to 8. So we wanted to do something from PSA Canada standpoint. How can we have a little area discussion? Carlos is going to hold court over there for us, and
allegedly, this is what I've heard.
We're going to have drink tickets. We're going to have some fun. And then when Steve suggested, we can have the Slapshot guys doing the Q&A at the same time, and we'll be on the side. I think that's a way that when you can come to other companies that are there, and you can get them to kind of support these Q&As to keep other avenues to keep people engaged in it. I think it's great. I think
exactly.
I'm confident in the success we're going to have. When you give someone free drink tickets as well, that always adds to it. But I think also from our standpoint, I think our guests are going to have really have a great time just listening in on the Q&A with the Slapshot guys, and it's going to be very unique. But I think that's a way, and that's why I brought it up earlier, a way for we can keep engaged at these Q&As and have some fun with it, and also from our standpoint, we get a benefit as well. So I think it's great.
Yeah, and I think so. I'm always looking at creating events that are really relevant and authentic for the audience. I intentionally didn't want to have a Slapshot panel at 1:00 on Sunday afternoon. To me, that audience is a more mature, hot stove lounge kind of approach. Or I'd love to get the Spitting Chicklets guys up and and do a rye testing with Eddie, or those kinds of things that are well suited to and tailored for different segments of the market, because this is a lifestyle hobby, to be sure. So how do you kind of best enhance that whole experience?
I do see a comment there that says autograph guests have become so expensive, but we went over the pricing I think last show, and I found them to be very affordable. The other part about it, it's not always about the autograph and what have you. It's about meeting the person in person, and I think that's really the major, beyond the autograph at that point. The autograph is the secondary part. It's getting to meet the person, to say that, hey, you met them once in your life. That you have their autograph is great, but meeting them is a personal high for me. The autograph is just a bonus. That's all. And the way I see it, the way I do it.
Bobby, I agree. I think the autograph's more like it kind of reminds you of the event. Like,
Right.
Bobby hooked me up.
It's a
by,
chocolate milk to the chocolate stick. I get it.
Yeah, Bobby hooked me up by introducing me to Bobby Bond last year, and I got a chance to spend a good significant amount of time talking to him. And just I'll remember the stories he was telling me. How he was playing golf with President Eisenhower. I mean,
Yeah.
there's not too many people left in the world that played golf with President Eisenhower. So
That's fair.
I mean, I'll have that memory forever, and I have his autograph. And when I see the autograph, that reminds me of the memory. So the autograph's definitely secondary, but it helps remind you of the interaction, especially if it was positive.
Yeah, agreed. And maybe not a president, but as an American and a wannabe Leafs fan, you'll appreciate the guests that we're about to announce. I guess I can do a little bit of a leak here.
Go for it.
Yes. So Ron Duguay is coming to the show, and he's now bringing a special guest with him. Who I don't know if you guys are smiling, you're nodding, you know who it is, but Senate potential candidate Sarah Palin will be at the show. So on Saturday. So
There you go.
that should be interesting as well.
Oh,
We talked
interesting
about
is the
that,
word.
right?
Interesting is exactly the word that I would use for that. Yes.
Yeah.
I agree. I agree. You used the correct phrase. I agree with you. Yes.
He has Ron Duguay. We talked about this about a month ago on the show. Do you remember? Like, he has an incredible history.
Mhm.
His CV is impressive. I looked it up actually when somebody else told me that, and
Absolutely.
Best player in hockey history.
yeah.
I think you've all phrased this very well, and I appreciate you all for phrasing this in the correct manner. I agree with you.
Well, yeah, I mean, the American promoter who was bringing Ron and also now Sarah was really puzzled as to why I wasn't more thrilled that such a big name would be coming. And it took a bit of explaining, and I still don't think that it's fully grasped. But yeah, so anyway,
It's simple. It's
consider it another experiment. Right.
Yeah.
Bring her to Texas. People would be thrilled.
Yeah.
There's a lot of things that would be thrilled with in Texas. I'm not going there right now. So a question for you, Steve. And this is more of an open-ended question, just kind of a general question. Obviously, one of the long-standing, booths in the corporate section has always been Upper Deck. Obviously, very Canadian-centric show, and Upper Deck is a great, obviously a great get, and obviously Series 1 is going to be coming out for this show, which is always good. For the Fall Expo, Series 1 is really important. It helps drive a lot of things. It helps the economy inside of the room. A little bit of money changing hands.
Yeah.
That's a good thing.
Yeah.
Back in if I think back to the 90s though, one of the hallmarks of the 90s was at that time, and obviously a different landscapes trading cards wise than today, but back in that time we had all the manufacturers. Obviously we don't have as many now.
Mm-hmm.
But Panini is kind of the big one still out there, and whatever happens with them and Fanatics, that's a different conversation. But is there a possibility at any point where we can have, because Panini has the basketball license, they have the football license, and there is some good stuff that they've got.
Yeah, absolutely, and those are absolutely on my list of gets. I think again to be a show as big as the Expo is in the hobby, it's really compelling that the major manufacturers should be there, and that it goes hand in hand with the license and with the market and with the the sales potential and the reality of that. But I've built one of the big focuses of why I go to the national, why I go to the Beckett Summit and so on, is to get to know all the players in the space more, and I can sing the praises of the show and figure out what it would take to bring them there, because that's what collectors want, that's what fans want, and I think that the landscape is changing in terms of how much those sports have grown within the Canadian marketplace as well. So yeah, it's a matter of time, but it's very high priority for me.
No, absolutely. I just wanted to double check that because it's one of those things.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
assumed that was the case, but I know that's I think something that in the long run, I know hockey will always have a dominant place in where we are, but I know that there are collectors for those other ones, and I know that they would appreciate and enjoy that. Obviously, in the same vein, Tops for sure, like in the baseball side of things.
Sure.
They would love that. I collect baseball myself, so it's one of those things I would enjoy that. I just remember being able to go in the 90s and going to visit Pacific's booth, Upper Deck's booth, basically Fleer when it was still around, Leaf when it was still around, and Pinnacle when it was still around. and they
Yeah.
were all there
Yeah.
back in those days.
Yep.
Absolutely. Gentlemen,
Well,
any
it'll come
other
back.
questions? Any other questions for Steve here?
No, I think one thing, and again, me and Steve are friends, and not to say, but this show, I travel to a ton of shows, just like Steve, just like a lot of guys, and this show is world class. And I think it's the same thing as we talked about getting Panini and Tops in them there. Once they come and once they see, look at Jeff Wilson. And I'm a fan of Jeff Wilson. I know some people aren't, but I'm a fan of what he does and what he does for the hobby. But he ranked the Toronto Expo. It was awesome to see when he did his top 10 shows of the year, I think last year, and
Mhm.
he did the countdown 10, 9, 8, 7. I was like, I remember when he got to 5, I was thinking, man, I can't believe he didn't put the Expo on there. Like, I just thought, and then boom, like number 2. And he was like,
Yeah.
guys, I had no idea. And I think as we all do together, we keep promoting it in social media, getting the vibes. Anyone that steps foot into that show, to me, it's right there with the national. I think more and more Americans are going to be up this year, and they're going to get to experience it. And it's a world class event. Can't wait for it. So.
Thanks for saying that, Brad. And again, a lot more. The combination of obviously the vaccine restrictions being lifted, and the way that the dollar is right now, I think this is probably going to be the notoriety. The Fan Expo, the Expo brand got put into the spotlight so much more during the virtual shows we did during COVID. We had 50% of the people that attended those, and there were almost 12,000 people, had never experienced the show before. And so all those things are really pointing us to it. So those things, I think we're going to see the biggest crowd of U.S. collectors and dealers and buyers there. So I'm quite excited about that.
Oh, they can
Biggest
definitely take
ever.
advantage of the exchange rate, so that'll be good, kind of good for them, especially. It makes
Yeah.
Automatic discounts, built-in discounts without having to do anything else. That's pretty
Yeah.
solid.
I'm not complaining. I'll just say that. I'm not
Yeah.
Nope.
There you go. There you go. Steve, an absolute pleasure, and thank you for your time. And this allows me to occasionally pretend to people that I can err on the side of professionalism for at least a little bit. So, and
Yeah, likewise.
now as soon as you disappear, then I can go back to the ridiculousness, and we'll be back to explaining
And the
chocolate
fart
sticks.
jokes.
I'll tell you while we're at the show. I'll explain it to you. Don't worry.
Okay.
But I do appreciate your time.
All
And
right.
thank you for the
Hey,
for
listen,
the answers.
no,
and everything.
not at all. I appreciate the passion, the experience, and the great information I learned from you guys. So look forward to seeing you all next week.
Thank you
5
very much. Looking
sleeps.
forward to seeing you.
5 sleeps.
That's it.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
right.
And at the rate we're going, you might have to give Bobby a magazine just so that we don't have to discuss this again.
Just to shut him up. You know?
Just give him his magazine, Steve. Please, just give him his magazine for all of
He'll
us.
be at the door. Yep.
Awesome. Thank you, Steve.
He's
Much
one of my
appreciated.
team golfers.
Steve.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah.
See you soon.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, guys. Thanks, guys.
Okay, so I'll pull him off here so that he can set himself up. But there you go. Let it not be said that I cannot do professional. I can.
Very good.
I
I'm just concerned about Eric. Eric, you look like you look like lonely down there. I was worried about you.
He was struggling. By the way, thank you all. I appreciate it. By the way, you guys are more than welcome to put comments throughout. There were some. I would have loved to have gotten a couple of questions from you guys if you were curious about anything, because we had Steve on here and he was gracious enough to give us some time.
I think
So,
we had a lot of good questions, so I think we satisfied.
I think
them,
yeah. Hopefully we were able to cover a pretty good gamut of different stuff. We covered a lot of different categories and some stuff as we were kind of chatting, and it opened up some avenues. So there was some good stuff there. I want to see if I can grab a couple of good comments. So thank you for Collector's Dream for joining in. Appreciate it. So good evening, I believe Orlando. I want to make sure I get the name right, but let me go back a little bit and grab a couple of things. Hi guys, as Nat Turner gets a PSA 10 on an MJ card that was damaged, I will come back to that. I did get a kick out of this one. I'll come back to it in a second. So let me do that here. Justin's back. He showed up. Bobby Burrell and beer sounds like a winner. There you go. I'm gonna skip a lot of comments, guys. I'd love to try to get through them all, but there were a bunch there during the meantime. One thing to know: when SCI does the expo, you don't see the card ladder team making the trip. They just don't love us enough.
No.
The disrespect. Trade nights are the best. There you go. I know they're extremely popular. Trade nights are positive because buyers can cash to spend with dealers. That's actually been one of the things that has worked in the U.S. It has loosened up, and that's why I talked about Series 1. That's what I was referring to, is that, look, you may not be a person who opens boxes, and that's okay. But for the dealers who actually get to sell some product and actually get some money, it helps loosen up some of the activity at the show. Money changing hands helps, because then the dealers have a little bit more cash. Maybe they can buy your stuff, and then in turn you have some money to be able to buy some stuff, and It helps the local economy inside of that room.
It's an Herbal Essence commercial. You tell your friends and so on.
Look at that. Does Eric have to pay for the sponsorship for the trade night? The answer is yes.
Oh,
The answer is always yes.
thought you were
PSA
gonna get
Canada
off
says,
with
"Pay
that
Eric,
there.
pay." Facts.
Oh,
And like I
there
said,
it
we
is.
were keeping it professional, but I want to remind you all that Eric pays for the like button. Every time he clicks on the like button, and I'll remind you, we charge Eric for every like. He needs to pay.
I clicked on the like button this morning.
No, yeah, you probably did. You son
I
of a
did.
bitch.
There was always a like beforehand. That's all I'm
Listen,
saying.
listen.
No, that was the first time I'd done that. Though.
There you go.
It's 3 friggin' shows now. I'm on this show, so I know this show sucks. Thursday night show isn't worth a like or a damn, and Bobble's show should just be taken completely off YouTube. Why would anyone hit a like button for any of these 3 pieces of garbage?
The disrespect, Eric. The disrespect.
Oh my god!
That's why Eric is a tag guy. He just has disrespect. He doesn't care about the hobby. Just doesn't. No love for the hobby.
There is nothing to like. Why would you hit a like button and cost me money?
It's David. Good evening. I think it's so important the long-term success in the hobby from both stores and shows, making those relationships more than transactional. Totally fair. I'm with you. I get it. Let's see here. I heard that there's a sport with some guys that are metal blades and ice and carry sticks for rubber thingy. Sounds interesting. I think that's an allegation.
Mhm.
I know Paul was appreciating the F1 talk and the non-sports talk, so there we go. We covered that. Let me scroll here. Good evening. Absolutely. Let me scroll here. Just looking through. Yeah. This was the other one for Paul. Jeff said, "I'd like to see Eiserman at the Expo." I think Eiserman had been at the
awesome.
Expo. It's been years, but I think he has been at the Expo before. I don't remember when, but I remember him being a guest at some point.
In all seriousness, it'd be very, very difficult with him working, and being a general manager right now. He's not going to say, "Oh, well, let me go up to Toronto and sign autographs." I mean, unless he was in town, playing against the Maple Leafs, and he can, slide over. But you're not going to get him until he's out of hockey.
You'd be surprised what these guys do. You'd be surprised what they do for money, though. It's shocking at times. You still look at the stuff that Gretzky does out there. That he's constantly doing private and corporate events and stuff that I know he's not having fun at them.
Yeah, there are under the right circumstances, a lot of these guys can be had. It's just finding the right discussion point, dollar amount, whatever it is. It's finding the right combination of everything to get them to be like, just agree to it, guys. Just agree. Maximus Pumper, like, good evening. Anybody have some Panini Crown Royale I can break? Just let me pick the box. I'll get to that as well, no doubt. Let's see here. Hockey is loving. How does a longtime hobbyist like Brad become a fan of SCI? Vintage Outlaw Cars Rick also did not appreciate that one. That's a controversial take by you, Brad. A controversial take.
Hey, I'm all right with it.
I wanted to crack a quick joke. Well, he said that, but I wanted to remain professional while Steve was with us.
Yeah, it's like listen, that was our professional moment. That was it. That was we wanted to at least have a moment. We're like, look, we can be professional. We're doing it.
So Brad said, he was surprised by 5 that he didn't make the list, and there he was at number 2. And I was going to say, yeah, the only reason he had a good time and he ranked us number 2 was because he got to meet Bobby and I. That was the highlight of his show.
So you're saying if he hadn't met you, we would have been number 1?
No,
you jerk.
You wouldn't have made the
You
list.
dragged us down. He met the Burrell, and then that other guy, restraining order.
All right, there might
I
be
told him
something
about the
that.
Gretzky blue line. He lost his mind, and he says, "I didn't know about that."
Facts.
I just bought one. He went,
True.
"Oh my God, mine's not a blue line. What am I missing?" I said, "Till next year."
Facts.
And Eric went,
Yep.
That's
So
it.
here's a vote for Bobble's show. I don't know what you're talking about. And Bobble's saying, Eric, the better question is why would folks make you pay? Facts. Facts. Why would they invite Sarah Palin? Look, no judgment, man. Y'all do you.
Yeah, but it seems as if she's not specifically invited. She's coming with
Yeah.
with
That's the impression that I got. That's the impression.
Alan
I
Hart.
got.
was the impression I got.
Yep. Hey, listen, whatever works, man. All right. So John G. So this is the Nat Turner one on Twitter. Basically, what's fun is as far as this one's concerned. So what happened is Nat Turner on Twitter showed off some cards that they were going in, and as far as showing off the cards is fine, but one of the cards was a PSA 10. It was a Michael Jordan, basically a die cut insert I'll see if I can find it for you, but I'll take a look. I'll see if I can find it for you. But basically, it had like a chunk of it cut out, and it was one of those things like, did you even look at the cards before you posted the picture? And this is like, look, listen, no shade, man, but you got to take a look at these cards. You got to look at them before you post the picture, man. It's not a good look. It's not great.
Probably an SGC 10 holder. Yeah.
There you go.
Got
Well,
confused.
that was the problem. The problem is it was a PSA 10 holder, and you're the guy that owns PSA, and it's like, guys, are you
So
sure
what
you
we're
want to be?
saying is Brad graded these in his basement again.
Yeah, I did it. It was all me.
Allegations, shenanigans. Eric, come on.
That's all I can. That's all I can figure. It's like 11. Matt, please let me join your company. 11.
But you know what's funny? Like, there's people that pick things up that are very astute, and they look and they examine things. Like, I watch these clips sometimes on Lord of the Rings. You'll see, like,
By the way, this
there's
is the card in question.
corner.
And right here, look at this section right here. Like, it's plain as day. You can see it with the black background. It makes it even more pronounced. Like, guys, that's a missing piece of the card.
But all right, so
What's that number? I want to write that number down. See if I
did the grader think that was part of the design? I mean, it's perfectly square. There is, from what I can tell, from what, unless you can blow that up, is there any fuzzies?
I will try. I will see what I can do.
Is there any fuzzies from ripped off cardboard, or is it like perfectly square? And the guy's like, "Oh well, this is a stupid design. Why would they change the color?"
Yeah, it won't
But
let me blow
it's
it
good.
up. I'll have to see if I can find a different way, but
All
I'll
right.
take a look. No, honestly, it looks like the piece is missing. Honestly, that's what it looks like to me, especially with the design. It's literally just the background cardboard.
Because my biggest thing with grading and why I've never really done it
Is your inability to comprehend basic English or forms? Exactly. I think Eric's thing froze, and I'm going to roll with it as if that's his response. I just appreciate it that way. I like that he literally froze in exactly that look. Eric, that was beautiful. You did great. You did great right there. You did
I
great.
wish I could tell you that I did that on purpose, but
Yep. Eric's bougie internet has disintegrated. It's gone.
oh my god.
His bougie internet is more fuzzy than that picture. There you go. Here's a closer view.
yeah,
That's
Yeah.
fuzzy and torn off. That's bullshit.
Yeah, like it's 100% torn. Yeah, like it's not even a question. Like look, I'm gonna reiterate something really important. And shame on all of you for forcing me to have to kind of be serious and professional again for a minute. Like I already did with Steve. We did such a good job. We did so good. And now I have to do it again. This is terrible. Part of the whole point of doing the show the way that I do. Here we're gonna have a little bit more fun. There's gonna be a lot more chocolate sticks involved. That's just gonna be the nature of the beast. It's gonna be what it's gonna be. But the point is that when I do the stuff, and I'll go do the PSA Canada show with Brad, we'll obviously do a little bit of a different tone to it. But the point is, in both cases, there's a lot of transparency. I'm not sitting here saying that PSA is the best. That's not my job. It's not what I do. I will say that their resale value is the highest, generally speaking, under normal conditions. And that has proven out to be the case. If that changes, I will let you know. I'd be happy to report that appropriately. We can also say that SGC does a good job in these things, and they're deficient in these areas. We can say that CSG does really well in these things, and they're deficient in these areas. And we can say that Beckett, good luck. We can say that. Although someone on this panel may have patronized Beckett in a couple of different ways. I won't say who, but I have it on good authority that there's a lot more love for Beckett than some people would have you believe, sir. By the way, Eric, I want to give you applause and praise real quick. Before I come back to this, I'm going to come back to this in a second. But I want to give you applause and praise. I did see on your Instagram you had a wonderful sea bass autograph. It was beautiful. It was exquisite. It was magnificent. But what really impressed me, and we didn't get that on Instagram. We got on Instagram the autograph. I didn't realize you had submitted to Beckett, and I didn't realize that the turnaround time was like lightning fast for Eric, bougie Eric that works at Beckett. I didn't realize that you had the in. You knew the guy. Did you know that you know the guy? Who wants to see a black label sea bass? Check it out. It's beautiful. With
That
a
is.
10 autograph too. That's
That's
great. Eric, congratulations. That's fantastic.
Just to prove to everybody that you're full of crap.
You took it out of a black label? That's commitment to the bit, buddy. That's commitment to the bit. I don't know. That looks like a different card to me. By the way, those of you who have high resolution monitors, check out the serial number. You'll get something out of it. Just letting you know. Little Easter egg. Moving on. Anyway. So Eric, congratulations on your black label. I'm glad that you also bought a second one. That's great.
Yeah,
so that you can convince me.
I had to go totally. Oh, listen. Yes, I did it. I got the black label. I sent money to Beckett. The only problem is to be able to have done that, I had to go work for Leaf for like 3 weeks.
You got to do what you got to do, buddy. You got to do what you got to do.
It wasn't worth it.
Was it that though? Are you sure?
It wasn't worth it.
You got to hang out with BG. You got to see the red button.
was
I bet
worth
you
it.
got to see the red
It was
button. You totally got to see the red button. Don't lie to people.
It wasn't worth it.
Yep. You support PSA Canada, who doesn't actually grade the cards to separate companies. Yes, there is. Yeah. Did you flip the Seabass yet? Yeah. Well, he did some flipping in order to get the second one. He's got the black label one in the back. He doesn't want to show you that one. It's his prized possession, man. It's already in the vault now as we speak.
It's in the Beckett vault. Yep, that's where I keep all my prized possessions.
Thank you for finally admitting it.
Yeah,
Appreciate it. But yes. So back to what I was getting at. It's just my point here a second ago was that I have no problem calling out the different grading companies when they deserve it, and the different companies in the space when they deserve it. And we'll talk about the whole thing with the Panini thing as well. We'll talk about that. But the point is, there are a lot of people in this hobby space that take some of this stuff too seriously. And what I mean by that is they take it seriously in the way that they take things that are like a personal affront, even if it doesn't directly deal with them, which is always weird. It's just bizarre. And the thing is, my contention, and I did that in my last video, and it was a longer video. I know some of you probably caught it, some of you didn't. But the point of that video, if I want to give you the short synopsis version, the short synopsis is a lot of the stuff in the hobby is not rational. And because a lot of people get very emotionally invested in some of this stuff, and I understand, and I get that's part of it. But if we're really taking like a sober look at this, just do's the right tool for the job. And by that I mean, if there's a grader that works for your purposes, it's the right price point, the right turnaround time, it gives you what you want, the holder is what you like, great. I'm happy for you. That's awesome. If none of them work and you want to use a one-touch, do that. Use a top loader, use a penny sleeve, throw it in a box randomly. I don't care. It's perfectly okay. All of these are valid. All of them are valid. Do whatever you want. The PSA thing works for me. I've worked with Brad, and like I said, with PSA Canada, I've worked with his predecessor. I have had no issues personally. I know people who have, and their issues are valid, and their contentions are valid. And if they have a bad experience, that's also valid. But it doesn't mean that. So if I have a problem with them, then I have a problem with them. But otherwise, as long as it works for me, that was also the point of the video. As long as it works for my purposes, then it's fine. The moment it stops working for my purposes, I'll look at one of the alternatives. Real simple. Real easy.
Who's the problem with me? What are you saying?
Oh, there's a lot of problems. And Eric has a million problems. You want to hear about problems?
You're not gonna say it in front of his face.
I know. Like, what the hell, man?
Jeez.
Terrible.
We'll see.
Eric's all right though.
Yeah. We got that floor hockey. We got that little bit of road hockey game.
Oh, it's going to be great. It's going to be great. And listen, I know the referee. He's going to swallow his whistle. I'm just letting y'all know ahead of time.
No hip checking, please.
Only hip
You're
checking.
bionic there, man. Are you kidding?
Only hip checking.
Korea.
Well, listen, Eric, even as far as I actually bought a new tripod, but I think it can actually serve dual purposes. So this tripod has actually got the extendable here, and but it's got pretty good heft, and it's got a little handle and everything. I bet this could bounce off a bionic hip pretty well. What do you think?
I think I'd have to get some of that socialist healthcare up there.
I'm just letting you know, I want to make sure we're properly equipped over
We'll
here. Look,
start with this one.
Yeah.
And
the way it works, Eric, is that it's actually got knurled gripping and everything. It feels like they want you to use it for something else. Like I don't know what it could be. Like I'm not sure. We'll have to find out together.
I'll get a whole bunch of Beckett slabs and I'll just like Chinese stars and I'll just like throw them at you.
then I'll throw this guy at you.
That's right. There you go. Yep.
Oh, that's so awesome.
Oh, I got a bobblehead. That's what I picked up. I don't know if it's a rare one or not.
What year is that, Bobby?
This was done
that
by
a
the
mantle?
Catman in the 90s.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a mantle. Yeah.
Do you know what that, I don't even know. how
Japan.
it's really-
Japan on the bottom. Brad.
What is it?
Japan on the bottom. I can't read that.
Does it have writing or is it just a hole?
It says like exclusive. That's
Oh,
what it says, exclusive, and then it looks like it's missing something a little bit.
exclusive. I don't think that's old.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah,
No,
there could be multiple.
not.
It's probably a newer item. It's probably made because they made a lot of
90s.
commemorative stuff. Look, in 1996, there's a lot of Mickey Mantle stuff. That's all I'm saying. In 1996, a lot of Mickey Mantle stuff came out. Obviously, when he passed away, it's like, oh, Mickey Mantle commemorative. Yes, we know there was a lot of it. So real quick, Kakiaki says, are there going to be any tag bulk submitters at Expo? You'll have actual tag. It's one of those things like tag ball submitters is a bit redundant. You can just go see it for yourself if you want to. It's going to be in that aisle. I showed it in the floor plan. You can see it yourself. I'll make my jokes later, but they're all in the same aisle.
That one looks good, Brad. Even though it's a newer one,
I
it
think
has that old look.
in the 70s.
No, not exclusive on it. No, they didn't use that word back then.
Yep. All right. So
It'd be printed, made in Japan, or even actually at that point it might even be wouldn't
Here we
be
go.
China.
Oh, I like this. Be nice to my baby boy next week and don't corrupt it. Not sure I can trust you guys. What? We're gonna take good care of him. Good care. Don't even worry about it. By the way, those welts were there when he came.
Yes,
Just letting you know.
and they go away.
He'll be fine. He's gonna fly it on the hat and everything. He's gonna be great. It's gonna be awesome.
Oh yeah.
We'll take care of them.
Yeah, I'll have Tim watching my back. Yep, I'm safe.
I can't see anything that could possibly go wrong.
I think I
Not
think I
one
might bring
thing.
my mother with me.
Mm.
Mom, you want to go to Toronto?
You might need it for protection. Yeah, you might need it.
Yeah.
Might need help.
Keep these bullies off my back.
All right.
She's
here we
riding
go.
shotgun, you know.
All right, so here we go. I'm ready. I wanted to have a little fun with this one. So, any thoughts on the Kaboom scandal? Scandalous.
Please
All right,
tell
look,
me.
it's not a scandal. Come on, like it's adorable. That's adorable. Okay, but let's talk about it. So, Sports Card Radio did a video. They did a very good job. I mentioned it a little bit at the beginning of the show, but we're going to come back to it now. I wanted to make sure that Steve we had a good conversation with Steve first. I wanted to make sure we talked about it. So here we go. Let's talk about this one. So, Sports Card Radio did a very good video in which they talked about people figuring out the pattern. I want to say for Crown Royal basketball, one of the Crown Royal basketballs. But anyway, so they were able to figure out that on the boxes they have the stickers on the front of it, and depending on the coating on the sticker, you're able to, so far in their testing and the examples they've seen, with pretty good accuracy, they're able to determine which one has the Kaboom. And the Kaboom insert is a 1 per case insert, so it's a tougher insert. So imagine you have a case and you're able to look at the sticker and you realize that's the one with the good stuff. Open it up, pull the good card, and there you go. The rest of the case doesn't have one. So that's the scandalous part, I guess.
They got away from the red marker.
Well, this is what. But here's the thing. No, forget about the red marker for a second. I want to have a serious
Couldn't
kind
figure
of
it out, so they had to-
educational conversation
out.
on this piece for folks that aren't familiar, for people that are newer to the hobby.
This will be the third serious conversation tonight.
It's annoying because it's like, well, why are you guys forcing me to actually have to explain shit? Actual shit. I have to explain it.
I don't need this shit.
for the other
I
people
know.
listening.
I know. Okay, so real quick, I'm going to use this as an example, but it's not quite the same because as far as we know, we haven't seen a pattern for it, but we could. I want to make clear. So the reason I don't consider it to be a scandal is because it's not new. It's new for this product in this specific case, but just to be clear, a quick history lesson for the uninitiated. Over the course of decades in the hobby, for going back forever, people have figured out collation patterns. People have figured out patterns of boxes, the various things. And there have been a variety of theories, by the way, many of which have worked out just fine. Again, I'll go back to the 80s baseball. In the rack packs, you can figure out the collation pattern. If you know the card in the front and the card in the back, you know with pretty good certainty exactly what's in that section of a rack pack. The 86 Flair Jordan that we did a couple of weeks back. Why were the whatnot version, the one that was everybody freaked out and then BBC said it was an anomaly, but it's not an anomaly. It's like whatever.
Johnson.
But the point is, the reason why people raise an eyebrow is because there is a known pattern that tends to follow and tends to be fairly consistent. So the reason you know that is because a lot of people open the product and figure out what the collation pattern is. Other example, boxes. Lots of boxes over the years. Different manufacturers do it where the pack that has the hit for the box is in a certain spot in the box every time. So say like first column, second pack down, there's where the hit is. Well, if people figure that out, what happens if you've got a card shop that sells loose packs? Well, if you walk in there and you're not the first person to see it as soon as it's cracked open, you know that probably somebody already figured that out. Why do people weigh packs? Because they could figure it out. Why did we create decoys? Because people could realize what was the thick pack. There's been a million examples of this, like a million. This isn't a scandal because it's also not new. I'll give you a quick example. Again, as far as I know, there's been no determined pattern on this, but you probably could. Just to be clear, you probably could. Okay, so this is a box of the AW product, an open one, whatever. You got the UPC code and everything on the back, like usual. All of these are standard. I've got 2 of them. I got a sealed one and a closed one. UPC pattern, everything's the same. What is different, though, is on the top of the box, you actually have a different barcode. Now, I took a look at the 2 boxes. I have a sealed one and I have an open one. The codes are almost identical except for the last 4 digits. There is an inventory control aspect to this. When you've got a replacement, Upper Deck asks you to send a code like this. Why? Because then they know which batch it came from. Why would they need to know that? Quality assurance. Now, there's a couple different ways you could do quality assurance. One way you could do quality assurance, which Upper Deck traditionally does in the past, they might change it now, I can check with Billy, but in the past, they'll open a couple of cases to make sure stuff is falling in the right sequencing. So for example, Series 1, they would open a couple of cases to make sure that the Young Guns are falling in the right order. I need 6 Young Guns per box. So they open a case and they make sure, all right, how many Young Guns should we have in a case? X amount. How many of these other inserts should we have? X amount. So you open a case and make sure that the numbers add up. Well, another way you could do it is if you have something like this and you got an inventory control thing, you could open up a case and say to yourself, hey, we need a case hit. You know, there's 16 boxes in a case. This code is for the hit. You look at them all and make sure there's one that has that code. There's your quality assurance done without having opened the case. How Panini does it is their own thing. I don't know for sure, but it wouldn't shock me if that's the way they do it. Now, quick point of order. I'm using this as an example, but it's the same thing. Inside the box, there's another barcode. This barcode is identical to the one on the outside of the box. So they match. For this specific box, this is the barcode and this is the barcode. This is for the Upper Deck. Panini used to do numbers inside the box, not on the outside, inside. And you could, in a case, see a couple of different numbers, but it wouldn't be a lot of them. It'd be a handful. And if you open enough product, you could figure out with reasonable certainty what thing was in the box based on the number inside. So as soon as you open this, before you even open a single pack, you had a pretty good idea what was in there. This is not new. This is just the current iteration of it. People open up shit to figure this out, figure out what the pattern is or the code or whatever the situation is, and then as soon as they figure it out, they exploit it. So is there a scandal? You mean, well, if that's the case, the scandal goes back 25, 30, 40 years. It ain't new.
But you're not allowed to count cards at a casino. What's the difference?
But that's the thing. People weighed packs. People look at these. I'm not saying it's the greatest thing in the world. Now, quick point of order. If you're concerned about this, well, number one, you have a couple of options. One of them is you could make sure you're following with a group breaker that you trust. That's one. Or number two, how about this? Only participate in case breaks. Because if you have a case hit and you participate in a case break, someone logically is going to get the appropriate item as long as everything's cool. And since you're watching the whole case being opened, if something is not kosher, you'll be able to catch it pretty quickly. So that is a very simple workaround around this issue, if you want. All that's going to happen is Panini is going to be like, oh, they figured out the code? Change up the code next time. Make it a little less obvious. Or put it back inside the box instead of on the outside of the box. That's the only thing that happened. So, like I said, I can say Sports Card Radio did a very good job and a good video in which they covered the information. It is good information to know. I'm glad people got that information. But this ain't new. Like, help, Brad, as a store owner who's opened a lot of stuff, like, this isn't the first time we've seen a pattern or a code or a variety of that where you can figure out what's what.
Oh, absolutely. You're 100% right.
So I was like, so I agree with the Kaboom piece. It's fun. It's a good topic. We can talk about it if you want. It's not a scandal. If it's a scandal, we've been doing this one for a long time, guys.
I remember.
You know what it comes. Sorry, Eric, I didn't mean to. But it comes back to, like, it's like anything though. Know who you do business with. Like, it's from all these things, from the group submitters to the breakers to that. Like, when you're a consumer, it's up to you to be responsible to make sure you look after yourself. So don't go on eBay and buy a single box from some random person somewheres.
Yeah, don't do that.
Like it's just not smart. If you want to go buy boxes from Dave and Adams and buy boxes, like we get all our boxes from Grosvenor Distribution. So when I get 4 boxes in, I know they're out of a fresh case. It's not like they're part of it. So when I can sell them to my consumer, I know what they are. But it's like buyer beware. And it seems like most of these things that keep on happening are are people not paying attention.
Well, it's also, though, to be fair, part of the issue is that some of the folks that get the most worked up about this haven't been in the hobby that long. They don't actually know that. So to be clear, the reason why I'm explaining it the way that I just did is not because I'm saying, oh, it's fine, the manufacturers can do whatever they want. No, I'm not giving carte blanche to the manufacturers to do whatever. But I'm saying there is a reason they do that, and it's not the conspiracy. So there were folks trying to conflate the backyard breakers thing to this one being like, aha! And I'm like, what aha? This has been going on for decades. Like they have a quality assurance way of doing it. There is a reason they do it, and it's not so backyard breaker. Listen, backyard breakers didn't exist 10, 15, 20 years ago, and they were doing it back then. And it wasn't so that we could funnel it to group breakers, because 20 years ago, there were no group breakers, and they were still doing it. So what were they doing it for? Like, it's to allow them to know where things are. That's part of the equation. I want to actually show you something as well, in the same vein of what I just talked about. So also I want to read Baz's comment here. Serious collectors took note of pack contents from the 80s and 90s and knew whose card followed whose card, the collation pattern. And then seeing wax pack, they knew what the collation was. As you say, it's been going on for a long time, for a very long time. Now, quick, I'll give you an article. This is cardlines.com. And again, I'm not telling you that what they put in here is 100% accurate, but I'm pointing out that this discussion has been going on forever. This article is Ultimate Guide to Case Hits. By the way, take it with a grain of salt, but I'm just going to show it to you. And this is from May of 2022, so months ago. And inside of it, what is a case hit, blah, 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 how to get a case hit, some cheats to help find case hits. So in this case, they're talking about the plastic wrapping and some theories about that. The stamp number method inside of Panini. You may have noticed that Panini stamps inside of the box with numbers. You have to dismantle the boxes to locate the numbers in many cases. Apparently, the digits in question are used to distribute the hits properly between containers. This is months ago. This is May. By the way, go in blowout forums. You'll find posts from 2018, 2015, 2014, 2018, 2019, talking about very similar things. What happens is people research, they open cases, they pay attention. What happened in this case is people open up enough boxes, they paid attention, they're like, I wonder if this is true. And that's where they did that thing where the guy was being very particular about which one he wanted. He goes, can you show me the sticker a little bit closer? And then as soon as he saw the one he wanted, yes, open that one. It's my lucky number. And then he got the Kaboom card, and there you go. It confirmed the thesis that he was testing. This is a public version of what has been going on for decades. I'm not downplaying it. I'm just trying to inform here. I'm trying to give you a history lesson and an education.
And on a side note, I have been on record for a long time now questioning the sanity of anybody who would want one of those stupid ass cards. They are horrible.
They're great to sell, though.
And the only ones that are as equally as dumb are those Skyline ones or something, when they're jumping over skyscrapers or something on the basketball product. What in the... Who came up with this idea of this crap? No, you need to take down. Go put the tag thing. With the
I have no control over it.
Don't put that.
It is the speaker of truths. The speaker of truths.
There is nothing worse in our hobby than the fact that those stupid ass cards are worth the money that they are.
That's somebody get upset.
At least the PMGs kind of look nice, With the players, it's like popping out of the solid background of whatever color you got. There's nothing good about any Kaboom card ever made. And the example you just showed on that website with whatever those Stephen Curry cards are equally as dumb.
Well, the point is, the reason why I cited that is not because I'm saying what they wrote there is accurate. The point is that the theories on different formulas and recipes and places to look and all that has been going on for a very long time. Now, some of those are accurate, and some folks who open enough material are able to figure out the patterns, are able to figure out the code. I use the example of that AW one. As far as I know, no one's figured out a code for it. But let's say you do. Let's say you open up enough of it and you figure out a code. They've got the autographs one in every 4 boxes. It's not like a super common, it's a couple, 4 per case. So if you could, with accuracy and certainty, figure out the autographs, that would give you a decided advantage, right? So if there's any kind of control number or anything of a case hit as far as that's concerned, or maybe a parallel of the autograph, well, that would be a valuable card to pull inside of those packs. So that would be a big advantage. But people have figured that out forever. The boxes have had the collation where they'll put the loaded pack inside of a certain spot in the box every time. As soon as the dealers figure it out, it's like, okay, so here's my suggestion. Be dubious of a lot of these things. Keep your eyes open. And if you see anything that looks off, don't do it. That'll save you a lot of headaches. It really will. Go ahead.
So I was going to say this earlier. I remember in the 80s and opening, at the shops. I never bought a ball. I was a young kid. I didn't have that kind of money, even though they were extremely cheap compared to now.
Today, yeah.
Right? Yeah, I had a paper route money. I was making
You still do.
$12 a week. So, I remember dealers opening up boxes and putting them on the shelves, and people coming in and say, "Can I have the 4th pack down from the back right corner?" They believed that that's where the Gretzky was, the Lemieux rookie was, the Eisman rookie was, and that's what they would go in and ask for all the time.
Not with hockey; it didn't work out that way.
I don't recall it actually being accurate. I remember people believing that and doing it, and asking for the specific number down on what part of the box, because they thought that was the trick.
Because they pulled it one time before and they figured, hey, lucky again, right?
Oh yeah, people are superstitious. It's amazing. Yeah. We've got a woman in I'm going to say in her mid 70s. She comes in and she buys Pokemon packs twice a week for her grandkids, and I pass her over the box, and people are like, "Oh, you shouldn't let people touch the box." I'm like, "It's okay." But she takes the packs and she rubs her finger on the top of the pack, like on the top of the wrapper, like she's not touching the cards inside. And she literally, you watch her, she does it with signs. She pulls the packs out, she puts them all back in perfect, and then she takes them. And then she comes back to it could be the same box sitting there, which is great. 3 days later, she picks the packs in, she rubs the tops, and she's convinced, right? People are superstitious, and hey, whatever floats your boat. So
for the grandkids, right?
Yeah.
Hey, look, no judgment. Y'all do you. At the end of the day, though, the point there in that story is that no, people have these elaborate rituals. If there's a bunch of boxes on there, they'll be like, oh, what? There are people who legitimately will look at like the serial numbers or the codes or whatever, and they want a certain number. Not because they know a pattern, but because they're like, oh, that's my lucky number. It's the gambling fallacy. It's like, no, you literally are convinced, oh, that's the lucky box. That's the one that's going to get it for me. And it's like, look, to each their own. One other one I'll touch on, since it's also a regular occurrence, a regular discussion point is, and we talked about it before, is the whole shill bidding thing. Look, I've got a simple solution to almost all of the hobby's problems when these are scandals come up. If you're concerned about the breaker figure, yeah, well, that's the thing. But to them it is. So quotation mark scandal. So every time somebody's got one, I got a simple solution for you. If you're worried that the breaker suddenly knows where the case hit is, cool. Only participate in a case break so that someone actually gets the case hit. Problem solved. Easy. Simple solution. You're worried about shill bidding? I got a solution for you. Snipe. You can't effectively shill bid a snipe. You can't. Because the whole point is doing those little incremental bids, trying to work up to your maximum. But you can't do that if you snipe at the last possible second, give a number you're comfortable with, and just let it ride.
Emotion plays into that, though. That's the problem.
I totally agree.
Load an e-snipe, then it's like, oh, that's what I'm paying. That's it. If it goes up, don't pay attention. Walk away.
But my point is that there are very basic and simple solutions to some of these problems that people have with the hobby. So when they show us one of these things, like, hey, I can tell you the video is well done. I can tell you that I'm glad that they talked to the people, got a little information, and they explained what they found and all that. That's cool. And guess what? The next Panini product may have a different code, or it'll be in a different spot or whatever. And Upper Deck will have one. We don't know what the code is, but I'm sure you can figure it out if you really study the case breaks enough. All of them have this. They've always had it. And that's why I said the two people try to conflate them. Because remember, the discussion with the backyard breaks guys was, oh, they fixed it so the backyard breaks guys not only got a card a specific card. Well, that isn't what that other one was. That wasn't what the other one was. The point of this one was that you would get a kaboom, not a specific kaboom. You're getting the case hit, but you're not getting, oh, I want this specific player. That, as far as I know, that isn't what the code said. The code said you will get a kaboom. And it's whatever's in the checklist, you'll get one of them. Hopefully you get the good one, but you don't have control over which one. The point is that, but the Backyard Breaks guys, though, had the in to the point that you could get it down to the card. Because when they're doing these astronomical odds, it wasn't getting a big hit, it was getting that specific big hit. And I'm like, so we're talking about two different things. You're declaring victory. This supposedly proves your point. It's like, no, you didn't. You didn't prove shit. Number one, it's been going on forever. Number two, you need to get me down to the card. Because if you don't get me down to that specific player, that specific card, you didn't prove anything. That's two different conversations. We can discuss one and then discuss the other, but they're two separate discussions. I'm sorry.
Brad, what did you find that you're going to show us? You were back there.
No, I'm multitasking here. I'm
Gotcha.
trying to get, yeah. I have a project that I'm working on, so I'm trying to be quiet and put cards in.
There you go.
I got a whole bunch of things I'm doing. Sorry.
No worries. No worries.
I thought you were going to show us some goodies or something pre-expo.
I was going to say, you always turn around. There's always stuff back there.
I did get a cool. Maybe someone can help me. That's in the chat. I'm not sure if you guys. Well, Carlos, maybe. I got this today in the mail from Panini.
Okay.
It was a redemption.
So you got one of the silver bars, basically.
Yeah, silver bars. Let's see if I can get that out there.
I can't tell who it is.
His name is Rashad Bateman.
Okay.
No?
It rings a bell, but like it's not a name I've heard in a while.
That's
Is he playing
thick.
for the
Wow.
Giants?
Yeah, it's literally a 1 ounce silver piece. It's a 1 ounce silver bar.
Ravens. Yeah, Ravens. Sorry, it's a 1 ounce silver bar. It's very cool.
So if nothing else, it has value from the 1 ounce silver bar. Even if the
Yeah,
player sucks, the 1 ounce silver bar still holds some value.
Rip it out and melt it down.
Sorry, and I do have this
Yeah.
in my hand.
Now, it's going to be funny, by the way. I watched a bunch of breaks for it. I'm going to have so much fun. When I go to the expo, my plan is to make sure that I open it when Billy's around. I go, Billy, you made sure Brad got the right one right, the marked one right, because I've seen some of those breaks, brutal.
Yeah.
Because
Oh,
it's feast or famine, Bobby. It's feast or famine. Like there are some ones that have been really good, and there are some like oh.
How much is it?
Oh my God, Eric Chocolate Stick card. Ugh.
How many wrestlers have the last name of Johnson? We will find out.
I guess.
Speaking of that, I'm buying a pack. I got to figure out how to do it.
A pack / box.
I'm buying a pack in the break because I think it's going to be fun. The 86-87 Flair.
Oh,
Okay.
That Dave and Adams do it with Spud Webb.
scandalous.
I think it's going to be awesome. So if you pull a Spud Webb card,
So Bobbles has your answer here, Ron Bateman. In the IR with foot surgery, so you didn't hit the gold line, just a bar of silver.
okay, cool.
There you go.
But have you followed that? Have you seen it, Carlos?
No.
Have you
I heard because I think Sports Card Radio wants to do a live on this one. They want to
Yeah.
do another live stream on this one.
So they added some features in. So not only it's four grand a pack.
Yeah.
If you hit it, well, Jordan obviously, but if you Spud Webb's going to be opening with them. If you hit a Spud Webb, you get $4,500 cash back. So there's 3 Spud Webbs in there as well.
Oh.
So if you hit a Spud, they're adding more and more of these fun things. Anyways, me and 3 guys. They committed tonight, so we're all putting in $1,000 US, and we're going to split on one spot, and we're going to enjoy the festivities. If anyone else wants to come in, let me know, and
Nice.
we'll be happy to split it.
Just make sure the collation is right. That way you'll know the fix is in.
Right.
Make sure you got the right collation.
Who gets
Okay,
the
so-
sticker?
Moving on. Albert here says, I got an Or and How auto books. Do PSA authenticate that? So autograph books, you mean? I'm guessing that's what you mean, Albert?
Holding cards?
Are you talking about physical books, like autograph physical books? Is that what you're talking about? Could you clarify that? It would really help. So here's Hockey Hoggy. Carlos, any thoughts on the hanky panky in the hobby? I think a grown man who says hanky panky needs to be thrown into a meat grinder. Now, that said, aside from that, I think a lot of it is overblown because a lot of it is both A, been out there for a while, kind of like the stuff I just talked about, but also B, I don't care about you discuss, like, if you want to call something out that you think is inappropriate, by all means, please do, feel free, go for it. I would also like, let me finish. I would also like it to be accompanied with a proposed solution. Because otherwise, I don't know what you're actually accomplishing. That's the part I challenge. I've always challenged that. And if I don't feel like it comes with a proposed solution, then I really don't care what you have to say. Because a lot of the stuff you're talking about, I already know about. Or I am familiar with that exact thing. You've shown me nothing that is new. And also, I don't care.
Eric, you were going to say something.
Go ahead, Eric. With my caveat, do you
Yes.
still have a response?
I was going to say that the show is stupid, and the solution is people should stop watching it.
I think people should hit the like button so that you pay. I think that's a better solution. That's a much better solution.
It's not a better solution.
That is actionable. That is what people can
Stop
do.
watching this crap.
I think that would help a lot. I think it would make everything better. You hit the like button. I make you pay. Everyone gets to watch you pay and suffer. And then we all win.
No, we don't all win. You always
We
say
all win.
win.
Okay, everyone that matters wins.
All win.
Everyone that matters wins.
Everyone that sees you in pain wins.
Yeah. What if we enjoy your pain? What if your pain gives us joy?
It's
Say
clear
it.
that seems to be the case.
Perhaps. Schadenfreude, my friend. I am a big proponent of Schadenfreude.
I am a sadist. I do watch things for 50 years.
And that's what's going to make it great. When years and years and years from now, everyone else has been enjoying Bobby's virtual online book, and Eric is still going, so is it ready? Soon, Eric, soon.
Mhm.
I wish you stopped joking about that. It cuts the heart deep.
So let me go back to Schadenfreude. Do I have to explain the Schadenfreude thing again? So that suffers encapsulated in Brad's buddies, Bubbles, Coke glasses, thick, yep. Bayman has potential, but Ravens with Lamar doesn't throw over big yards, so low receiving stats. Fair enough. There you go. I think he'll be on eBay next week. There you go. Perfect. Okay, so Albert says yes, it's their own books with an autograph. Do they do the authentication of like a book? You're not going to get that encapsulated. It's not going to be. I think you have to go JSA. I think if you are coming down to the show, do JSA, and I think that'll be your best bet.
Yeah, we want I'm pretty sure I've been in talks with PSA DNA that I'm hoping that they'll be there for the next show. But yeah, JSA will be there doing it. So
yeah,
I don't want to talk
Send
about
us a picture. We could tell you in 2 seconds. Most
I
common
don't want-
autographs to figure out.
I don't want to talk about this topic. Move on.
Mm-hmm. What do you mean? There are people I've heard there are individuals who have autographs that get authenticated by like everyone's favorite hobby business, Beckett. Now, could you imagine? Wouldn't it be interesting if someone who expresses a lot of issues, concerns, and trepidations with Beckett, for example, for the hell of it, could you imagine if such a thing were to occur? Do you think that would be a thing? Brad, do you think that'd be a thing?
yep, I do.
Something like, Beckett authenticates, something like that, yeah. Oh, Sanderson Orr, I know that guy. I know that guy. Yeah. Oh, Johnny Cash, look at this. Authenticated by Beckett, the most legitimate authenticator in the thing. Something that Eric is very passionate about as he continues down his line of horrific hypocrisy. His entire shtick is lies.
Wow.
How interesting. How convenient. Oh, hold on. Let me hit the like button on this one. There you go. You got a like on that one.
There it is.
Thanks, Albert. Appreciate you bringing this up.
It's beautiful. Wow. It's magnificent. Isn't it great? Oh, look at it. Oh, it's wonderful. Here you go. And here's a great comment from Josh Packman. So I appreciate that. I really like how you solely release evidence that you secretly work for your favorite company. I agree, Josh. These are facts. Facts. As we often say, thou doth protest too much.
From my account.
Thou doth protest too much.
I doth.
Bubbles is in Tokyo with Axl Rose. He's still going strong. Very nice. That sticker looks suspect. I know. It's not even round. Facts. Baz says, thumbs up. Appreciate it, Baz. Nice, Brad. I mainly watch for Bubbles updates. Good times. I like it. Good job, people. I love it.
So all I'll say is this.
About your horrific hypocrisy. Your throne built of lies.
I was extremely torn.
You weren't torn at all. You were like, Carlos, I'm so excited. My favorite.
No.
Beckett can authenticate this for me. It will make it legit.
No.
Those were your exact words to me. You texted me with that.
I did text you, and I asked you to be a judge and to give me your best judgment on whether it would be hypocritical of me to have this authenticated by the two authenticators who were standing in front of me at work, that I could get this done for free. And you said that it would not be hypocritical.
I don't believe I said that at all.
Because that is what you said.
And I also believe I said it would be full of much mockery,
and you
which
did
we are
say
in the
that.
progress of right now.
Yes, that was made clear. So
Yes.
it was that we don't give the authentication part of the company a hard time. It's the grading part in which we bash, and that it would not be hypocritical of me to use them as authenticators, especially since they came to me and it was free.
And yet, despite this, do you not feel shame?
I feel
The fact that you have to justify yourself, I believe, Bobby, correct me if I'm wrong, does it not feel like Eric is justifying himself right now? If he was fine with it, do you think he'd need all this justification? Couldn't he just roll with it and be done with it?
No, Eric likes to justify. He likes to talk it out. And he gets himself deeper, though. That's a problem.
I didn't really see. I didn't really stop at the Johnny Cash thing either.
No, I bet you didn't. You just, as soon as you got a little taste of Beckett authentication, you're like, oh, sweet nectar. Sweet Beckett authentication. Look at it. Look at it.
This is a Derek Sanderson, Bobby Orr, dual signed puck. Oh, this is gonna hurt.
Oh,
there it is again.
damn.
There it is again. Look at it. Look at it.
I don't want to look at it.
But you do. You do. Before the show, you were like, my precious.
No.
Mm-hmm.
My beautiful, beautiful, fully authenticated puck.
So,
Take the sticker off it.
Yeah.
well, I don't want to. I don't want to damage the puck.
Oh,
It's the back of the puck. Don't worry.
I would, but I don't want to damage it.
So Eric admits he can be bought for a measly Beckett authentication sticker. Facts. Carlisle, the sticker of shame. Shame.
Mm-hmm.
Autos look fake, Eric, probably. Eric is coming out of the closet more ways than one. Facts. Facts, Baz.
Oh.
Good evening, Paul. 1 week to Expo. Facts. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Paul, I think you're coming down to Expo. I think we're going to see you. Should be a good time. Oh, wait, so it's all coming to light that Eric does indeed work for Beckett. Bubbles. All the truth comes out tonight. We are learning all the facts of this situation. The facts of this case. The scandal is not a scandal. It's normal operating procedure. You can defeat shield baiting with sniping. You lazy bastards, just snipe. Just do it.
So I showed you the Johnny Cash on the Instagram, and I had a nice little story to it, and all, and now I just admitted that there may have been something else with the puck, and I showed that.
Oh my goodness, it just gets worse. The hole keeps getting dug deeper and deeper and deeper. Like now we got an autograph 8x10. How much crap did you get authenticated, Eric? Like honestly.
I'm a bad man.
Yeah.
I disgust myself. Like I don't even think I think I'm just gonna. I can't even look at myself.
I wanted to make sure that we all looked at you before you went off camera. I needed to make sure we all looked at you.
I'm disgusted.
The face of hypocrisy, the face of shame.
I'm just absolutely disgusted with myself.
Yeah, unless I should show the Arctic Signatures into Shining 2. Red rum. There you go, Paul. Good stuff. Sounds good. This show has become Eric's Beckett PC. I know. Right?
Let's chill.
Not good.
It's just a disgrace. I haven't even gotten my second beer yet. This is how horrified and shocked I am. Horrified. Now the good news is it means my other beer is going to be damn cold. It's going to be great.
It's true.
But let me tell you.
That is the end. All right.
Is that the end? Are you sure?
No. You'll be fine.
Do we need to talk about the Black Label 10 again?
Yeah.
Black Label 10 was pretty good. I remember that one.
No, because I had to do really bad things to get that, and I may never recover.
Worst things that you've done to a chocolate stick?
I
Mm.
had to go to work. I had to work for BG. I had to go to work for Leaf to get that black label. That's the only way to get them.
Oh,
I appreciate this callback, Baz, and I agree. I like every aspect of this. Johnny Cash is hurt. I hurt myself today.
That's true.
That's what happened. Man, you can't trust anyone anymore. Aaron, I know. Next, he'll have a Kaboom and a black label. Oh my god!
wouldn't that be something? There we go. It's the pinnacle.
This is good.
Don't read the next one. Do not. No. No.
Hold on, I'm doing one better.
Oh,
Hold on, I am screenshotting this one. That's a screenshot. That's going on the Instagram.
this is a defining moment.
Oh my goodness. We have sunk to the lowest of the lows. This is deep. This is deep.
Yeah.
Are you sure? Are you sure, Kathy, that you want, like, I can show Eric the tripod that I got. There's got some amazing features. I can show him real close. Just say the word. Let us know.
I made my mother cry. I didn't look at the emoji. Oh, this is horrible.
Brad, this is an awkward moment. We started off so professionally. And then it just devolved. We sunk into the low depths, the sunken depths of wallow.
I have it in writing that Carlos said I could do it. He gave me permission.
Yeah, but I'm also a bastard.
Yeah, it's true.
Are you sure? Like, you do understand that it's also self-serving. Like, if you were like, Carlos, would it be okay if I lit myself on fire and filmed it for entertainment and content? Yes, Eric, it would be. Afterwards, in the burn unit, he's like, why did you say it was okay?
Yeah.
I'm an evil bastard.
So your judgment is only a minor infraction, and the punishment is only slight mockery.
This is slight mockery, Brad.
What's
This
the word?
is slight mockery.
I said I can live with that. I was afraid of total banishment and all credibility taken away.
Oh, first of all credibility has been taken away. First of
That's been going on.
gone. Ship has sailed. Iceberg hit boat underground. Boat turned into coral reef. Gone. Over. James Cameron made a movie about it. We're done. It's over, my man.
Thanks for your fair and swift judgment. And then he told me, no worries. I will advise you in the future of infractions that have drawn and quartered as prescribed sentences.
I did not draw and quarter you. I am merely torturing you with horrific mockery.
So
This is, by the way, slight mockery. You don't want to see full-fledged, unrestricted mockery. This is me mocking with a restrictor plate on.
So I did go to the judge to get a judgment before I pulled the trigger and asked them to take a look at these things.
Aaron says you literally brought shame upon your family. You literally did. You truly did.
First time.
Just saying.
Probably won't be the last.
Absolutely. Here we go. Kathy, at least you took a young Catholic man who was roaming the streets as a wee lad. God bless you. Very nice. Very nice. Kind words, Baz. Carlos is like a cat if it became a human. I think that's reasonable. Truly. I think that's fair. I know enough cat people who would probably test.
Just remember, dogs are man's best friend, not cats. Cats are horrible, horrible creatures.
That's basically the point he was making. Yes.
That is the point. I agree.
Yeah. So Brad, go ahead. I know you want to take off.
I'm going to take off. I'm going to be in the chat while I lie in bed and have a little snack before, and I'm going to enjoy some more mockery and some. Just honestly though, I have to say, Eric, I'm disappointed.
No, be angry. Don't be disappointed.
No one's angry, Eric. Look. There's different reactions. Bobby's disgusted. Brad is disappointed. I'm jubilant because, frankly, I just need an excuse.
Yeah.
So I want to be transparent with y'all. I'm jubilant because it's like, oh, this is like, put it on a tee for me. Why don't you? Hold on. I'm ready. Let's go.
All right, boys. I'll be in the chat.
Have a good one, Brad. Take it easy.
I was tempted by the devil himself. Okay.
And you gave in because you're weak. You're a weak man.
They came to my work and said, hey, you got anything that you want us to authenticate for free? And I was like, maybe. And then
You sold your soul for free, man. Ooh, I don't know. At least you could have been offered money. Like,
I'm
at least
just
that would have had some dignity to it. It would have been at least insatiable greed.
I'm just glad I didn't have more time because I probably would have brought more stuff.
Of course you would have, you weak man.
I am. I'm weak, Carlos. Pity me. Don't punish me. Pity
Oh, no,
me.
no, I have no pity within me. I am a horrible.
I'm sick.
Horrible person.
Okay, I am a
You,
sick,
oh, that you are.
sick individual.
That you are. That I agree with. That
Okay.
that I think is true.
I have problems. I have.
Chat, help me. Chat, help me. I'm the wrong person to answer this question. Do you feel pity for Eric? Do you feel pity for Bougie Eric, who pays for the like button?
To my place of
You could show
employment.
pity for him by hitting the like button and making him pay
No.
penance.
There's nothing.
Penance.
We are talking about getting authenticated by Beckett and that my mother no longer loves me. Why in the world would you hit like buttons for that?
Oh, that all sounds great to me. Can I add additional accounts so I can hit the like button to my own stream?
Well, the fact that we have people watching this is just shows you how low society has gotten.
That's probably true.
Oh my God. I am a victim. I'm a victim of
Now you're a victim. Interesting.
yes, I'm a victim of circumstance, and I'm a victim of bad advice from Carlos, who told me to do it.
Oh, I didn't tell you to do it. You asked me if it would be okay.
I am a victim in all of this.
I don't think you're a victim. I'm not buying the victim argument here. Eric is like the Brewers, disappointing fans since '76. That's probably true.
What would you buy?
Mm.
Because I'll try that.
What would I buy?
Whatever gets me out of this.
Bobby, he just gave us an opening.
What was that?
He tried to elicit pity, and I have no pity within me because I may have no
I'm
soul.
a victim.
There's a real possibility I have no soul. He claims he's a victim now, but then I'm like, I don't buy.
That's in
pity.
everybody.
Yeah,
Yes.
but I'm saying I don't buy pity. He goes, what would you buy? I'm like, ooh, that could open up the door to a very interesting thing. It's like, well, you're trying to barter your way out of this horror that you put yourself in.
I'm just saying, how can I get out of this?
See what I'm saying?
You can't. But what I plan on doing is getting this mug,
Okay.
Air Calendar Stanley Cup 1982. Bob Nystrom will sign it. Will Beckett authenticate it? If I get the bottom signed or something.
All right, I've actually opened a poll in the chat, by the way, for you
No.
guys.
No.
And the question is Bougie Eric a victim? Yes or no?
Come on.
Simple question, simple poll, yay or nay. I want the people to have their opportunity, to have their say. It's 50-50 right now. 2 votes. We got enough people in here. They could vote. I've got enough people that I consider a quorum. So let's see what happens. I'll see what happens. Oh, right now it's 80% no. Ooh.
No. Okay.
It's starting to fade. Eric, it's fading
I'm a
fast.
victim of circumstance and bad advice.
It sounds like a man with excuses to me, not a victim, Bobby. Sounds like a man of excuses.
I have the proof that Carlos okayed and encouraged me
And
encouraged.
I don't recall encouraging. I don't think any of the phrasing used was encouraging.
Carlos doesn't encourage.
I do not encourage.
The and shouldn't be there, but
I certainly don't condone.
maybe a colon or a semicolon after that. But
Yeah, it's like listen, Eric, you got to understand. I do not condone this behavior. I tolerate,
Neither do I.
and in instances like this, I wait for the moment to strike and pounce.
Mhm.
That's what I do. Interesting.
I'm a victim
I
of circumstance.
don't think so, Bubbles.
This poll is actually pretty close. 12 votes, 50-50.
I am the
Ooh.
victim. Okay, they came to my place of employment and said, "Hey, you got anything you want authenticated?" And I was like, "Well, hold on a second." And I said, "Hey, Carlos, do we make fun of the authentication, or do we just make fun of the grading and the all-around running of the company?" "Nope, authentication usually is pretty good. We don't usually have a problem with that." And I went, "Okay." And
You've shown plenty of irrational hatred towards all of it, man.
well,
I don't know.
keep in mind the reason I hate Beckett is because I feel as if they let me down. Because they used to be the shining light of the hobby, and then they went down the toilet, and now they're like just crap.
Other
So
things used to be better.
so if
not all.
we don't give them a small chance to prove to themselves, prove that they're on the right direction, how do we know?
Mm-hmm. Interesting.
I didn't.
I think
say,
Eric is the perp.
no.
Eric is most definitely a victim of his own demise. So that he gave you
Well,
the
I am a
victim, but of
victim.
his own demise.
But I am a victim.
A victim of 3 Mile Island. We
That's
got a lot of
true.
things. I'm guessing your evidence is 80 proof. Interesting.
Mm.
I'm astounded how fast Eric got bailed out after meeting with Mr. Pelosi in San Francisco. Dang.
Hmm.
Dang.
Thought it was Texas.
Sean here. Good evening. Carlos, I was pumped to get a PSA return today. Got a PSA 10 Trish Stratus Hugs and Kisses insert from 2003 Fleer. A very specific choice, but well played, sir. Well played. Well played. I remember they came up with a lot of those in Fleer. I'm guessing that's literally one of those Kiss cards. If memory serves me, they had a bunch of them around that time period. But Trish Stratus, hey, she's a Hall of Famer. So, and she was extremely popular, especially for that time period. So you could do worse. You could certainly do worse. Canada's own Trish Stratus. All right, so I'm actually kind of impressed. Guys, I don't know. We're still stuck on 12 votes. We're at a 50-50 deadlock. I can't vote in my own poll, or I would love to sway the balance of this, but it's like
I already voted. So.
Ask yourselves, what would you do? Beckett comes. to
you
your
would
house.
have courage of your convictions. You would stand
could.
behind your attestations.
You
As
could.
far as I'm concerned, Beckett anything should be persona non grata for Bougie Eric.
You could think that.
Even if there's a guy named Beckett on the street that you see, you should be like, people need to hold you back to punch him in the face.
You could think that, or
Mm-hmm.
you could say, if they walked into your house with their authentication equipment, which is a laptop, and said, "Hey, let me look at your collection, and we're gonna make it more valuable just by putting this stupid sticker on the back," you would say,
Did it make more valuable? Are you sure? Are you giving us financial advice as far as the marketplace? What
Maybe
is the marketplace on a Beckett sticker on the back?
It's more
Potentially,
resaleable.
that's it. Potentially.
Yeah,
Interesting.
yeah.
I don't know if I saw that in auction, I'd be like, well, first of this Bruins player, so I'm already kind of out. But even if I was in Beckett sticker, I give you $1.50. I think $1.50 is about right.
Take it and run.
The
Stratus still married to a wrestler. As far as I know, she married. She was actually with the same guy for a very long time and got married to him. He was outside of the wrestling business though. He wasn't involved in it. As far as I recall, she was with him.
Married a long time.
No, she was like literally when she was still into
That's
wrestling.
why
Yeah.
I said.
Yeah, because she met him basically while she was still a fitness model, like earlier in her life, and then she basically was with the guy the whole time, and then yeah. And as far as I know, they're married. They got kids, so just been doing her thing.
And the answer to that question is yes. Is today's PSA yesterday's Beckett? Absolutely. Beckett was number one. It controlled everything.
It was number one for quite a while there. They'd have a little run there.
Well, I would say no. I would say
Everything.
Beckett had more hands in the pie with the magazine and the grading service
Oh,
at that time.
that's not nice.
Seems about valid to me. And the poll has now skewed to no. We had the tiebreaker.
No,
We were close. We were tied there.
No, I am a victim. I'm a victim of circumstance. It's not my fault that they came to my place of employment. And it was like, hey, you got anything? And I'm like, well, maybe.
Johnny Cash, maybe.
Sean says, who doesn't love the white paper flag on a BGS 7.5? LOL. Puke.
Oh my God, that stuff is so gross.
Baz says, the thing Eric doesn't realize is that Beckett Authentication Guy is a tag employee.
Maybe.
Do you guys think the hobby changes permanently after the dust clears from the current slowdown? This is a good question, Aaron. I like this one. This is a good one. Paper starts today. That's valid. Okay, so this is a good question. So I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to get my refill. Right now, we're sitting at 13 votes. One more no, which just barely puts us into the no category.
Come on.
And by the time I come back, I will end the poll.
No.
And then it shall be official.
Listen,
I'm giving you a chance to plead your case, Bougie Eric.
Yeah,
By the time I come back, I will
go
end
to
the poll.
15, an uneven number, right?
I pleaded the case. They came to me. I did not go to them.
Then
While
you
you're
beat
pleading your
DC,
case-
whatever.
While you're pleading your case, why don't you take a shot at this question, and I will come back and I will give some thoughts on this, but I'll give you a chance to take a stab at this question. I will be right back.
Well, if people, Bobby, can I go first on this? May I?
You may as well go ahead.
Okay, so I already answered this question
Oh,
in January.
Okay, I'll go then. Oh,
All right, so this line is where we were before COVID. Okay.
Mhm.
Now
other
we
bitches.
went up here during COVID,
He's going to make an isosceles triangle here.
and I said we would then come back down in July. Now, what I said was,
Told you.
okay, what I said was it was going to come down a lot, and it has. But what I also said is it was going to stay above pre-COVID numbers, and it still has.
I think
So,
he's talking about the hobby, but maybe not necessarily just about the money.
but well, the
I'm thinking
hobby
about it differently.
together, doesn't it? You got to purchase and sell.
The interest levels. There's a lot of other, facets to it. I would say, does it permanently change? Like, do we come out of a recession? Do we go in a recession? Do it, is that going to affect the hobby? Is that going to affect the interest levels? Are investors going to get in, stay in, get out? Fractional is going to go tits up, or are they going to keep going? NFTs, are they going to come in or not? Is Fanatics going to take over everything and screw up everything? So I think all those questions are kind of, collectively in
NFTs
that
are done.
question.
When was the last time anyone even talked about NFTs? You saw an ad on social media, or like NFTs were everywhere. They were literally, some of them were on TV. All right.
Mhm.
There was commercials on national television with celebrities promoting NFTs. You don't see them anymore. NFTs, anyone that has been around for long enough knew that whole
It's
thing
a
was
first
bullshit.
attempt, anyways. That's the first attempt at this time.
and it's dead. And
For now.
anyone who invested money in it lost all their money plus. And so we're not going to try that again. Do
So
you
if
think?
you got that triangle kind of thing, if you turn it like sideways, then it kind of, right? Then it works. The other way.
This way?
Yeah. That's about the way NFTs went. Kind of went up, kind of went sideways, then it went straight, and now we're
Yeah.
down to nothing. Yeah.
Now we're down to nothing. So I think that the new bottom floor is there. That's
Has
where we
Eric
are
literally
now.
been doodling and drawing while I've been away?
Yes, it's been
I
interesting.
was reiterating my comments from January that I predicted.
I thought you were redoing Poopy Pony or something. Anyway, in that vein, we are ending the poll. He had 10
No.
minutes, and his drawing apparently did not sway the people. I am ending the poll now.
This sucks.
57% say nay, sir.
I'm
nay.
not. I am.
I'm sorry.
Wow.
57% said you were not.
Sorry. I was rooting for you, Eric.
Look, this was a democracy. I didn't even vote to I didn't even vote to corrupt it. I could have. I have another account. I could have gone in and done it.
I bet Brad voted. He got offline so he could vote.
Probably. Now he'll come back and go, I'm not that busy.
I'm not going to curl up in bed with my cookies and milk. No. I just wanted to go
cookies.
off and vote you down.
I got one too. I should go.
That's why I hate them.
Because Eric doesn't have any, and we could both eat cookies.
I know. Bobby, feel free. Go for it. It's the right thing to do. I'll read a couple of these comments in the intro.
Yeah. That's
And
why
then I'll go back
Brad's
to mocking
a
Eric.
stupid head. And I don't like him.
Yep, 8 more pukes in. LOL. I can be bought like Eric. Switch my pool vote. There you go. Should have taken advantage of that. Maybe you could have. So for the manufacturer to guarantee a certain hit per case, someone must know the correlation. Otherwise, they can't make the guarantee up. I was talking about mainly from a QA perspective, but basically, yes. You have to be able to confirm. Like, look, remember something. I'll remind everybody. The manufacturers do not actually manufacture cards anymore. They effectively design cards and come up with a certain treatment and a certain configuration, whatever. But then they have contractors that they work with. And most of the manufacturers work with the same contractors. So they say to them, hey, print the cards, print them like this. This is the configuration. This is the design. This is the style. Print it, cut it like this, and then collate it like this, put it in packaging like this, and then give us back the packaging. Well, guess what? What if you have a case hit? Part of the thing is the odds on the different inserts. Well, if you got a case hit, okay, we've got a case. How do we confirm that there is one per case? How do we know? So, but that doesn't mean they know exactly which player that hit is comprised of, but they know there is a hit in that case, and they have to be able to quickly identify that and do a quality control check. Otherwise, you buy a case and you complain that you didn't get a case hit, and your buddy bought a case and didn't get a case hit, and then the third guy got 7 case hits inside of one case, and you're like, what the heck? Where's the quality control? You have to have a way to check. I think we will see more folks leave and have a better idea where things will be moving forward by the 2023 National. That's fair. NFTs were always a con and always will be. There you go. Eric is right about this. Wow. Stuff about 20 to 30 years ago is doing really well overall. There you go. NFTs like Project 2020. Once the money got stupid, everybody started making them and stuff. Worthless even more. Don't worry. The Poopy Pony NFT will bring it all back.
Mm-hmm.
Or remember about Project
That might
2020?
be true.
Yeah. At least one Keith Store rookie. Yes. Good evening, Korean Cardboard. Absolutely. I bet Eric eats oatmeal cookies. Eric, oatmeal cookies? What kind of cookie are you talking about?
I love oatmeal cookies.
Oatmeal raisin.
I love oatmeal raisin cookies. They're delicious.
Mm-hmm.
Do you ever have oatmeal raisin and chocolate chip? Oh,
I
they're
like
heaven.
those two. Yeah.
Heaven.
Wait. So question.
Heaven. I'm in
We know about your
heaven.
passionate love of the chocolate stick. So here's what I want to know. So if we get like a 100 baseline, where is oatmeal chocolate chip cookies fall? So 100 is like your baseline. If you love it like twice as much as something else, it'd be like 200. So
I'm
where are we
sorry,
indexing?
I can only work on a tag scale. So we need to go-
1,000.
Yeah, we need to go to 1,000.
970 something.
Yeah, definitely 973.
So where's the chocolate stick?
That's 1,000.
72.
That's 1,000.
There's no 1,000. There's no 1,000.
Interesting.
999.
What if the chocolate stick has extra glaze?
You got to understand the tag.
Oh, then it's 1,011.
Bobbles. Explain it to them.
Interesting.
I don't think. And I'm
We don't want them on another rant.
Listen, I'm being half serious. I don't think there's
Which half?
any at Tag who understands Tag better than Baubles.
Nobody.
That guy has done some serious research.
Mm-hmm.
He understands that business better than they do. Nobody.
That I believe. That I believe.
But his point was he didn't understand it. So
And that still made him have more understanding of the people who work there.
it's true.
What does that
So
tell you?
I think that was a good question, is where's the hobby going? You know, as the aging population gets there, a lot of the common singles will go by the wayside and they'll be worth the dollar bin stuff.
Well, I used the analogy of
Fanatics will do what they do, which we don't know what's going to happen. Do I see them being overly successful? No.
Right. Now I use the analogy of the set collector being a bit of a dying breed as well, because it's one of those things, like, even forget about everything else with all the distractions and kids and everything that really don't have to collect anymore. Like, it's one of those things. There's so many other opportunities and options and different things you could do, but forget about that. Even let's pretend the ones that who do decide to keep collecting, they're probably going to be more acclimated to a singles kind of life. It'll be certain themes, certain categories, certain segments. The set will be a lot less appealing. It's not going to be like, oh man, I can build this set and get a bunch of these people I don't care about. Or I can get the card of this person that I care about.
That's even with modern, because who wants a set when the sets are thrown away when they're doing breaks, right?
Exactly. So it gets devalued. But even if I go to the vintage side of things, so let's give them the most advantage you can. There are going to be some people that are going to be like, okay, so I want to build a 54 top set. Okay, do I care about this person, this person, this person? Not really. I just want an Aaron and a Jackie and a Maze, and there we go. I'll get some of the key cards and the key players, and okay, so I could build the rest of the set, or I could just enjoy this. And some people will choose to be like, oh, I'll just get the key cards for it, and I'm happy, I'm satisfied. I don't need to build the rest of the set, because then I'm just
going on
spending
right now anyway.
Yeah, and I'm spending money on a bunch of common players who may have interesting stories, but then I got to go dig into it, but I'm less interested, so I'm not going to spend the time on it, and I can move on to a different set.
There's another way of looking at that too. If the prices do come down to a certain degree, whereas they're dollar cards, or 5 or 20 or 50, per card, it's worth building the set at that point, because it's not going to cost you $4,500. It'll be a $2,000 set or a $1,500 set with the stars. So things will really work out better that way, I think. So going forward, less is more and more is less kind of thing.
It can, but it's one of those things where I guess it'll depend on the individual. I'll just put it that way. It depends on the individual, because there are some sets that I do that I'll build the set, and I've decided ahead of time that I'm building the set. There's other ones where I wouldn't mind having a couple of the singles out of it, but you could reduce the commons to a penny, and it's like, but then I still have to house them. I don't want them. I physically don't want to store them, so it's
They're
like
just
at any
cards.
cost. Yeah, but if they're not there, then they take up no space. then I have the set is 500 cards, and I only bought 4 cards because those are the only 4 I cared about, and I saved the space of 496. Multiply that by a bunch of sets, and I actually saved quite a bit of space over time.
True. Unless they're graded or ungraded. Grade
Sure.
the stars, keep the commons, pennies.
It just depends on what you want to play with. That's what I said. My point was your mileage will vary depending on what the hell you want to do with yourself.
Yeah.
Young people in singles, it's just their lifestyle. Why do you think Tinder exists? They just browse, just like eBay. There you go. Paul getting philosophical with it.
TikTok.
Yeah. My set collecting has transitioned to team sets of the Braves. Yeah, that's fair. And some people will go, like I said, they'll focus on themes, a player or team collecting or whatever. They'll focus on a category instead of the whole thing.
I spend most of my time and money, and again, Carlos will make fun of it, but
And it will.
collecting Bruin stuff, and I'll collect the stars, I'll collect the Howe, the Hull,
He's not a
The
Bruin.
Bruins have stars, Bobby?
no.
I thought it was just ore.
I said
Yeah.
I'll collect the stars in the set.
But stars implies plural.
Like Gordie Howe, Bobby Hull, Stan Mikita, okay, Plant. But then I will, then I'll get all the Bruins in high grade, and then whatever comes around as I am walking through a show in whatever condition as filler, maybe I'll grab somebody from Vancouver or Buffalo or whatever the hell, and I have it. But I focus on the stars and the Bruins cards. That's where the high end comes from, and then the rest is filler, and I get it when I get it. I have so many sets that are half done because I'll get them when I get them, but I got all the stars and I got all the Bruins, and I think that's a fun way for me to do it anyway, and it saves me from stressing out over I have to get every single card in the set in mint condition or high value, and it's like, no, I don't.
Interesting.
I don't care if Joe Smith from Detroit in 71.
He doesn't play for Detroit.
Yeah.
He tried. You can name a player, Steve Yzerman. Come on.
That's not nice. That's not nice.
Who said what?
I want an apology. I want a written apology, or I want him banned.
I think he wants the like button hit. I think he wants the like button hit a couple more times. If Boston Bruins cards are filler, you can hit the like button. I think that's an acknowledgement of a fact of life.
I have the technology in front of me that I know that if you hit the like button to agree with that comment, you're banned.
I see a like.
No.
Immediately, I saw a like right away. Like literally, as you said it was incredible.
No.
It was actually sensationally fast. It was really good. It was really good.
Someone got speed fingers.
Yeah. All right. So actually, I'll bring up, since Albert mentioned it earlier about the autograph Bobby Orr and Gordie Howe. So I've actually got pictures of the books, Bobby. Since you were curious, since we talked about that a little bit earlier.
I'm sorry. What was that?
So you remember Albert was talking about an autograph Bobby Orr and Gordie Howe books.
Yeah.
So I've got pictures of the books. So I'll show the outside cover and then I'll show the inside with the autographs.
Sure.
I bet I know.
These are the two books here. So we got that's the covers. Yeah. So those are the two there. So that's the outside, and I'll open it up here.
That Orr book, he did a huge press tour all over North America.
I know. Yeah.
Okay, so here is the Gordie.
Oh, that's a nice one. See, this is older Gordie autograph, a little shakier, and because otherwise he was really nice. Yeah, so that makes sense.
My
is
office
Colleen here too?
With Howe stuff.
I just see the Gordie on this one.
I have Gordie stuff in arm's length all over the place. I just clicked any Howe autograph I can get at a good price, and because he signed so much, I don't have to pay an arm and a leg.
There you go.
Yep, that's a good one.
Yeah, seems pretty good from ones I've seen in the past. It's reasonably consistent.
Yeah, he kind of swayed I think he got around the Viking there a little bit because he swayed a little far on his wide, but other than that,
I like that because
and then he stuck the 4 in there, which is kind of nice.
Yeah, that is nice. I mean, just look at the puck when he has to get in there. It's smaller.
But why are you comparing the fake one to the real one?
shut
know.
up. This is the smaller version, where he has to try to fit it in that small area. I think it's great that on a page like that, he can really just let it go and have the big Y at the end. That's great.
Sure.
That says true statement. If True hit the like, and then other people hit the like too. I did see that.
No. Oh my God.
I also have the signed How book. Good stuff. Good stuff. Yeah. For me, it's just the bobblehead. I've got the bobblehead, and I've also got that Parkhurst card, that mid '90s Parkhurst card early on when Parkhurst came back, and
Yes.
they did those
Missing link.
Yeah, the missing link set. Yeah, because they had that Gordy, and that was an early
That's a nice one.
in card. Yeah, so it's that was a good quality one because at that point Gordie Howe's autograph is still on point. So that's a good one. A bit of a sneaky play, by the way, for those of you who were into that kind of thing, because that's an early, in pack Gordie Howe autograph. You don't come across too many of those before that, and then obviously he's done tons of stuff after that, but that's one of the earliest ones that you can actually get.
They had the missing link and the other one too, for the tall boy ones, and they had the autographs as well.
Yeah.
So he did a really good job. I think that was Brian Price when he took over and did that.
And I think he did a good job with those. I think the quality of it was there, and they were able to get the good players for area appropriate. They were able to get area appropriate for those guys, because I think for the tall boys, I want to say Esposito, and I think Esposito, since in that year he would have still been, I think, in Chicago, so he's shown in a Chicago uniform. So he was in a Chicago uniform, even though he signed it after the fact, which is era appropriate. For that year, he should have been in Chicago, not in Boston. So I think that was a good little Easter egg to make it appropriate.
Comeback sets, and it was nice that they used the missing link that year was missed by Topps and Parkhurst as well.
Absolutely. So 30 minutes behind. However, love the shout out from Instagram, and I can't wait to catch up and find out what Eric attends his back at anonymous meetings. Facts.
Back in anonymous meetings.
Don't worry, you'll get there, Josh. You'll get there. Keep working away at it. House sons still live in New England? I don't know. How many of them are nearby, Eric? How many of them are coming by to be like, we're going to take care of this guy?
I have no idea where they live. I know that when, and this has been some years now.
I think this is one of his sons. Look at the hair.
Yeah.
It is New England. I just know.
Interesting.
I know that when Gordie was sick and close to passing away, his children obviously were back in Detroit with him and everything.
Yeah.
So I don't know if that's where they live. I know he has.
I think one son does live in Detroit.
And one son's a doctor, I believe, right? He has 3 sons and a daughter, I think. One son's a doctor, so he was very involved in his care at the end. So I don't know where they all live. I thought they all still lived in the Detroit area.
I know one does.
That's fair. All right, guys. So question for you guys. Like I said, I'm not going to stretch it out too much, but I've got my beer, so I'm ready to hang out. But at the same time, I want to kind of understand where you guys want to go in terms of topics. We did touch on the PSA UK thing a little bit off the top. I kind of had to speed through it at the beginning. We had Neo on early, so thank you to Neo for popping in and contributing on that piece. But then we wanted to focus on Steve Menzie because he came in and we had questions and a discussion with him. I wanted to focus on that for that piece of it. And then we did also talk about the breaking thing. And like I said, I'm saying to you, go check out the Sports Grid Radio video. It was well done for that piece. But again, just to be clear, that isn't new or scandalous. It's just standard operating procedure in the space. The fact that somebody figured out the pattern, guess what? There's a lot of other ones, and other people have figured out the pattern. You just didn't see a YouTube video about it. It's pretty normal stuff. Like that's the reason why I don't respond to it too much. Like, by the way, I'm also not saying no. I'm saying no. It's good. It's good that you know that, and if you didn't know that before, it's a good education piece. But just understand that's pretty normal. And there's a lot. And by the way, if people really study some of the other issues, you're going to find more patterns. I guarantee that. That's why I said, how do you think we figured out collation back in the day? The manufacturer didn't go and be like, hey, by the way, guys, the cards are in this sequence. No, people figured it out. They took notes. They opened up a bunch of boxes and be like, wait a minute. Every time this person comes in, then this one comes in, then this one comes in. And they started putting the pieces together. And today it's a lot easier to figure out. Obviously, we can figure out faster.
Yeah, well, the sheets were cut and stacked, and then the cards individually were stacked, and then they got through that correlation, and basically it was from there. O-Pee-Chee was a little bit more hands-on, more random, and that's why there's no correlation. Actually, because we've opened, I don't know how many hundreds of packs of 84 O-Pee-Chee I opened at the expo, but there was packs that you kind of sit there, oh, this probably the Eisman pack, and sometimes you're right and sometimes you're wrong. It was just, I don't know what happened. You know,
Well, I think in today's environment, like I'll be very blunt about this. I think in the modern manufacturing where you have inserts and stated odds and that, it's actually a bad idea to try to do pure random. Because if you do pure random, like really legitimately random, you would get a
Yeah.
full pack of kaboobs. And then you'd cry about it. And I'd understand, but at the same time I go, but it's over the whole print run. It's like, but nobody wants that. People
No.
want a legitimate chance at some of these inserts.
Well, I didn't mean in pure random. If you saw the video where they hand grab it and they put it in,
Yeah.
you know, and sometimes that's why the cards are up, and sometimes that's why the cards are down. Well,
Yeah.
if they grab from another row, you're still going to get that, you know, basically the set that'll end up out of the box, except there be maybe some variance in between there. It depends where they pick it up, where the guys cut them, and where they put them in the box. That's OPG for you.
Yeah.
Tops, I think, had a different system, a more advanced piece of machinery that correlated differently. So actually, I never even thought about the hockey cards. They would probably be right along the same lines. And if there was enough hockey racks around, it might be correlated that way.
That's the thing. But there
But
was
there's not.
there was a logical manufacturing reason why they did it. They didn't just do it for fun. They said there was like, no, this makes the most sense for us to be able to do this in the most straightforward way. And then in today's, that's why I use Upper Deck as the example. I use Series 1. It's like, well, guess what? They open QA cases and they expect to see about 6 Young Guns per box.
Mhm.
So how do they do that? Well, they have to have a correlation pattern. They need to. Now, does that mean that I could ask somebody at Upper Deck, where is this specific Young Gun going to be in this box? Or a specific high gloss or whatever? The answer is likely no. But could they give, but would they probably be like, oh, so in the case, where is the high gloss? It's like, well, most likely it's that box. Could they figure that? Could they have that piece of information? Yes. But a specific player of a specific subset or a specific insert, not very likely.
Yeah, I think back in the day, they basically filled the box so you'd have a full set if you bought a box.
And that was the idea, yeah.
That was the idea. Yeah.
Yeah.
And especially for Fleer and tops for baseball. I don't
Absolutely.
know about the football. Is it correlated the same?
I think with football, you had
I've
more
never
cards
seen
than you
much
needed
that.
for set. I think you had more cards than you needed for sets. So I think you were
No,
good
I
either
meant
way.
that the correlation thing is can you follow a football? I know it's baseball for sure, but I've never.
I
Really
feel like
thought
for a
about
couple of the tops ones you could. I feel like for a
Okay.
couple of the tops ones you could.
but not as much as baseball. It seemed like
No, I think baseball was the most defined coalition.
Makes sense.
products.
Yeah, because I don't really hear much about the others, even basketball. So,
True.
well, other than the Fleer, sorry.
Yeah.
I meant tops wise back in the whatever.
Wasn't the 89 Griffey supposedly in the same spot? I don't know. But it wouldn't shock me. Like, again, there were legitimate manufacturing reasons for them to do some of these things. And if somebody figured out the pattern, good on you. like it's one of they're not going to advertise it to you. But the facts are the facts. If you open enough product, you're probably going to be like, wait a minute. You'll be like, yeah, I think. And then you could experiment and try. And if other people are opening cases too, you could figure it out pretty quickly. Now, the difference was, back in the pre-social media days, you didn't share it. As soon as you figured out the secret sauce, you're like, "Oh, I know the secret
Fine.
sauce.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go buy some. I'm gonna go buy some product."
The funny part is that they always tell their best friend, and then the best friend always tells their best friend, and their best friend. Not to say that your best friend is your best friend, but word gets around pretty quick.
Yeah.
Because people can't hold it in. I watch Survivor too much. Don't tell them they don't have an idol. Tell them. Sure, go ahead.
There you go. There's a reference that worked
And
out.
then you get voted off.
Wow. All right. I like it.
I've been watching it for 20 years. So.
Fair enough. I like it.
The first guy that won was
Richard
Richard
Hatch. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so he was from New England, and
Of course, good Lord, of course he was.
no. So he ended up going to jail for like tax evasion for the money that he won.
Yeah,
from
you
it.
already said he's from New England. Yeah, go
Yeah.
on.
Enough said.
Yeah. There's nothing but scumbags around here.
That's like saying Bougie Eric and Beckett.
I'm the only
Connection.
good one.
Connection.
Can't trust the Irish.
They're together all
Can't trust
times.
the Irish.
Well, I'm Irish too, so I'm just a mess.
That's why they're all green.
So-
they want the money.
So for the record, I want to point out something that was kind of funny to me. We literally did the bit where we had Steve on, and the chat. By the way, you guys were awesome, and I appreciate all the comments so far. As always, I always appreciate it. But I was like, no questions, no expo related.
They
Not
were
like
listening
one.
'cause- No, we were going pretty heavy with all the questions we had.
Yeah. No, but I was also like in the same vein. It's like if you guys want to ask any general expo questions, you're more than welcome. Like I was surprised there was literally nothing about it. I literally put the expo thing in the thumbnail.
Well, I guess how many people are going to the expo in the chat? So I would say
That's true.
probably
Yeah, I think there's definitely some folks. Like I said, I
Two or
think Paul is
three.
going to be joining us. I think some of the Canadian folks will be joining us for that.
Yeah.
I know some folks in Instagram and some folks on the replay are probably going to be joining us because I know a number of them are Canadian based or in border towns and stuff, and they'll be probably popping up for that. So I think it'll be a good show, though. I think we'll see some folks that are frequent commenters. So I think we'll be able to see them and enjoy their company. And by the way, just as a side note, if you are coming up to Expo, feel free to say hello. We'll be doing a couple of different things. Brad alluded to the thing on Friday. I'll be around, kind of hanging out with that a little bit.
We'll be
There's
everywhere.
nothing formal about it, but I'll be in that area, just kind of puttering about and kind of chatting with people as you want. But yeah, if you see us, just say hi. Feel free to.
So
Except for Eric, punch him in the face.
yes.
Sorry, go on.
Let me tell you about another event that's happening. Now, I don't want to give out the super details because I don't know how many people are supposed to know this or whatever. But the big hat,
Coalition.
the big hat made an arrangement with another person that has a company within the hobby.
And a
That
big hat too.
but with
Does he have a
some-
neck? During promotional things.
Yes, and
During promotional things, are you sure?
so the deal
Don't
is
lie to people.
this person does this for Tim, does A for Tim, and Tim live at the expo in front of everybody in one of the booths and on like Instagram live is going to get a tattoo on his back of this other gentleman's company within the hobby.
Hmm.
I believe this is going to be Saturday afternoon when this goes down.
See, the fun never stops. I'll tell you. Steve
So-
Menzie has really outdone himself.
If you want to see a man scream,
Other than you.
Like the
I'll
10-year-old
look at
girl. Mhm.
look for just follow the screams. Around
His or
Saturday
yours,
afternoon.
just to be clear.
Well, I'm probably gonna have to hold his hand, like a little kid gets.
But what if we all hold like Beckett slabs at you and it's
And-
like the power of Christ compels you?
Maybe.
So I'll be like,
Yeah.
Yeah.
So should we be listening for his screams
yeah.
or your recoil?
Maybe the recoil.
Either way, we'll probably be together while this is going on. He'll probably be holding my hand and squeezing it and breaking all the bones in my hand. So you might hear both of us screaming.
You know, I just thought of something. If any of you are joining us at Expo and you have any trash Beckett slabs, and they're all pretty much trash, but if you have any trash Beckett slabs,
They're
you
all
know who would love if you would gift him your Beckett slabs.
I will destroy them live.
Broken or not, or open, it's fine. Either whichever way you have them.
I will destroy
Old
them
plastic
live.
might be recycled.
If you want to hand me some absolute garbage Beckett slabs, which would be all of them, go ahead and I will destroy them live.
He will love them. They are a gift.
Stomp
They're a
on them.
gift from the people, Eric.
I will hit them with a
Show
hammer.
some respect.
I
You
will
already
stomp them.
disgraced your mother. Show
I-
some decorum. Appreciate the people that were nice enough to give you their precious Beckett slabs because they know you love them. Like, look, even your name says, give me your Beckett slabs. Because you
Oh.
appreciate them, because you want them. You will take them home and you will carry them back on the floating hat and you will appreciate them. Total appreciation.
You can crack them out. Keep the cards.
I want to break them.
Oh, go ahead. After you break them and a couple of the splinters come and hit you, you're like, ah! That's where the screaming will happen again. Again.
And
Oh my
I also
God.
don't think it's right of you to bring up the fact that I've embarrassed my mother on the World Wide Web.
I thought it was fantastic. I thought it was one of our finest.
But
hours.
I have let down my family. I've embarrassed my mother, and
The show's not that big yet. Don't
so
worry. It's okay.
Don't worry.
We're
I
a
let
little
her-
cell of the hobby. So.
I let her down.
I think we can always get it in syndication, Bobby. I have faith. Like I feel in syndication, we can expand it out to a broader audience. So I
Especially
have
after
faith.
this.
I have faith.
I made my mother cry.
Especially after this one. Yeah.
Mm. Like, look, we had the full gamut. We had serious, thought-provoking questions, like legitimate discussion. I thought very good.
Yeah. We had Neil on.
And we also learned a lot more about Beckett. We also learned a lot more Beckett through the eyes of Eric, their biggest fan.
Oh yeah.
Beckett authentication. Eric personally vouches for it. Is what he loves. We learned more about that.
Nice.
I happen to know somebody.
And I got to eat a chocolate chip cookie, so I'm good. I feel
wish
like this was a very successful venture.
Mine was a raisin oatmeal. Yeah, so
Oh, was it good?
it was great.
Yeah,
I want
then
that.
I still feel like that's a win.
I'm satisfied.
Well, there, as you might know, because I know we look into this every week. Why isn't Name joining us this week? So, if for those who are interested,
He's trying
Name
to distract us.
is not joining us this week because he is in a job interview at Beckett for a grading position. He's always wanted to grade for them. He thinks their company is absolutely fantastic, the best in the world. There's only one problem, though. He said that he will only grade Indigenous rookie cards. So
There's quite a few of them out there now.
I don't know if he's going to end up being hired or not, but he is in Texas right now as we speak at a job interview. But he really is putting his foot down and saying, I am only grading. Oh shit, he's here. He's only grading.
It really is impeccable, by the way.
He is
Truly.
only going to grade Indigenous rookie cards. That is it.
Interesting. Interesting.
So I don't know if he's going to get the job.
So, Name, since you're here, I would first recommend that you hit the like button. Because, like I
Not
said, we gotta make Eric pay. That's important. So, if you could do that, that'd be really great. By the way, Name, you should have been here earlier. We learned a lot more about Eric. We learned about his hypocrisy. We learned about that his entire persona, his entire anti-Beckett thing, is built on the throne of lies.
That is not true.
It's truly horrific. How can you live with yourself, frankly, living a life of shame and lies?
Listen, I've been living a life of shame and lies well before I met you.
No, we know that. You're well versed in it.
Irish Catholic, what do you want?
Yeah. But even you were even able to reduce your mother to tears and shame
on the World Wide Web.
Yeah.
Irish Catholic.
So like she felt like there was, you had sunk to certain lows, but she was like, oh my God, we went lower.
I'm a disappointment.
I said that to you all the time. Like literally all the time.
What I'm afraid of is now that I've disappointed her so much, she's not going to give me my allowance, so I won't have any money to come up to Toronto with.
Well, if it helps at all, we got a couple more likes after that.
Yeah.
Oh,
so now you certainly can't, especially with the gas prices the way they are. So.
Well, actually, speaking of gas prices, you get a kick out of this. So I actually sold a card on eBay yesterday. So yesterday, while I was doing the PSA Canada show, I actually sold a card. I got a good offer that I was happy with. Great, accepted. It was inside of Canada, so great. Makes my life easy. I actually took a stroll over to the post office. Today was a nice day. Got a chance to get a nice little walk in. It was sunny. It was great. I got a little stroll in. I went over to the post office, went over to send it. I usually send it tracking just to speed it up, get it out of here. Let's go. But Canada Post likes to do their fuel surcharge thing.
It's been going on for 6 years now.
Yeah. But like I've seen it, and like I've seen different versions of the fuel surcharge. My fuel surcharge was like $7. I was like, dang, okay, geez. $7 just for the fuel surcharge. not even counting the track shipping. I was like, $7, really?
I think it is.
Are you driving it over?
I think it's 4% of the total bill, but
it was higher than that. It was higher than that because the whole bill was $25. So it's like $7. Yeah.
Why did that go up then?
I don't know, but like it was $25 for the whole thing. $18 was the rest of it. It was express post, whatever. But it was $7 fuel surcharge, literally $7 in change. I was like, dang, okay.
It has to get there fast. They have to put the pedal to the metal so you burn more gas, right?
I guess. I
think the fuel surcharge is actually a sad thing because not only are you paying your 30% here in Ontario tax, then you add that, and I thought it was generally 4 point something percent. But now you're telling me that's $7. That would whoa, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
not
pretty
bad.
hefty, man. It's pretty hefty.
Did you guys fix the gas pumps up there? So when I come up next week, I'll be able to.
It'll
use
be
them?
cheaper.
You wanted us to idiot-proof them?
It'll be
Yes, sir.
cheaper.
We'll talk about that in a second. So first, Yannick had a question, and I actually was checking in on this for you, Yannick. I wanted to get the answer for you. So I believe I do have the answer for your question. So here, let me
That's
present
the
it to
cast
you.
members. It's not necessarily.
So here are three. There's 6 total. So here are 3. We got Dave Killer Carlson, Tommy Hanrahan, and Billy Charbois. That's my best worst, whatever I got. So that's 3. And then
Okay.
we got 3
How do
more.
you spell his name? Charlebois?
I guess so, yeah. And then I will give you the other 3. All right, so here we go. Here are your other 3.
On Dr. Hook.
There you go. All right, so give me a second here. Let me grab this.
Dr. Hook McCracken.
Look at this guy. All right, let's go here.
Augie Oglethorpe. Please let there be Augie Oglethorpe.
Oh, wow. Oh, there we go.
So Jeff and Jack. So
So
you
we
got,
got the full gamut there.
yeah, it looks like so pretty good. Pretty good.
Well, Steve's not there.
It happens, man.
I guess they're not on good terms at the moment. The three of them.
Well, I'll say that the bare
Yeah,
minimum.
one guy. Yeah.
Yeah, I will say at the bare minimum, like I said, overall, we got 6 cast members. That's pretty good, pretty solid, and especially for like a Q&A, hanging out and chatting a little bit with folks, pretty solid. I think that's good.
It wasn't like there was a key grip in there or something. So we're good.
Did you actually hear, on a serious note, the gentleman who played the announcer just passed away the other day,
Oh, really?
like 2 days ago?
Oh, yes, that's right. Yes, I did.
Yeah.
I
Gotcha.
forget his name. Yes.
He just, like, either yesterday or the day before passed away.
Yeah, but he was older even back then. So
So yeah,
yeah, you're talking 70. Yeah.
remember he had the toupee on and everything, the bad toupee, and then he was talking. He had one of the funniest things about how they were talking about how bloody and the fights were and all this, and they're like, "Bring the kids! It's a family fun for everyone."
Well, he must have been in his 80s.
He would have been a young man, yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
I will say that very much stylistically, like obviously to your point for that line, it's very like similar to like Bob Uecker, where he was Major League, he was trying to sell the team and everything. It was like, and it's like, oh, listen to all these people out there, and they're like, he's having to create all the sound effects. There's nobody there, so it's like, but with the right comedic timing, that role is usually very good. So real quick here, Steve was quite sick, or one of them. Okay.
Yeah, he just recovered from cancer. He'd been through horrible chemo treatments, and he's doing much better. He's even put the skates on and gone skating a couple of times with his grandkids, and he's definitely making a full recovery. He's doing pretty well, but I don't think I do not believe that is his illness is why he's not going to Toronto. I believe that there is an issue between the 3 of them.
It could be. Like sometimes the guys have like a personal issue, and it is what it is.
Happens with a lot of rock bands, that's for sure.
Yeah,
And you also have to be like, if you're inviting these people in, and somebody and a couple of guys have an issue, but everybody else gets along, you're like, okay, so you're gonna take the group, or you're gonna try to accommodate the one individual, and it's like you make a decision.
If you know the dynamic, this Steve and his brother are two of the Hanson brothers, the Carlsons.
Mm-hmm.
So one of the so you'll have one Hanson and one Carlson in Toronto, and the other Carlson is home.
Yeah.
Well,
So
sometimes though, like let's face it though,
it's a family
sometimes
situation,
brothers
too.
can be some of the biggest feuds.
Yeah.
One of my favorite bands of the '90s period, Oasis, was huge. Like they were huge. The brothers hated each other. That was part of the infamy of those guys. Like they literally did everything they could to destroy each other, like verbally at every turn, and they were on the verge of fisticuffs when they were successful.
Right.
So
Champagne Supernova.
Yeah, that's the one. Yep.
Yeah, I didn't like them personally, but the same thing happened with one of my favorite bands at the same genre, same time period, the Black Crowes. The Robinson brothers hated
Have a
each
good
other.
night, Yannick. Take it easy.
See you later, buddy.
Oh, by the way, one quick thing actually as well. If any of you guys are interested, check out Yannick's YouTube channel. He did a vlog for the Montreal Lanty Expo. And he's actually playing around a little bit with the camera work, a little bit of filmmaking stuff. It's good. I'm seeing progress, and I'm liking it. I'm appreciating the effort. Check it out if you get a chance. Check it out, and you'll see the influences, but you also see he's experimenting with a couple of things. And I think it's fun. It's a little different than the regular show vlog, and I like that he's putting in a little bit of that extra effort. So give him a little support if you want to check it out. Check it out if you're curious or interested in that kind of thing.
I won't watch it unless he sets up his camera, walks down the street, gets on a bus, and drives away and leaves his camera in the bushes again, because that was awesome.
You're gonna see there were some good shots in there, man. He was playing.
That was awesome.
So quickly, Bobbles had this question. If I gave you guys a list, a couple things to look out for, yes, send it over to me, and we can keep an eye out for you. So also kind of give us a ballpark of where you're thinking as well. If there's anything that has like a certain price range or something, just give us a ballpark so at least we have an idea.
Yeah,
it makes life a little bit easier. But yeah, send it over and we'll look out for you.
Has to be hockey.
Well, I think that's predominantly. I think that's what he's focusing in on. But yeah, just send it over and we'll take a look at it. We'll see what you got. Being from Peterborough, the Petes and the Peterborough Patriots were in the movie. We made it, as well as the Buses and Meatballs, as Bill Murray movies was shot here. There you go. Nice. So yeah,
Peterborough.
I did find it kind of funny though. Like I said, like what I mentioned earlier, is that yeah, for the most part, I guess all you guys that have all the expo things figured out already, because I was thinking there would be a couple. This was the official expo, like pre-show whatever. And the only thing I'm trying to figure out, and this is something we'll have to work out offline. Obviously, I'll figure out what the dinner schedule is, what days we're doing what, and whatever, and that's gonna play into the streaming schedule as well.
Oh,
yeah, because whatever it is, I'll schedule it out. I want to do a couple of streams similar to last time, but we'll figure it out. Like I got to kind of work it out in my head and figure out what's gonna make sense.
it might just be random too.
It could be, yeah.
Taking opportunities when they come up. So,
yeah.
Anyways, guys, 11 o'clock. I'm out.
Sounds good. Have yourself a good night, Bobby.
We'll see you in a few days.
Take it easy.
Bye.
Okay, so Bobble says hockey and OPG baseball. Makes sense. Yep. Just give me if you got any specifics, send those over. I know Yannick does some OPG baseball as well.
I was just about to say he's got to talk to Yannick about that.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, but Yannick will definitely have his eye out for OPG baseball automatically. So already you've got at least one person who's looking out for a similar thing, and it might be something where he'll probably catch it first. But hockey, yeah, we'll be surrounded by it. That'll be pretty easy.
You can. I plan on drowning in hockey.
We might just throw enough on you that you might drown.
And what a way to go.
There you go. I like it. In a related note, what's going to be fun for me, and I know that Billy's in the same boat. Since the AEW product did come out, and I'm watching this stuff, I'll be curious if any of the dealers have the singles, and I'll be curious what that stuff ends up being priced at. I'm monitoring it right now. I'm watching it on eBay, but I'm very curious where we settle in on that stuff, because some of it is like, okay, I can kind of sort of see that, and other stuff I'm like, no, my poor deluded child. No. That ain't happening, bud. You're gonna hang on to that until the sun burns out if that's the price you want. So it's a mixed bag. You're gonna get a little bit of both.
We've definitely seen prices become a little more fair and manageable, at local shows here, and guys trying to, get rid of the stuff they've picked up these last couple of years. Have you had a chance to get to any shows? I know that you're busy and, you kind of save up mostly for, the expo. And
well, in fairness, this one kind of ruined it, because I've been buying a lot of stuff on eBay and having really good luck and getting good stuff, to be fair, quality stuff. But yeah, it's really hurt the budget this time around. I don't really attend regular shows anymore.
Right.
We do have, this area is not a hotbed of shows like some places are, but I know we've got a semi-regular Toronto show that's monthly. We've got one there, but it's kind of out of the way. And this has always been a major problem, and this has always been a sticking point with me. I like that they're doing a show still. I like that it's consistent. That's great. I hate that it's kind of in North Toronto. The problem is people think, oh, you're near Toronto. It's like, no, I'm in the suburbs. So I can get to Toronto. If you do something downtown, that's easy. Like a hop here on the train, 25, 30 minutes, I'm there. Right. Easy. No problem. This one is kind of just north. It's kind of outside the main area. And it's like, okay, so it's going to take me an hour and a half to get there. Oh. And like, it's not like, and I'm like, for like a 30 or 40 table show, and like, really? Oh, and it'll run one day. And I'm like, I'm like, that seems like a poor use of my weekend, is what I'm saying. So like, I'm not going to do that. So I wish, and I know they do a couple in Hamilton, which isn't too bad. That's not too bad. But yeah, I struggle with it. I know there's some guys that do attend those, and they actually do very well with them, and I'm actually very impressed. I wish I could. It's one of those things where I would love for it to be more convenient, and it's a shame because I'm in this big suburb, and it's not like we don't have convention centers around here. I would love for them to like put one in Mississauga. The problem is the people don't realize the expo is in Mississauga.
Right.
But this area in a nutshell, I'm in one corner of Mississauga. The airport is over there. It takes 40 minutes, 35, 40 minutes by car, and I'm still in the same city, hitting the highway
Yeah.
because I'm in the far corner and they're all the way over there.
Right.
So my favorite part though, Eric, you'll like this one. When I do the weather report, because my dad, Carlos Sr., always used to make this mistake. He did it all the time. He would be like, oh, but the weather said it would be this. And I go, which weather did you do? Oh, I put in Mississauga. Well, that was your mistake. Mississauga weather is the airport. It's Pearson Airport.
Right.
That's another country.
Yeah.
If you want to find out the weather here, you actually
Right.
do Oakville, which is our neighbor just beside me. I can walk out this front door, and in 15 minutes, I'm in Oakville, literally on foot. That's the weather pattern I need, not the airport.
Exactly.
The airport, they're going to have thunderstorms, hurricanes, and Sharknado. Over here, it's sunny. Over here, it's sunny and beautiful.
Right.
It's a different country. I might as well look up the weather in Massachusetts. It's probably closer.
There you go.
So Josh here says, seems like the appropriate time since I just caught up. Carlos, did you notice Eric posted a card correctly on Instagram? Not upside down in one touch. Yes.
That is because I was using a stand-up display by Dan the Man from Stand Up Displays, and that is how they work. Here it is, right? But you have to have the magnet at the top.
I prefer the better card. I think
So-
this is your much better card. Like obviously you've got that other imitation one, the forgery that you parade around to people. But we have the real deal Holyfield here.
I got
The
to tell
real
you,
one.
that looks nice, doesn't it? With the black and the yellow. I mean, that just really looks nice.
Wow. Magnificent.
Yeah, it does. But it looks exactly like mine. Exactly.
Interesting. Facts, Eric. I don't know what to tell you, buddy. But you know what the best part is? I don't know if you guys can make it out. Do you see like the serial number over here? Can you make it out? It's probably kind of small. You have to look at it. I think it says, what does it say? It says, ha ha ha, Eric. You have to take a close look at that one if you got it on the big monitor.
You got to be shitting me.
I'll
You're
send you
such
the picture later.
an ass.
I'm not. Moving on.
Oh, I was just leaning in. To
Well,
look.
are you able to see it? Because I can't zoom in on that picture the way it's set up. I can try. Let me see if I can.
It's all right. It's okay.
I'm actually curious. I'm actually genuinely curious if I can. Hold on. Maybe I can.
That's awesome.
Oh, I can. Hold on. I correct myself. I can do it. All right. So hold on. Let me see if I can. Let me see. Okay. So I've got this. Now I'm curious. Okay. Give me a moment. I will work on this matter. Oh, yes. Yes.
Did you mess around with anything else or just that?
I have nothing to do with this, Eric.
Right. Yeah. That's awesome.
That's because it's really in a black label BJS lab. Right. Seems like Eric's doing a lot of product placement tonight. He really can be bought. True. Zoom in for us. I did.
That is
Name
awesome.
says, ooh, a Beckett slab. I know. You can zoom in on YouTube now. Just pinch and clear. Yes. Not as clear as that. No, my friend. This is a picture. This is an image. Not on YouTube.
That's awesome.
I think it's solid. Look, 10 subgrades all across the board. 10 autograph. Fantastic. Look, in the game. Be a player. Autograph. Cam Neely. Boom. Beautiful.
Yeah, you
Thank
got
you.
to send me that, man. That's awesome.
Magnificent. Well done.
I see that, names, sticking around. I guess the interview's over. How did it go, buddy? Did you get the job at Beckett, or did they not agree with your demands?
Well, if you delivered the interview yourself with your stroke in that company, like you've already promoted the hell out of him tonight. So at the bare minimum, like, geez, did you do a little? Did you help him out a little bit? So there you go, guys.
Yeah.
FYI, Larry, it looks like your card because it is your card. I know. It is your card.
So now I know who's behind it,
Allegedly.
allegedly.
Turned me away in the spot when I mentioned you. I know. Dang. All right, Name, question for you. I know we always play around with it, but Name, can I get you to pop in and at least do a cameo? At least come in and say hello for a couple of minutes? Can you run away from your kids or something?
Such a baby.
Like, can we con you into running away from your kids for a couple of minutes just to come in and say hello?
Come
At
on.
least help us make fun of Eric. We've been enjoying that all night.
You can do that. You can talk about the Oregon Ducks if you want. You can talk about your collection, how you've been on TV and in Beckett magazines and everything else.
I know. That's the thing. Like, I think people forget that sometimes they'll be like, oh, Carlos, but I can't go beyond that long. I say, I'm not asking you to be on for the duration of the show. You're more than welcome to come in, chat for a little bit, and then take off. It's perfectly fine. It's fine. It's whatever works. If people are hanging out in the chat, great. That's perfect. But in some cases where I know some of the folks, like, no, you can come on and say hello for a little bit. You're welcome to. It's fine. Just have to let me know. And if I at least have a way of contacting you, it helps. So it's one of those things. We can do that. Take a look here real quick.
Send them a link and see what the big baby does.
There you go. Okay, here we go. I like this one. This is pretty sweet. So I'll credit it appropriately here. So this is Korean cardboard. Yep, I just got it. I'm going to show it.
Oh, God. What did you do to me?
Now, this is good. I think you'll like this one.
Okay. I love
Andre the Giant and Bobby Orr.
Yes. Yep. And I think there's one with him and Esposito, with Andre and Esposito. I think he's picking Phil up somehow. Yeah, he went. I've seen these pictures. Look at the size difference. It is just amazing.
Andre and for the day, remember, Bobby Orr is an athlete. like he's a normal sized human, and as an athlete. But Andre is just a giant, literally and figuratively. He's a giant.
And this is when Andre was in shape.
Yeah, this is still in the 70s, so he hasn't gained a ton of weight yet. But he's still a big dude, like a gigantic dude.
Yeah,
pretty sweet.
There's definitely one with him and Phil Esposito also. But yeah, this is it's just amazing.
I like it. Don't bother Name. He's busy selling smokes and booze. Name, and so am I. There you go. But like I said, the offer is open, Name. You have to let me know. But thank you, Korean Cardboard. That was great.
Thank you. That's a great photo. Now that's something that you'd love to get Bobby Orr to sign, right? Because
that'd be a good one. Yeah.
I mean, how many flying through the air photos has that man signed since 1970?
And how many of them just from you?
With me? Oh, 650,000.
Probably.
So, to get him to sign something like that would really be unique. That'd be great.
True. Now, I think I did mention it earlier tonight, and I think it's going to be fun. Like I said, I'm going to be looking out for singles, for the AW Spectrum thing that I mentioned and everything. But I'm concerned. That's the reason why I said I wasn't joking earlier tonight. I want Billy to be there because I want to see, because I've looked at the checklist, and there's a bunch of good ones that could be a lot of fun. And there's a couple like, Marco Stunt? Billy! You got some splaining to do. Hold on. I was going to say this, Babuji Eric, but we're going to deal with this right now.
I'm going to make sure they don't let you bring that into the expo.
It's a camera tripod. I don't know what you're complaining. Look, I don't know what you're complaining about. It's a camera tripod.
Yeah, right.
Right there.
Yeah, I think I see police officers carrying those. They snap them out. And then
I've got that too.
Yeah.
I've got one of those. Don't worry about that. With nice little ball bearing at the end of it. Don't worry about that. I got those too. Are there any cut signatures of Andre in wrestling products? Not that I'm aware of, but that'd probably be something Brian Gray would do. That would make sense for him.
Yeah, absolutely.
Did it make it in time for the Eric Haters Club meeting? Yes, Bob. Yes. And there's been so much material tonight.
I was having a good night. Now he's here. Damn.
I don't know. So Josh here says, did you watch the break where he pulled 3 Ricky Starks cards in one pack? I did see something like that. I'm not sure. But I've watched a couple of the breaks. Like I said, it's been a mixed bag. I've seen ones that are definitely good. This is a pretty good pack. Pretty solid. But I'll give you a quick example. I've been I'm monitoring this. I'm paying attention. I'm trying to keep an eye on it. One of the examples I saw was that obviously we've got the different breaks, right? But one of them that I saw that was very interesting to me was that I saw the break happen, and you could buy the spots on eBay and bid on them for different characters. So the way they would do the break is they'd have the different characters, you could bid on them. And one of the ones, the collection of the different ones, Eric's favorite wrestler, Dr. Britt Baker, DMD, the dentist.
No idea who that is.
A dentist. I already explained this to you. The point is that you could buy the Britt Baker spot in that break. It ended up costing over $80. And I was like, and I think when the break happened, I think they pulled a base card. I'm like, ooh, and out of case. Ooh, that hurts. All that, because each pack, the box is one pack. The pack is 7 cards. So just so we're all on the same page, 3 base cards, 1 parallel, 1 autograph, 1 memorabilia card, and 1 of something else, which could be another memorabilia card, an autograph memorabilia card, or a metal card, because they've got a couple of metal cards, which is fine. And the price point isn't ridiculous comparatively to some of the other products that have come out similarly. But here's the thing. It's 1 pack. It's feast or famine. It's all or nothing. If the collation is not in your favor and you're not getting the good characters, you're getting killed. And the base cards are the base cards. For a collector, you're still going to get the base cards, but they're not going to be worth as much. You're like, the value is in the hits at the back of the pack. So good luck. Send another Eric mentioned. Yep, I'm going to show that image here in a second. The Billy stick for Eric. Fact. I had to go to the Vinnie Vincent show. I ended up stuck on the sidewalk.
If you went, Bob, I already know that you're clearly crazy because you watch this show on the regular. If you paid, even if to sit on a sidewalk to see Vinnie Vincent, oh God, that guy is a mess.
So here's your Andre and Phil Esposito picture.
There's him and Phil, yeah. And look, I mean, it's just crazy. The size is just look at Andre's right hand next to Phil's head.
Yeah. That's the thing about Andre the Giant. Like, he had gigantic hands. It's like basically like if he actually wanted to punch you, it's like getting hit with a ham.
I loved I think it was HBO who did a really, really good documentary on him a couple of years ago. Just knocked it out of the park, talking about him and talking about, the good side and the bad side. Obviously he was a very, very heavy drinker. But he's also very charitable and very kind and loving. Stephanie McMahon told a handful of wonderful stories because she was a little girl. She was a child, and she had her own giant to play with, and he was very, very gentle and kind and loving to her when she was a little kid. And to listen to her talk about him, because to be honest, I'm done hearing the drinking stories. It's the same stuff over and over again, and it's really kind of sad, to be honest. I don't care if you're a giant or not. You should not drink a keg of beer every night. That's not healthy in any way. But to hear her and to get emotional while talking about just how he would play with her and how gentle he was, it was wonderful. I thought it was really well done, and I think she did a really good job talking about him. That's the stories I'd rather hear about him.
Mm-hmm.
I don't need to hear that he drank a lot.
Well, that's the thing though, is that's kind of the classic story.
Yeah,
people know that one. That is the classic story.
And the first 10 times I was amazed and impressed, and like if I never hear an Andre drinking story again, I'm fine. I want to hear more about the man.
Yeah.
I want to hear about what his life was like. I think it was a part in the documentary Hogan was talking about, and you can see the sadness in Hogan's face, talking about the difficulties Andre had just in everyday life.
Now, in fairness, to be clear, I agree with this premise.
Yeah.
But basically, Hulk Hogan could tell me he's Hulk Hogan, and I'm still checking for ID. Hulk Hogan is one of those guys, like, double check, triple verify everything the man is. Because, to be clear, if you want to know, he wrestled Andre the Giant at WrestleMania 3. And at that point, Andre the Giant was 14,056 tons.
Yeah,
and he body slammed him in front of 14 trillion people, including people in the planet Uranus. Okay?
I believe that to be accurate.
That is where the story stands today.
That is,
That's where it stands today.
I believe that to be accurate.
Yeah, and every single time the number gets bigger, all the numbers. So
Yeah.
it's like, it's frightening. So Bob has the right idea here. I take everything Hogan says with a grain of salt. I want it corroborated by somebody else, anybody else. Tell me the same thing to be sure.
But he wasn't talking about himself this time.
No, but my point is that he literally lies about everyone.
It was very kind and gentle talk and sad, and you could see it in his face of how sad it made him to watch Andre go through his daily life in a world that did not fit him.
Mm-hmm.
You know, trouble getting in and out of play. Oh, that's lovely.
That one, most people don't know about that picture.
Brandon needs to find something else to do with his time.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I definitely know what I'm talking about.
I feel like, listen, we've made this clear. I am not a religious man, but I frankly feel this is the Lord's work.
It's the Lord's work. Yeah. Baubles, you are doing the Lord's work now.
He is. He is.
Oh, someone take that man's computer away from him.
I don't know what you're talking. Listen, I feel like it's appropriate. It's proper.
I'm telling.
Like, you hung out with Andre back in the day. You even enjoyed your chocolate stick in his presence. For God's sake, the man. Like, look at his face. He's so disappointed. He's so disappointed. Name. This is literally the perfect time for you to show up. Look at Eric. Look at this disappointing whatever this is.
It's getting worse.
This is just tragic is what this is. Name. Help us. Save us. What is this?
This is just getting worse. Oh my God. Is he muted?
I don't know. Right now I can't hear you, Name. Like, you're not muted on my end, so I just want to make sure. It might be because he's going with the wireless, so we'll have to see.
Yeah.
I just felt like the timing was beautiful with him popping in.
If he's going to talk trash, I want to make sure I hear it.
That's right. It's important. We want to hear him. Yeah, keep working with the Name. Right now you are muted. I can unmute you here. Well, right now I can't unmute you. Right now you muted yourself. So whatever you did, it muted you. So we'll figure it out. Don't worry. Keep working on it.
Oh, I see.
There you go. The kids are in the background. I like it.
I see one of the little cuties back there.
Yeah, all good. You figure it out. In the meantime, I'll grab a couple of these. So right here, Brandon says, "Happy Friday, fellas. Bruins suck, Eric." Facts.
No, so I text Brandon, right? And we're playing the Bruins are playing Dallas, and I just thought with the smack talk last week, and we're going back and forth during the game, and of course the Bruins won, so I had bragging rights. So he's still mad.
Interesting.
And I love it.
Okay.
Oh, I'm hearing audio from Name.
What's your show? Okay.
We're getting close. Name, we can hear you now.
Now I can't hear you guys.
Oh, we're getting so close. We can hear you. We can hear you.
See, this is why he needed that job at Beckett, so he could get some of that Beckett money.
I know. Spray PDs in your beer, buddy. Whatever helps us get through the show. Reports to Steph's stories are part fact and part fiction. That's the thing. Stephanie also is kind of a good liar. She's a big
hell
man.
of a story.
Yeah.
I enjoyed listening to it, and it made me feel good. So, that's fine with me. I don't care. Wrestling's fake. Who cares?
Yeah, but here's the thing. The best part about it isn't even the wrestling's fake or not. It's that the people in it cannot help themselves.
Right.
So like if I was a professional wrestler, I'd be like, listen, we did this show. I did it with Menzie and Eric and whatever. And then Andre the Giant showed up, and then we just had a fight. I said, why? Why do you need to add something that doesn't make any sense? Like, time-wise, it doesn't make sense. Like, he died long before you ever started the show. We can verify you're lying. It's a stupid thing to lie about.
Right.
And yet they still do. They can't help themselves. Yeah, Hogan said he could body slam an aircraft carrier at WrestleMania 3. Facts. We need Lex Luger to slam Yokozuna, though. That's right.
The best part about all that body slam and Andre thing, and real wrestling fans already know this, is that you can go back before WrestleMania 3 and watch Hogan slam him 10 different other times.
Name? Can you hear us?
I can't hear you now. Hang on, I'm gonna ditch.
We're so close.
I'm gonna ditch this.
All right, go ahead. The thing is, he's close because we can hear him now. We can hear him. We're good.
I can hear him.
All right. So do me a favor, disconnect it because you're muted right now. But disconnect those headphones. Okay. I love that we're so close and the technology is what's holding us back. He's got a phone, like we're right there. We can see the man, but we can't hear him one time, and then he can't hear us.
I don't even believe this. This is a bunch of garbage.
I think this is the best version of this excuse ever. We can physically see him. That's the best part.
Don't mess with this guy. This guy has his own YouTube channel.
Eric can't figure out how to run a gas pump, and he can get on this show with audio and video.
That is true. I can't.
So, Name, we have faith in you. We're gonna hang on. We're gonna hang on.
Canadian gas pumps. I have no problem with the ones down here.
I guess Name is a business so you can learn how to set up audio visual on PC laptop. There you go. The picture of Eric with Andre in the open mouth reminded me of singing days with the Boston Boys choir, Catholic choir. Of course, the Catholic choir. That's important.
No, stop it. That's not nice.
All right.
Oh,
we got
my
it?
God.
Can you hear us?
Yeah,
Yes.
I can hear you.
Can you hear me? Okay, good.
We did it.
Yeah, I was on my laptop and it wasn't working, so I just went to my phone, and this is a lot easier.
Gotcha. It's all good. It's all good. Name, nice to see you. How are you?
Good to see you too. I'm good. It's good to be here. It's been a while.
Yeah. No, it's look, we have fun. We have fun. Look, Eric racks his brain every single week coming up with an excuse for you. It's been like a lot of work. Like, look, he's only got like 3 brain cells left, and he uses 2.5 of them to come up with the excuses.
Yeah. Yeah, I know all those donut sticks are hurting that too.
Have you but like we talked about it, like when you came on, the timing of it could not have been more beautiful. I was like, so now that we can hear you, does this not concern you? Like, he was sitting there eating a donut stick in the presence of Andre the Giant. Like, I'm deeply disturbed by this. This is nightmare fuel, Name. This is nightmare fuel.
Did you even offer him one?
Like, look at Andre's face. Of course he didn't offer him one, that selfish bastard.
I wanted to do one of those Lady and the Tramp things, and Andre's like, nope.
It's highly inappropriate. Everything about that is highly inappropriate.
I just thought, Lady and the Tramp was a big movie back then with the spaghetti scene in the alley, and I thought
in the 1970s, wrong era, but sure.
I thought maybe Andre would be interested.
Look, I already had to censor you with you inappropriately accosting a chocolate stick. Like, you've done that. I had to take you off screen. We couldn't see that anymore.
I didn't know I was on live TV. I'm sorry. I said that.
So the countdown didn't tip you off? You liar.
I wasn't paying attention.
Look, this is Name. This is the kind of lies we deal with all the time. He claims every 5 minutes, "Oh, I hate Beckett. I hate Beckett. I hate Beckett. Oh, let me show you all my Beckett authenticated autographs." He's a lying bastard. He's got a Beckett Black Label 10. Like, Name, what are we gonna do? This man is a pathological liar. He should be in professional wrestling. He's a pathological liar.
He should be.
I was heavyweight champion for 35 years.
Well, don't worry. It's like you would have continued to be heavyweight champion if it hadn't been for the foreign object that took you out. And at Expo, it just might.
Became a jobber after that.
Don't worry, you'll be dealt with, my friend.
Pick any other body part you want. Just don't hit me in the hip. I can't take it anymore.
So, Name, I'm a natural heel, so it's not like I needed to do much. It's like this plays right into my hands. This is great. But buddy, I know you did your thing with Oregon, and I totally respect it. But we got to get you to Expo, man.
I know. I have to go to a football game.
You did the football and the basketball, right?
Yeah, I went to a Trailblazers game as well. Went and watched Damian Lillard. That guy's unreal. Yeah, and then the next day we went to the football game, and that was a really good game. It was on national television.
And to be fair, college football is quite the experience. Like, I haven't had the chance to go out to an American college football game, but those things are next level. They're crazy.
Yeah, the atmosphere there is, like you said, it's unreal, and like it's just a whole nother experience. Like I don't know how to describe it.
Name, I never asked you why the Oregon Ducks. Did you go to school there?
No.
Why are you such a passionate, crazy, out of control Ducks fan?
Well, I only started watching college football about 10 years ago. I used to watch football and I didn't really know what was going on. And what happened was some of my friends invited me out to play flag football, and they like explained things to me. So I started watching football, and I started watching college football because I was a big college basketball fan. So I watched a few of their games and I loved the way they played, and I just got hooked and just became a fan. It was, love at first sight.
How far away is, the university from where you are?
Eugene is about 10 hours from here.
So it's
We drove
pretty
down.
much the same drive I'm going to make on Wednesday from here to from Boston to Toronto. It's 10 hours, yeah. So did you go with your friends? Did you go with your family? When you did 10 hours in the car, tell me you didn't have 3 kids with you.
Oh no. I went with my father-in-law and my brother-in-law. This is our second football game together.
Are they just as passionate about the Ducks as you, or did they just like college football and they said, "Hey, let's go"?
They just wanted to come along. Like the first time, like we all went to a game together, and then they really enjoyed it. So they're not really Ducks fans. They just come and enjoy the games. Sorry, my kids are still up in there.
The best part about this name is that because it's Friday, I have a call with the team that we have every Friday. They do on Friday, they do the video call. And the Friday call is where half the time the kids show up, where people are on the call, and everybody and everybody sits there and fawns over the kids, and I'm sitting there like, guys, this is only half an hour. And it's like, and on top of it, it's like, do we really need to have this meeting? Is this even a thing? Hey guys, so what do you want to do on the weekend? I want to finish this meeting so I can get to the weekend. They put it in the afternoon, later on in the afternoon. It's like, look, you know what I want? I want to get through this meeting so I can get to the weekend. That's what I want. Nothing personal. I don't know. It kills me. It's one of those things. Go ahead.
Well,
You were going to say something, Nate?
No.
no,
No, I was saying, so I understand, and I applaud and appreciate that you got it down to a science, the turning it on and off. But yeah, the kids will literally come by and it's like, wait a minute, there's a camera on somewhere, and we can be heard by people. They sense it, they know. It's actually very impressive.
Well, Name's kids are just fantastic. He's allowed me to be a follower of his like private family account, and I see the kids skating and playing soccer and do it all, and they are the cutest little things. And I think it was like yesterday or 2 days ago or something. Your son was like learning how to skate backwards, and how old is he? I mean, he's got to be what, like 4? How old?
Yeah,
is he?
he's 4. He's 4. Yeah.
And it's just and as a dad of a 18-year-old next Monday, who's looking at colleges, I absolutely love watching your kids do these things, because it reminds me so much of when my daughter was doing them, which seems like 100 years ago now. So I just I always try to send you little notes and stuff when you post that stuff, because it's great. I get a kick out of it.
Yeah, thanks. I really enjoy watching them going to all their sports and stuff. It's been pretty cool to see. I didn't have a ton of parent support with my sports and stuff when I was growing up, so I just want to make sure that I'm going to their stuff and they're feeling like they're supported.
And you're videotaping them and you're keeping all those memories and stuff. I wish that my family had. Well, it's not so much my family. I wish I grew up in a generation where you could just whip out your phone and record this stuff. Only the wealthiest of wealthy had video cameras, and they literally, back in the 80s and early 90s, they went up on your shoulder. They weren't just handheld camcorders. I mean, that came out another decade later. I mean, you'd have like 1 or 2 wealthier parents sitting there on the sidelines of soccer games with things on their shoulders, like they were from ABC News.
You missed out. You should have hung out. Carlos Sr. had one of those with the VHS thing on the side of it.
Yeah. I mean,
he was into it. What was funny is that he doesn't know technology, because I have to fix his computer every 5 seconds. But he was into gadgets. You give the man a camera, gadget, whatever, he'll oh, hold on. And I'm like, settle down, Carlos Sr. Settle down.
Yeah, I will pay Carlos Sr. a great deal of money if he can show us some of those tapes that he made of you.
Well, I don't think he recorded very much family footage of it. He playing with the camera, but it wasn't I think there might have been stuff like at Christmases or stuff. I'm sure there was, but by that point, I think they had moved to the mini camcorders, because he had the big one with the actual VHS, the real VHS, and then you had the mini one, the mini recorder, and then you had the like Super 8 or what. There was like a couple of different mini versions, mini DV, or I forget the specifics, but there were a couple of formats that were small like that. And a bunch of them you could connect to the TV to watch playback and stuff. I know he recorded some stuff and I'm sure they have it, but I think where they were bigger with it, he was more into taking like family photos. So they used to have the albums. So they still got the albums.
Oh God, I have trunk loads of those.
Yeah, it's a ton. Now, I'm not really, shockingly, I know, shocker, I'm not really that sentimental about that stuff. So I laugh because my mom is like, oh, do you want me to give you the albums? I'm like, no, I don't care. It's like, but what about it? It's like, listen, they're for you. They're your, it's like, oh, but that's you. It's like, yeah, but I lived it already. Like, you enjoy it, but then after we're done, like, it's going to go in a closet somewhere. It's going to get burned. I don't care about it.
But his son is not going to really remember skating backwards for the first time at 4 years old.
No, I understand, but that is where it'll be provided. But we've already established the names kids have a lot of energy, so I'm thinking ultra marathon name. I'm thinking ultra marathon. We need to elevate to like another level. Maybe like, you know what? This is too easy. You're doing ultra marathon with a 20-pound weight on your back.
Well, I should give it a try. There's a mountain right behind our house here. I can send them up.
Look, and if he comes back from that, at that point, you got to think professional sports. Like if he manages at that point, it's like, all right, we're going for professional sports then. I'm gonna monetize this someday. Not today, but someday. You're gonna make Dad a rich man.
Take the skates off him, start throwing the football around, and start sending those videos off to Oregon and be like, this is your future quarterback right here.
Yeah.
And you're gonna get free tickets.
Yeah.
Now, in fairness, though, I want to be 100% transparent with everybody. And you guys who watch the show, you know this. Are we sure we want to name to be taking parenting advice from Eric, though? Eric has been places and done things. Are we sure that we want this man
Baubles, knock it off
to give anybody parenting advice? Like you could even be a professional in the game, Eric. You're playing a game, man.
Listen,
you can't leave the shot and stick alone for 1 minute.
Hey, do you ever play an NHL hockey game? You get hungry. You got to keep your energy up.
Mm.
Mm-hmm.
It's not
Not
easy.
even trying to be discreet about it, like
No.
Mark Sanchez with the hot dog.
Yeah.
Trying to hide it.
Yeah.
Nothing.
They just
Nothing.
showed that clip recently during one of the games. He's hiding back there trying to eat it. Oh, that was hysterical. Oh my God. That's why he has butt fumbles, because he's eating hot dogs.
There you go. I'm just
Good
going through a
advice.
couple of the comments. There's some good ones here. That's why I was late for weekly Eric bashing. Fair. I think that's a valid reason, Bob. Valid reason. Eric, does Kathy have any videos of you riding your bike into a tree?
She
Maybe.
doesn't, but they do exist.
Interesting. Maybe she has some of him eating bugs. Maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, maybe.
Bob says Carlos's dad sounds like my dad. Well, there you go, Bob. Then you understand. He's like a raccoon version of Winnie the Pooh, sticking down the bug hole with his mountain bike helmet on. Interesting. We do have some early birthdays and a few Christmases recorded. Facts. Yeah. Carlos Sr., the part that's fun for me, and you guys got to see it in the holiday episode, Carlos Sr. is a character, but I also come from a long line of characters because his dad, Jorge Alcazar, was a character too. So it runs in that side of the family. Bizarre to say the least. So that's why I kind of laugh after a while. It's like, yeah, but I've come up with new forms of evil. I did have a good chat with Carlos Sr. though today, and I did enjoy reminding him, as I always do, as a good son. Whenever I call him on the phone, I always begin with a formal greeting, like I'm sure a lot of you do. He's like, "Hey," so he picks up the phone. He's like, "What?" And I'm like, "You're old." I start off, term of endearment first. First thing, I begin with that, and he's like, "No, I'm not." It's like, no, you kind of seem old." He's like, "But you can't see me." I'm sure of it. I'm very confident. And if I don't remind you, considering how old you are, you might forget that you're old. And can you imagine how disastrous that would be? That's terrible. That'd be awful.
Wouldn't want him to forget it all.
Listen, as his favorite only son, I do have a brother. As his favorite only son, I have to remind him he's old, otherwise he would forget.
No, you said only son?
Favorite only son, yes. The other guy is probably the milkman's kid, as far as I'm concerned.
Okay.
That's my allegation.
I really hope your brother doesn't watch the show.
He has before. He's literally commented before. And he knows the horrible things I say about him. And the best part is when I go home to dinner, like I'll go in for dinner, and he'll be like, "Why do you invite him back?" And then I get to do my favorite part. And then I get to apply logic to the situation and go, "You're right. I'm horrible to you. I'm a terrible brother. I'm a bastard. But they keep inviting me back, which means they secretly don't like you. And they want you to suffer. They want me to torment you. And they invite me back and feed me for free.
And feed me. Yeah.
Oh, this sucks for you, bro. I literally like, this sucks for you. Man, this is brutal. Oh, awful.
In the same way that clearly Carlos does not like Name, because he gives me a platform to go after him week after week.
I think Name is more than capable of defending himself. He's got 46 kids who are running
Listen,
ultra marathons.
Yeah.
He can fight you, Eric.
His comebacks.
He will fight you and he'll beat you.
Listen, I want this on record. Name's comebacks are a million times funnier than anything I come up with first.
Well, that's a given. That's like
whether it's on this or whether it's when he and I are, are texting back and forth or something. He is way funnier than me. His comebacks are friggin' hysterical.
I believe this to be true. I without even seeing them, I'll co-sign.
Yeah, no.
They're like I'm confident in
all
this.
the time.
And like I said, Name, when we do get you down to Expo, don't worry. If you want to be a separate cameraman, I'll let you borrow the tripod. It can be used for things. I won't suggest anything, but I'm saying you could use it for things. It works really great for that.
Yeah, I'm up for it.
I think that's the right thing to do.
Thanks. We definitely gotta get you to Toronto at some point, man. I know it's further away on the other side of the country almost. I know you're not. I know it's not East Coast, West Coast, but you're quite a distance away, right? I mean, driving isn't even an option, is it?
Well, you could probably use that vehicle there. He's got a vehicle in the shot.
Yeah, so that mobile car.
Nice.
Probably take a couple days to drive out there.
So fly.
So here's the question: Would you drive there or would you fly? Like if
I
you,
would
if
fly.
You, yeah, I was gonna say like it probably makes more sense to not to kill the time. Look, I know some people love driving, and like there are drives that like make sense. I'm not a big driving guy myself because honestly, I haven't driven more than a handful of times in years because where I am, it's too easy to get from point A to point B. But it's like there's a certain point. It's like well, you better really love driving if you want to spend that much time in the car. You better really love it, and your car better be damn comfortable. Because it's a cruising trip at that point.
Yeah, I wouldn't make the drive out there unless I was going for like a week or two.
Right. Yeah. I mean, some people love driving across country.
Sure.
And seeing the sights and hitting some of the tourist traps and things. But just to get from point A to point B, no way. I mean, 10 hours. I am not looking forward to 10 hours up and 10 hours back.
But you get to hang out with Tim.
I don't want
Think
to.
of the wonderful bonding time. You and Tim, the big hat.
And
that sounds great for you.
Drive. There's no way. So,
come on, road trip, Eric. You're not excited about road trip? Come on.
I am not excited about 10 hours with Tim each way. No.
But what about Tim? Well, is he excited with 10 hours with you each way?
Oh, no. He's equally as disturbed.
Well, obviously.
Yeah,
I'll
he's
be
not
right
happy
back.
about it either.
No worries. Go ahead. It's just fun having Name on here, so it's nice. It's nice change of pace to have him on here, so we can chat with him a little bit.
Great.
By the way, you guys, you're more than welcome. If you've got any comments or any thoughts or questions that you want to ask, we're just hanging out for a bit. We're at the point. I laugh because we had plenty of news to talk about. Well, we actually got through a lot of ground early. I'll be honest. We actually got through a lot of. We had the 2 items, but we covered them. We actually got a chance to say a lot of the stuff that we wanted to say, and we covered a lot of the stuff that I wanted to talk about with that anyway. And we got to show a bunch of iterations of Eric being disturbing with chocolate sticks. We got to see Andre the Giant a bunch of times.
I see that, Bobbles, I just pulled the drag. It's less than 9 hours away. Yeah, well, you're banned from Canada, I heard, so don't bother trying to show up.
Interesting. You say so many mean things about people we know. Especially, but so Eric, can I give you a piece of advice? Maybe you. By the way, I'm going to give this advice to Eric, but he's not going to listen. So I need you to reiterate this advice when the time is right. So this is very important. As a statement of life, a good piece of advice is: don't piss off people who are better at Photoshop than you. Can I just offer that as a piece of advice? Just for reasons I won't explain why. Are you sure that you want to incur the wrath of someone that can Photoshop better than you?
I can't do it at all. So it's like
that's a low bar. My point is the same. It doesn't change it. Is that really what you want to be incurring? Is that the wrath you want to incur?
I do tend to attack Bobbles and Yannick a lot, and that probably is.
And literally, they can both Photoshop circles around you. Like they could incriminate you for crimes you have yet to even think you've committed.
That's a good point.
Like, but I want you to think about it. You court danger all the time. You court danger with them. Occasionally, you try to get my ire, and like I am a man of peace, as you well know. But like I could be encouraged and motivated to like take care of someone.
Yeah.
Because I am half Colombian and half Panamanian. I'm not actually Canadian, Eric. I should remind you that.
You're a
I'm really
dangerous
not.
person.
I'm not Canadian at all. I'm a Canadian citizen. I have
Yeah.
paperwork, but I have no problem.
Yeah, you're straight up dangerous. And Name's a lot younger than me, I think. So he probably knows how to Photoshop too.
Probably.
I do, but I didn't know those were photoshopped. I thought there was a real picture.
No, those. As far as I'm just saying as a general piece of advice. Those are all legit. As far as I'm aware, like those are primo. It's a lot of very incriminating evidence against Mr.
Yeah,
Eric.
because I was hanging out with Andre back in the day.
Well, you're old, so yeah, probably.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. But
No,
the point is that
I don't know
it's
about-
fun name for me to remind Eric from time to time because I think he forgets. I think he actually thinks I'm Canadian. And that's his mistake. He's so wrong. So wrong. It's adorable.
Yeah, I get that a lot. That I'm adorable.
Oh, you really are.
So just to change gears for a second, Nate, you got anything going on either with your charity or with your collection or anything like that that's good to talk about right now?
By the way, this encourages me. This is very exciting.
Oh, that's just scary.
Oh no. All your enemies. Oh no. Oh
Just-
no.
Nothing is going to go well for me in the future.
So go ahead, name charity. Anything going on with it? Anything coming up with that, or any updates you want to give? You're more than welcome.
No, nothing exciting right now. Probably send out some more cards to another camp this month sometime. But yeah, but if anyone wants to donate some cards, feel free. The stack is getting pretty low, but
Can you just
probably
discuss your charity just so I make sure everyone knows about it?
Oh yeah. So for the last year and a half, been asking people to donate cards. It was originally just base cards that I requested that people send of players with Indigenous descent who play hockey, to donate those so that I could send those to hockey camps and give those to kids. And there's been about 2,500 cards donated, and I probably sent out over 2,000 so far. It's been pretty cool, and there's been people sending from all over the world, so that's been pretty awesome.
Now, question for you: if people want to get in touch about that, what's the best medium of contact? Is it one of the social medias or the website, or what do you have?
It's probably through my Instagram.
Gotcha. Okay,
Yeah.
so that I have it up here, so I just wanted to kind of share the appropriate thing, whatever made the
Oh
most
yeah,
sense.
thank you.
So there you go. So that's Indigenous Rookie Cards. That's the Instagram right there. So I wanted to share it with you guys so that we can include that. So I think that I think it's a great cause. It's one of those things like we'll have our fun and make fun of Eric and make fun of Eric and make fun of Eric. But in between that, we can have moments of lucidity. We can talk to Steve Menzie and have a very good conversation about the expo. I think everybody wins with that. We can talk about the serious topics of the day and make fun of Eric, and then talk about a valuable charity that offers a good service. And you can contact Name through Indigenous Rookie Cards right here.
My pile is small. I am looking daily at the shop. We don't carry a lot of modern hockey. It's mostly vintage and it's mostly Bruins. But I am always looking constantly, and I picked up, I don't want to just mail out like 5 cards. I want to get as many as I can for you, but I have a Trevor Kidd for you.
Oh, nice.
I have an Ethan Bear.
Now,
for
the
you.
Name, just so we're clear, I think the best way that Eric could mail those out is like to mail them out individually
Yeah.
with like all tracking
Yes.
and like $1,000 insurance minimum per card.
You can afford it.
Oh, like he's rich. He's loaded.
How much
think
you
we
give
talked
to
about
that
this.
like button?
We talked about this with the like button. Oh my God.
Yeah.
And like, oh, there's been more likes too. Oh, more
No.
likes. I like it.
No,
More likes.
there's
Ooh,
nothing
beautiful.
to like. The show is stupid. You should not like any of it.
Well,
This card-
the problem is I don't think this message agrees with you.
We charge Eric for everything. He needs to pay. Thank you for your consideration.
It's in capital letters. It
Oh,
says
it's
he
in
needs to
capital
pay.
letters. What
Like,
can
could it be any more clear? Like, I'm not sure we could make it any more clear. And thank you for your consideration. Be polite, you jerk.
Do you remember this one? I think I sent you a picture and asked you if you had this.
Oh yeah.
So I
Yeah,
ended
I
up
remember
buying
that
it. I'd rather
Oh,
give
nice.
it to a kid. You know, I'd rather give it to one of the kids. But I ended up picking it up. There's another Ethan Bear. Here is a Carey Price.
I like those, by the way. I like that they went back to the SPX finite design.
Yeah, that's
Obviously, it's an homage. It's not identical, but like they went. I like that Billy went back and brought the SPX finite concept. I actually really enjoyed that set. I thought it was really good.
Oh, I think this is great looking. Yeah,
Yeah, it's a great set.
but I don't want anything from the Montreal Canadiens in my home. And there's another one.
No sacrifices you make for the community, Eric.
Yeah,
It's truly selfless. I'll still ridicule you without mercy, but still.
So the fact that they're sitting around in here makes me very uncomfortable. But for you, I'll do it.
Okay.
So maybe you should get to mailing, you jerk. Maybe you should overnight the damn thing.
5 of them, dude. I'm trying to get
You're
20.
rich. You could literally just send a personal chauffeur to fly them over to Name and hand deliver them.
Okay, that's what I'll do.
Yes.
That better yet, I'll staple them to a carrier pigeon.
Don't be a cheap bastard. Send your courier man. You bastard. Do it. Send him. And a Learjet. Go.
Okay,
Done.
that's what it will do.
I like a couple of the comments here. Bob, this one we already talked about. But Baz says me too. He knows Photoshop too. Oh no.
Come on.
Oh no. I have an idea for a project, but I've been too busy to work on it. I think we should collaborate. It'll be huge.
This sucks.
Eric, make a sign for the shop and hang it up if you can. Make sure to sandwich it between bricks so they stay safe to Eric. Bob is looking out for you, man. He's looking out for you. I like it. Name, I love this community. I love this chat. It makes me happy.
This is great.
It makes me so happy. I don't know why Eric is complaining. I said everybody wins, and I'm like, I feel like everybody's winning.
Not everyone wins.
You don't count.
I lose.
You literally don't count. I've established this. You do not count as a person.
Well, because according to my mother, I don't think she believes.
She doesn't
that
think you're a
anymore
person either. It's pretty bad. Name, how bad is it that Eric's mother basically, got very upset and like it was so disappointed. It's so sad.
Yeah, I came on right as that comment came up, and I think that was perfect timing, really.
It really was.
But
Like Eric's mother was like done with him. Now, Eric, listen. So I offered you one piece of advice, which was, but to reiterate, don't piss off people that can out Photoshop you. That is the way I would summarize it.
Okay.
And you've really done it. Like there's a lot of people. You got a lot of people against you on that one. But if I may offer a second piece of unsolicited advice.
Unsolicited, yes.
Yeah, but like I am a subject matter expert on this. As someone who has been disowned by his mother more times than I can count.
You have mentioned that. Yeah.
Like I really have. Like I've been disowned so many times. It's great. I do it for sport. I really wouldn't incur that kind of wrath. I don't think you can handle it. I intentionally court it. That's different. Like I'm like, what can I do to get disowned today? That's kind of the approach that I take. So I'm cool with it. But I have a Colombian mother and I like to live dangerously.
Yeah, you have a heritage of dangerous people. I also have heritage of dangerous people. My mother's Portuguese, and
that's pretty bad too.
And traced our ancestry to the Azores.
And what the hell happened to you, you wuss?
chocolate stick donuts.
Yeah, I don't know, man. They ruined me.
The chocolate sticks made you soft, Eric. They made you soft and weak.
Well, I had nothing to do for like 6 months of the year this year, so I just ate some donuts. They were good. I had nothing else to do.
You didn't eat them. You accosted them. That's different. That's not the same thing. There's a magistrate somewhere out there about to be like, I got to press charges. I don't even know what the hell for. Can you press charges against the pastry? Listen, I want to. Whatever the hell just happened, that had to be inappropriate. It was wrong.
Whatever.
Like I said, I am not a religious man. But whatever you did was an absolute abomination against the Lord. It's an abomination against the Lord. Whatever it was, it's an abomination.
That's
It was.
a statement.
I'm sorry, it just was.
Wow.
Just letting you know, I thought you should know, between friends and the people in the chat, you should know that what you committed was an abomination against the Lord, and you should apologize.
There is nobody on this screen or in this chat that is my friend.
Wow, name. Wow, name.
Wow.
No.
Ooh, ooh,
No.
ooh. Hey. I don't know, buddy. So Eric, what do you mean? You win the playing the like button bill. The Jabroni Hall of Fame is running low on funds from covering your tab. True.
The Jabroni Hall of Fame.
So at least you're a Hall of Famer.
Game, I think I have an issue here because you knew about that I had this,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm pretty sure.
Why is it in there upside down though?
It's not.
Yeah, it's weird,
upside
man.
down,
Like
man.
he doesn't understand how right side up works. It's weird, man. It's weird.
I ended up getting another one.
Oh, nice.
I just keep finding them in such good shape, and people
Yeah.
are asking a ton of money, which I don't understand why. Which is fine because I don't want to spend a ton of money.
Yeah.
But I mean, they're in such good shape that I'm like, okay, I'll take that. So now I got 3 really nice ones.
Yeah, I don't think I've paid over $20 for one, and I have six, and they're all in great condition.
Awesome. Yeah, that's great. I wouldn't mind one if if I'm up, when I'm up there next week, if I find one that's in the I know I was looking for you last year, and I'll do it again if you're interested. Find one that's in a decent grade, 7, 8, 9, and for a decent price, I'd probably grab it. It's like, did you find one yet since last November that was graded?
No, I honestly I haven't really been looking for one since then. So, yeah.
I remember Carlos was with me. He may remember. We went around to a couple of.
I try to forget when I'm with you. Go on.
Yes, and I would ask people that had just tons and tons of cards and stacks of graded cards. I'm like, you got any Reg Leach rookies graded? And they'd look at me like I had 6 heads.
Deservedly so. Frankly, you're a freak.
Well,
they didn't even know about your fixation with the chocolate donut, and they were like, "This dude's weird."
Yeah, I don't know why that. No. What do you mean, no? The guy's a freaking hockey legend.
I actually have a question. So name, just a question for you. When you get a second. So I know that kind of it oscillates over time, and obviously people get busy. But are you working on any specific collections for yourself? Just out of curiosity, are you working on any projects or any specific collections for yourself?
Well, I mean, I haven't had like a big focus in a while. Like I'm obviously trying to pick up new players as they come along.
Sure.
But I've been like picking up like O-Pee-Chee lately, like out of 100. So I picked up a few of the black border marquee retro rookies out of 100, and then also a couple rainbow foil out of 100. So I mean, when you pulled up my page there, you saw that Dwight King was right in the middle there. Like that was one I picked up recently. And then over the last few months, I've just been kind of looking just kind of here and there on eBay and just seeing if any are popping up at a decent price. But I mean, like, to be honest though, like I haven't had a big focus in a while. Like I set some hobby goals for myself at the beginning of the year, but they've kind of gone astray. So
yeah, I saw that you made the video on it. It's tough sometimes, but sometimes life happens. It's okay. It's one of those things, like it happens from time to time. We go in with the best of intentions, and sometimes we get a little bit offline. Stuff happens. It's okay. But no, I was kind of curious. I kind of was curious if you had anything you were working on with it. It's kind of fun. Now, you know what you could always do? I heard, and Eric will co-sign on this for me, 100%. What you could always do, though, in the meantime, while you're doing some stuff, I heard there's a company that makes amazing coasters. The best coasters. What you got to do, though, is you got to go into, it's tough to find, though. You got to go eBay and go like TAG and like coasters. Amazing. The best coasters. The best.
Are they see-through?
They are. They are. It's one of those things you got to wipe them off. Like Eric agrees with me on this. Like, it's one of those things where, look, Eric was the one who asked me to bring it up. Like, that's all I'm saying.
I plan on visiting with this man in a week's time, right? And he's 17 feet tall.
Like, I don't know what to tell you. Did I mention him a jerk? Have I mentioned that? Have I brought that
I
up?
mentioned that he's going to step on me.
He can't step on you. He doesn't have a neck.
He is
Just like pop his head and like bump it away.
he is 17.
It'll
feet
float
tall.
into space. You won't even see it again.
That's 17.
He's
feet
like
tall.
Ichabod Crane. Don't even worry about it. Boom. Name. I feel like sometimes I'm the worst. I think to myself though, I got to become just between you and me and the people in the chat. Sometimes, in a quiet moment of self-reflection, I think to myself, am I being unnecessarily mean? Am I being unfairly harsh? Am I just pushing this too far? And then you know what I think? No, I love it. I love it. I love it so much.
Yeah,
And I
you
think
are
now
great,
I got a new one. Oh, that's an even better one. That's a better setup. Oh, fantastic. I love it more than ways that I can't even describe name. I enjoy this to levels that I can't even explain to you.
I just he doesn't care how his behavior affects other people.
Thank you, sir. Much appreciated. You
when
speak
I-
facts.
When I go to visit my hobby friend who's 17 feet tall, he's going to be like,
He's
You'll
no more than
realize-
six. He's no more than 6'6". He's a midget. He's no more than 6'6". He's a midget. My ego is 47 feet tall. What are you even talking about?
he is enormously tall.
Have you met Steve Angel? They're basically the same height. Like, what are you even talking about? There's tall people all over the damn expo.
Steve is also a tall gentleman.
He is.
Now, why does Steve is his what's with his IG handle? Is that like his business? What, it doesn't have anything to do with his name or anything.
You talking about Quincy?
Yeah,
You know the character Quincy from TV, right?
the
Clinical
Jack,
pathologist?
Jack Klugman. Okay,
Yeah. What do you think he does for a living?
Steve's a pathologist.
Basically, after I'm done with you at Expo, you will be visiting Steve. The type of medicine he does, you'll be a prime candidate for after we deal with you at Expo.
I'm gonna have a nice talk with him.
You will be in pristine condition, Eric.
You
Pristine.
will be good. You'll be good to go. Don't even worry about it. He'll take care of it.
So that's where it comes from.
It is, yeah. That is what he does. He deals with the actual dead.
I am definitely gonna have. I have some questions for him.
You can ask him as many questions as you want, but I just wanted to point out that he knows very much of my. We've been friends a very long time.
I want to ask him what's the best way to get rid of a body.
So you want to basically ask him what I already know?
Well, you know it just through your culture.
I do, but don't worry, we've consulted. Steve and I have talked. Don't worry about it.
Oh,
You'll be dealt with. I'm sorry, go on.
oh my good God.
There you go. If you're tall, go for the knees. Facts. Here.
Name, I have a question for you. The shirt that you're wearing, is it because of breast cancer awareness? Is that why it's pink and not green and white, or is it they just decided to sell something different?
Yeah, it was the game we went to was wear pink for breast cancer awareness.
Okay.
So I picked up this shirt at the football game.
Yeah, no, it looked. No, see, that's fantastic.
I like this suggestion, by the way. You could get eye to eye with the man. Like use what you have around. Like this chat has the best suggestions.
Yeah,
The best suggestions. Who'd win in a cage match? Floating head or the guy who's shirt angel? Ooh.
God.
Well, first of all, Steve would have my help, so it'd be like 2-to-1 minimum.
Yeah,
Minimum.
yeah.
So
Steve wears some interesting shirts, doesn't he?
He does. Yeah, they're blinding. They really are. And look, in Toronto, I don't think Eric will be able to help floating head either. Like he'll be busy running from the authorities.
I was talking Marcel Dion.
Did I mention don't fuck with people who can Photoshop better than you? I'm not doing anything. These resources are merely brought to me.
Oh my God.
See, name. This is why it's good to have people. Like I cannot reiterate this enough. It's good to have people. And everybody's rowing in the same direction. They
I
all
like
understand where we're going with this.
I don't know why I do this.
I don't even know what to say, buddy.
I gotta stop doing this.
You could, but deep down inside, this is the closest infamy you get. This has really improved your profile. Now, outside of the fact that you must deny the existence of this show to Steve. It's been fun. Sorry, not Steve, but Floating Head. It's enjoyable though because he pretends that the show doesn't exist. So then, what the hell is Eric doing on Fridays for hours at a time? Lord knows. Probably eating a chocolate stick. That's probably what he thinks is happening.
I don't know.
It's weird. It's great.
So,
I think his dinner's on Thursday night.
Mm-hmm.
So
Maybe we can name one of my favorite things is if Floating Head has a dinner where he hangs out with folks. Sometimes he'll do it in the same place, and then literally there was a restaurant right beside it, and we would literally be having dinner in the other restaurant beside it, specifically ignoring that restaurant, especially if Eric was there.
it's it's the same place.
because I'm Carlos dinner on the other side.
Oh yeah. It's like that's what do you got, Eric? Basically, that's about it. Elbow cough. Facts. Do you remember Eric's two real kids, Reggie and Lehman? Interesting. Interesting.
Oh, good. Listen, you can make fun of anything, but you leave Reggie Lemlin out of it.
Unfortunately, they didn't.
You leave Reggie out of it. He's a wonderful man and the greatest hockey player of all time.
Not my doing. I don't know what to tell you. What's that? You want me to bring it back? Okay.
You leave Reggie alone.
Name. He said to bring it back, right? That's what I heard.
I heard it.
Yeah, like as a host, I have to actively listen to what you're saying and respond to it accordingly.
Okay, I hate you both. Yep. Okay.
Well, you hate a lot of people, Eric. Like at one point, you hated your mother. You denounced your mother before she turned her on you. She's a saint for putting up with you for that, by the way.
There's something to that. But
Just saying. I don't even know what to tell you, buddy. You would have been well on your way to DeSoman previously. I don't know.
yeah, what time is it there? Like 10, 9?
I think you're 3 hours,
9.
right?
Yeah,
9.
3 hours.
Yeah.
It's 9. It's early.
Yeah. That's why the kids are still kind of floating. That's why the kids are still running around.
Yeah.
Otherwise, the ultra marathon would have to be in effect.
Yeah.
That's the only way it would work. So who is this person? Eric, tell us more about this person that you care about so much.
No.
Give us a story.
Nope.
Are you sure? You sure don't want to educate the masses?
Except that I love him, and he's wonderful.
Do you love him as much as a chocolate donut?
If I had an opportunity to hang out with Reggie or have a chocolate donut, I think I'd have to hang out with Reg.
Dang.
I know.
Ooh.
So he popped into the store a couple of weeks ago, and I turn around, and he's standing behind me. I was like, holy crap.
Was this like a dream sequence for you? Like that sounds deeply disturbing.
So this is me and him a couple of weeks ago at the shop. Right there.
All right, hold on. Zoom in here.
There he is.
By the way, Name, have you noticed that Eric literally has mastered that same look on his face for like every picture? He's like,
that's my smile.
like he freezes it, like he's got it locked in place.
Yep. No,
it may as well have been Photoshop. He literally just borrows it. This is the same.
You are not the first one to realize that is my smile face. Yeah, I get made fun of constantly by my family, friends, because every single picture, that's my smile face.
Interesting. I can see a French romantic comedy being made with Reggie Letterman and Eric eating donut sticks in a sauna.
If he's willing to do it, I'm in.
Interesting. By that I mean deeply disturbing.
Yeah.
But I'll go with interesting for now. Yep. Make the face. Can you make the face on command? the picture pose face?
I can't now because I'm laughing too hard. But
well, look, already throughout the evening, we've already established that under the right circumstances, you can make this face on command.
Yeah.
Anytime we want. Like it's there.
go back, to that picture I sent you, a few weeks ago when I was at the wedding, it's the same face. It's the
It
same
is.
smile.
That's the beauty of it. Yes.
It's the same smile. That's someone says here, take a picture. That's the face that comes out.
Eric is his own cardboard cutout. He doesn't even need to make one.
Yeah, they're all the same. I don't
Interesting.
know why. Someone says smile, I smile. That's what it looks like. I don't know.
Interesting.
What do you want from me?
So, question for you, Name. I'll stop making fun of Eric for just a minute. Question for you. Obviously, like I said, you've had your goals and everything, but is there anything else you're kind of looking for or trying to do before the end of the year, or are you just kind of chilling for a little bit, or what's the plan?
I'm just kind of chilling, and like I have my same searches on eBay that I look at every day, multiple times a day, and just try to see if anything new comes up, and that's about it. I mean, since I've gone astray, there hasn't really been a focus since then.
That's okay.
Yeah,
Well,
not
look,
exciting.
At least now we've given you some good recommendations for coasters, so that's nice. So I think that's exciting. I think that'll be good. So we're here to help, buddy. It's the holiday season's coming up, man. Like sometimes people need coasters. I don't know what Eric's problem is. I am trying to offer some good holiday cheer in the form of telling people, hey, as the holiday season comes up, if you need a coaster, a nice see-through coaster, come on.
I think they look decent.
I think this is a coaster that look great.
Now, haven't seen one up close. I'm planning to.
It's a piece of plastic. You look at it as like, yep, piece of plastic, totally.
Listen, it has to look better than this. I mean, this is stupid. Somehow this is worth more. It's stupid.
It's a piece of
Come
plastic.
on.
It's a see-through piece of plastic.
Name.
But it doesn't have a blue tint, if that helps.
Name. Forget about value, all right? Because we know PSA is valuable. Of all, even if it's the worst one, what is your favorite one to look at with a card in it?
A slab?
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm not really like a huge slab guy, but
Right.
yeah, this is probably going to go against every belief you have, but I like the Beckett.
Mm-hmm.
I've liked the Beckett ones the most.
Listen. People keep forgetting the reason I'm so angry with Beckett is because I feel as if they let us down and they stopped caring about us. I have no problem saying that their slabs are good with the metal tops, not the paper. That's garbage.
Mm-hmm.
But if you can get, the metal, what do they? I mean, you can't call it a slip, right? I mean, what do you call it?
It's a label, man. It's a label.
Well, all right. It's a metal.
Literally a label. It's a label.
I think the paper ones are labels, but okay. So, anyways, you get the metal label, whether it be gold or silver.
And I definitely will not edit out a lot of what you said to basically have you praise the Beckett slab. Please continue.
Okay, that's fine. So
no matter what anyone says, I definitely won't do that. I'm just telling you.
Listen, that's why I hate them so much, because they've let us down, they've given up, and they treat us like crap now. So I have no problem with the brick. I like the metal label. I think it looks fantastic. I really do. I know that black label things that was a gag, but didn't that look nice?
I think it looks fantastic, and I'm glad you submitted it. It was great.
It looks fantastic. It looks a hell of a lot better than this. I mean, this is ridiculous. Yet this is worth more. So,
is the alternative? So let me drop a couple of the pretentious jokes. A couple, just a couple.
All right.
Is the better alternative the see-through slab, where you engrave the label on the top, but if you've got the wrong background, you basically lose visibility. The whole idea here is supposed to be to put the focus back on the card. But if you're putting the focus back on the card, I would point out to you a wonderful invention. You're going to love it. It's the best thing ever. If you really don't want to see the label and your focus is on the card, it's a thing called a one-touch. I don't know if you've ever heard of it. It skips the pretentious. It's like $3 or $4. You can get them in pretty big groups of them, and then just don't pretend.
I know what a one touch is, but I buy mine all from China, so mine are a little different than everybody else's.
Yeah, yours are upside down because you're out
Oh,
of
I
your goddamn
cheap.
mind.
No, because I'm cheap, and that's
Mm.
I just pay less.
Yeah.
You guys
But-
pay more.
Yeah, like I said, but like I said, I think everything's got its use case. I've said that before on the channel a multitude of times. I think as a slab, it's the best coaster on the market.
I just clearly you're prejudiced. You've been
Am I,
honest
though?
about that.
Listen, I'm very fond of coasters.
when
I think
you
coasters.
have-
I love my drinks. I need a coaster for my drink.
When you have momentarily stopped the shtick, you've admitted that you've got a little bit of prejudice to it. None of us can really say how we feel about this until next week.
Well, I can say about the aesthetic. I can say about the
No.
physically holding it in hand
say
doesn't
no.
change the aesthetic of the
I
item.
think it does.
So you
think it
expect the
does.
plastic to be less clear.
I don't know what to expect. It is going. You can't tell exactly what something is like 2D on a computer.
It's a see-through piece of plastic, Eric, with letters on it.
I want
and a QR
to see
code.
one in my hand.
And after you see it's a clear see-through piece of plastic with letters and a QR code, what is your verdict at that stage?
You just are too blinded by hate that you will not see this any other way. And I understand that.
So is your argument? Wait. So after you see it in person, you're planning to argue against me that it is not a see-through piece of plastic with letters and a QR code?
No, that is what it is. I just can't say whether or not it is really, really good or really, really bad until I see it in my hand and I can make a real judgment. I mean, I can get an idea off the computer, and from what I can see on a computer screen, when it's all lit up and the angles are right and things are edited the way they want to, because that's what they're trying to sell to us, it looks good. I like it. I want to see what it looks like in my hand.
But Eric, my original contention, like just jokes aside, my original contention is I don't give a shit what it looks like.
I know.
That literally doesn't matter. It doesn't make any difference. It could be the greatest slab of all time and the best coaster of all time. And I think it's the best coaster of all time. However, that said, it could be these things. I need you to actually do the job you purport to do, which physically holding the slab does not tell me one way or the other.
Yeah, you're 100% correct. We agree with all that, but you won't go even as far as
Looking at the grading report, I did.
no, that the product looks good. You know,
But I don't care if the product looks good. It actually doesn't matter.
This looks like crap, but I still say if we care about these cards and we see them as art, you need to have a nice frame around them. You don't take a Monet and just throw it on the ground. No, you put it in a beautiful frame.
How do I know you don't throw Monets in the ground,
have
sir?
the right light.
You are the uncouth masses.
And
you're a heathen. How do I know you do not throw a Monet on the ground? Name. Does Eric look like the kind of guy who would throw a Monet on the ground? He kind of does. You don't look like an appreciator of fine art, Eric. You're the poopy pony guy. What are you to speak of Monet? What are you to speak of Monet?
That is true. I shouldn't. His name shouldn't come out of my mouth.
No, it should not.
Somebody should slap me in front of a worldwide audience for that.
Soon. Yeah. So soon. Soon.
Take Monet's name out of your mouth.
This is going to be a great name. This is going to be the best. See? You realize what you're missing, right?
Yeah. I wish I could go to Expo and hang out with you guys. That'd be awesome.
Oh, that would be a good time.
Yeah.
But
like right now, I got to tell you, we don't have a lot of predictions named, but I'm predicting for individuals who remain nameless, pain.
Pain.
You know, I blessed with one, wonderful, healthy child, and she's doing great. I don't know how you do it with the boatload that you have. When she was a baby and 2, 3, 4, 5, I couldn't just go disappear for a week into another country. So, you've got like 27 children. Your wife will kill you.
Yeah.
You can't just be like, yeah, I'm gonna go hang out with the guys in Toronto. I'll be back in a week. Yeah, that ain't happening.
No, it's
So-
not happening. I had my trip and I took it already. So
Yeah, but you took it with her family, so you could. That's
yeah,
a key
yeah,
task, man. She's not going to tell her dad no.
yeah.
Nice, nice.
So,
So Bobbles here is kind of responding to your comment from earlier about the tag slab. He goes, "It's going to be like a CSC slab with a clear space at the top." Now, in fairness, Bobbles, it's going to be like that, but without the blue hue.
yes,
I don't think you understand. They made emphasis on the blue hue.
yes,
It's critically
there's
important.
A lot of blue hue.
Can you see any fucking blue hue on the stupid slab?
I-
Like, be serious.
No,
Don't be an idiot. Look at the damn thing and tell me about the blue hue.
I don't see any.
No, like, listen, there's a possibility there might be a thing, but nobody has ever looked at that. The only person who has ever brought that up is this floating head bullshit artist who has equity in this stupid company, who is like, well, it has a blue hue. Shut up.
And here's the original.
Yeah.
You know,
It's
and
just
I
the
don't-
same plastic.
Right, and I don't see one there either. So
No, it's bullshit. Look, you can prefer what you can prefer, but that's a bullshit thing. I cackled. Nate, have you ever heard of a Hockey Card Gong Show? The
Yep.
podcast. I like
Yeah,
those
I did.
guys. I like those guys. I think they're pretty fun. But they did have a floating head on there, and they read off a bunch of the bullshit he gave. I'm like, please stop repeating what he says. I need you to think critically for 2 seconds. You're talking about blue hue, fucking blue hue. Get out of here. Please, just be quiet.
I've never held a CSG holder in my hand, so I couldn't.
They're
speak
pretty
to that.
nice. In my opinion, they're pretty nice. But it's one of those things. Like, whatever your preference is fine. That I need to separate out two ideas. Whatever your preference is fine. But I'm saying that has nothing to do with their ability to authenticate and grade. Like, that's only the slab. It's a physical item. So whatever your preference is, whatever your preference is. I grade a lot of stuff with PSA because it works for my purposes. But if you're asking me which one, like if it's just PC stuff, I like the CSG slab with the blue hue. It's a feature. I'm a big fan of the blue hue.
pay extra for that.
Yeah, I pay extra for the blue hue. Psh, why would I pay less? Come on. But like, it's to each their own. And that is an aesthetic. That is a subjective thing. It's like if you like a certain cut of shirt, if you like a color, like I can't argue with you. Like it's what you like. That's fine. That's okay. But whether they do the job correctly or not, that part we can argue about. But that's a different thing. That's the job. I like that. By the way, good job, guys. Appreciate it.
Oh, we've made it.
Yep.
We've
Hold
already
on.
made it.
I got it. There you
Big
go.
time.
It's actually been a while since any of the bots came in. I'm actually kind of impressed.
That's because they know names here.
Oh, targeting me.
I
Yep.
see.
They only come around when the big dogs are on.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah.
Okay, hang on. I got to try this again here.
I should get going though, but the battery on my phone is about to die. I'm at 2%.
Yeah,
I'll be in the chat though.
Yeah, no worries, name. Sounds good. Thank you for popping in. Appreciate you popping
Yeah.
by.
I wish
Yeah, I
you'd do it
appreciate-
more often.
Yeah, I appreciate the invite. It's good hanging out with y'all.
All right, buddy. Hey, good seeing you.
Yeah, I'll see you in the chat.
Sounds
Okay.
good. Talk to you later, buddy.
Later.
Have a good night. I'm actually trying to block it and I'm getting an error. That's weird.
Well,
Let me try this. See if that works. All right. Well, I put him in timeout for a little bit.
it was blocked for 5 minutes. Oh, okay, that's wonderful.
Well, that's the thing. Like, I couldn't do the regular block. I was actually trying. So that was kind of weird. But anyway, I'll check it again in a bit. Anyway, let me read a couple of these comments here. We'll keep going. Wow, all I see is blue. I know, Bob. It's crazy. Someone was on Viagra when they said that statement. Hey, could be. Wearing a blue shirt that gave a reflection, probably. The blue hue comes from the fact the slab is made from diesel versus unleaded. I like it, Baz. While the tag slab is crystal clear kerosene.
Oh,
Ooh, kerosene. It could be good for fires. I'm getting excited. It's not only a good coaster, it could be for fires. The blue hue really shows when I wear my blue tinted sunglasses. Facts, David.
It
Facts.
does happen.
I only open packages of slabs with polarized glasses. The full blue hue effect. Yes. We got the dating spam. Facts. Is this house blue, the blue window, and a blue Corvette? Yes, Bob! Yes. You know what that reference is, right?
No,
Eiffel 65 on blue. Bruh!
no.
One hit wonder, worldwide smash. Listen, Bougie Eric. Get educated.
I will. I'm sorry.
Stop being a heathen.
Sorry.
The Monet thing was embarrassing enough. You don't know Eiffel 65? Psh, we're going to deal with you.
Sorry. You Canadians listen to different music.
That's not a Canadian band. They're European. And by the
Yeah.
way, they were number one hit in America. You jackass.
Never heard of him.
Yep, 100% know it, or I've heard it before. Yes.
Okay.
Besides
Great
being
show.
the blue hue guy, you're gonna have to learn it. You're gonna have to learn to be blue.
I'm
The world is blue for him.
just glad that weirdo left. He's not on the camera anymore.
Interesting.
Oh God, can you believe him? He is the worst. I am so glad he's gone.
The Boston Heathens, the old female roller skating team from Worcester.
No, Worcester. Remember
Whatever. Whatever.
Worcester.
Look, you talk to me when you figure out the blue hue thing. Until then, I know nothing you've said. Maybe you're secretly part of the Blue Man Group, and that's why he sees the blue hue in his view. Is his view askew? Ooh. Well played, sir.
Wait. Is it weird Dr. Seuss land now? What the hell's happening?
I don't know.
Crap.
I can hear you, see you, unfortunately. And after the great disrespect of Eiffel 65, you jerk. All right, guys. So I'll tell you what, I can chat for a couple more minutes. Otherwise, we'll wind her down. If you got anything else, anything in the comments, feel free to throw them in. Any of you who are hanging out, appreciate you as always. Appreciate the comments, appreciate the chat and the hangout, and always fun. Like I said, this is going to be the last regular night. Obviously, next week is going to be Expo week. I have to figure out what the scheduling and everything looks like. I don't know the answer to that yet. I mentioned earlier tonight, we have to figure out what who we're meeting up for dinner, which nights, what the timing is going to be and everything. If I need to get back early to set something up, I can, but I got to figure out what that's going to look like and what it's going to be. I don't know the answer to that question yet. I also don't know the answer to the PSA Canada thing. That's something I got to work out with Brad as well. If we're going to do any episodes next week, it might just be a couple of impromptu lives from the expo or around it. I'd like to do one of the hotel ones. I love those. I think they're fun. I don't want to start it too late, but I wouldn't mind doing it under the right circumstances. I think those are cool, especially if anybody's picked up anything. That'd be kind of fun to do, but I got to figure it out. We got some scheduling stuff to figure out, so that'll be kind of the fun. But if you guys got any suggestions or anything you want to see, feel free to throw it in and let us know, and throw it in the comments section, and I'll take a look at it and see if anything makes sense. Try to make it happen. We've got enough cameras, so we can definitely do that. But it's just a matter of figuring out what's going to work. So we'll go from there.
And if you want to make sure that we never invite name on again, please hit the thumbs down button.
Ooh, hit the like button and we'll invite name again. I like it.
No, it's not what I said.
That's what you said. That's what I heard.
I
heard you between the blue tins. I got the blue tin version.
Him again, please hit the dislike button.
I heard the blue hue version.
As many times as possible.
Well, I don't know. Can listen? I'm willing to acknowledge this. If you can tell us a little bit more about Eiffel 65. Are you blue, Eric?
I've never heard of these people.
Worldwide smash, Eric.
Nah, well, I was sleeping that day.
I don't know what to tell you.
I was sick. I had a tummy ache.
Too many chocolate sticks? You stuffed your face?
It could happen. Sometimes if you eat too many of them, you get a tummy ache.
And you shamed your mother on this episode.
I have to get up early tomorrow. I'm not saying goodbye. I'm just telling you tomorrow I have to get up early because my cross-country team.
Is it because you're blue?
Yes. My top 5 runners, my cross-country team, qualified for the state meet. So tomorrow morning I'll be getting up early, stopping off at the Dunkin' Donuts, getting some chocolate sticks, and driving an hour to where the race is so my kids can run in the state championship meet.
Interesting. Since Eric's second trip up north, make sure you figure out the good old-fashioned junior A hockey hazing treatment. Facts. And never bring enough donuts, sticks, marshmallows, and liquors to share. You want to read this comment?
Da-ba-dee.
Good. Now you're blue.
Okay.
That's part of the song.
Okay. You say so.
Blue. Moving on. Good stuff, guys. Okay, so I think we'll wind her down. Actually, you know what? I gotta be honest with you. Whenever I'm close to any kind of specific time cap, I look at it and go, I kind of want to get there. All right, 2 minutes and 10 seconds. I just like round numbers, Eric. It's the thing.
Yeah.
It's close enough. It's close enough.
You have a little OCD. That's fine.
It's so
I
close. It's beautiful.
I can spend another 60 seconds making fun of name.
Could. Yeah.
We could bash Beckett for 60 seconds.
You got that going for you, yeah.
Well, 45 seconds now.
Yep. Bob here says watching the World Series. I watched a little bit. I will try to watch as we get closer to the clinching game. I've watched a little bit though. I definitely watched a little bit of it. The problem that I have is the Philadelphia Phillies. I just don't give a crap about the Philadelphia Phillies. The whole thing is like normally I'd be like, oh, I'm anti-Astros, but it's like I just this is a different Astros team. It's fun to make fun of the trash can thing though. I'm not gonna lie, it's fun, but at the same time, it's like I don't have it in me. If it was the Yankees, I could be like, oh, I hate the Yankees. Yes, I'll root against them. I just don't have the rooting interest that normally I have, even for a neutral World Series. And I kind of want Philadelphia to lose too. I want Houston and Philadelphia to lose. And one of them has to win. This sucks. Gonna let you off easy, Eric. Hey, there you go.
Thanks, buddy. I appreciate it.
Totally
I
so.
didn't watch any of the World Series because baseball is stupid.
You love baseball. Next game is a clinching game. Yeah, it can potentially be. That's right. So I'll be, like I said, I'll be tuning in. And if they get in, and if they continue on, then we'll see. But it's not. It's just not. Bob's got the right idea. This seems to be the biggest who gives a shit World Series I can remember. Yeah, I just don't care. I had the same thing a couple of years back in the Super Bowl when the Patriots were facing the Rams, and it was a thing where like, okay, look, I like making fun of Tom Brady. I don't actually want to watch this. And by the way, I felt like it was going to be a bad game. And it was a bad game. It was actually awful. It was atrocious. In the end, like it was what it was. The Rams screwed it up, but like they were actually Julian Edelman was the MVP, which is code for this is a shitty game. This game sucks.
It was low scoring too, right?
It was really bad. It was really bad. Look, when the wide receiver wins the MVP, it means your quarterback was shit, and they won. Normally, if you win, the quarterback is your MVP 99% of the time, unless something crazy happened defensively or whatever. But otherwise, no, that's it. You're done. But no, it was a bad game too, on top of everything else. Can't watch the cheating Astros. Maldonado using a Pujols illegal bat, and their pitchers the grease of the bones and hair every pitch. There you go. Ratings must be stellar. I have no idea. They probably have a big fan base, a big viewership in Philadelphia and Houston. I'm sure in the local markets they're good.
I heard because I don't know much about this stuff because I don't want to, but I did hear that it seems as if the illegal bat thing really could have been an accident because this guy, no, I don't even remember the guy's name, and I don't even care. Pujols was like his big childhood hero. Pujols was grandfathered in to having a specific size bat. He gave his bat to this kid as a gift, and this guy's like, "Oh my God, I got, Pujols' bat. I'm gonna use it, in the World Series, and it's gonna bring me luck." And I don't think he understood that this bat was grandfathered in before the change.
But here's the thing: just to be straight up and honest about it. At the end of the day, the reality of it is that whenever you've got grandfathered anything, it creates this murky middle ground. Like, when the spitball was outlawed, there were certain players who were grandfathered in and allowed to use it until they basically retired. Which is to say you had two sets of rules. You had a set of rule where like you are allowed to keep using this illegal pitch legally until you retire, and after which you're not allowed to use it anymore.
Yeah,
and then the other player's like, why can't we use it? Well, because it's legal. But he's using it.
It was one thing in the NHL when it was player safety. It was helmets and then it was visors. Okay. So if you got in before 79, you didn't have to wear a helmet. And then it was if you were in before 2000, I believe that was the year, you don't have to wear a visor. So Chara was the last player, to not wear a visor, I think, right? So he retired. He's the last one that didn't have to wear a visor. And now, and before that, it was Craig McTavish was the last player that didn't have to wear a helmet. So that's player safety. That's different. That's like equipment. It isn't like they said, okay, you can't have a giant curve on your stick unless you were in the league before 1985. Well, that's cheating. Oh, goalies, you can have these huge pads if you were in the league before 1988. That stuff isn't fair. So I didn't understand why Pujols was allowed to have a thicker bat head than the rest of the league. It makes absolutely no sense whatsoever.
There are a lot of quirks like that. But let me give you a quick thing. I'll read a couple of these comments and then I'll actually share with you guys who are here. By the way, thank you for the comments and everything. Appreciate it. I will share with you something just so you can see it. So let me read this. When I think of who gives a crap World Series, I think the White Sox Astros in '05. I could get that, but I'll be honest. The fact that the White Sox hadn't won a World Series in such a long time, that was at least interesting to me. I could get behind that. And in the end, the White Sox won, broke their their version of the curse, whatever. And it was right around the same time. Red Sox in '04, White Sox in '05. Both had long droughts right before that. And then obviously the Cubs were the longest drought of all in 2016. So we had 3 of the big droughts, broken within a certain period of time. So at least that could be interesting as a baseball fan. That was interesting to me. Pools gave 5 at bats the Friday before the World Series and new 2011 bats molded on Canadian 2012 and cheated on purpose. So I'll cover that in a second. Something I want to touch on. Baseball is a bunch of unwritten rules, so I just focus on the written ones. Enjoy the game. Fair. Yep. Yeah, the Michelin Man, yes. Okay, so I'll recommend to you guys, just since you're here late, I'll recommend this to you. If you want to check out something and you care about the baseball thing, there's a YouTube channel called Baseball Doesn't Exist. That's the name of the YouTube channel. They got 425,000 subscribers. They're actually pretty big channel. The video is called Why You're Allowed to Cheat in Baseball. It's actually a nice video that covers the history of cheating in baseball going back to the 1800s. And there's actually some very interesting, innovative ways that people came up with to cheat in the game. And it gives you a lot of the rationale, a lot of it behind it. It's built into the history of the game. Literally, every generation has cheated. Every one of them. Going back way. By the way, though, if you check out that video, there is actually a surprisingly technologically sophisticated cheating method that was a lot earlier in the game than you'd think. I was actually very impressed when I saw that. I was like, oh, that's actually pretty creative and pretty innovative. That's ahead of your time. That's pretty strong. That's pretty solid. But cheating is not new in the game. It's part of the game. Bring back the big bats and release some more offense. That's right. Great video. Absolutely. Yeah. Check it out though. Why you're allowed to cheat in baseball. It's actually very interesting. Very interesting.
I just want to say is that if Baz says, he did it on purpose. I mean, the guy has baseball card curmudgeon as a title. He knows more about baseball than me automatically if that's his title. Right?
But to be clear, Baz also knows in the back of his mind, he knows this. Gaylord Perry literally admitted to cheating in a book and then kept cheating until his career was over and went to the Hall of Fame. So anything else?
Tom Brady's going to do the same thing. Jerry Rice admitted to putting stickum on his gloves.
Yeah.
I mean, they all cheat.
So what's
Lance
the issue?
Lance Armstrong, 7 Tours de France. I mean, come on.
So, but I'm going to repeat, but Eric, just so we're all clear. So I'm not going to get on my moral high ground about this. I don't care. I'm not competing against these guys. Do whatever you're going to do. If you get away with it, congratulations. If you don't, you get caught. Hey, man, cool. It is what it is.
Well, I mean, Baz knows more about this stuff than I probably ever will because I pay no attention or have any interest. But I'm just
unless it's the '86 Red Sox.
Unless it's the '86 Red Sox, because I know everything about that because it ruined my love of baseball. So, I can only go by what I heard on some sports program. So, if he's done more research and knows more about it, fine with me. I take back everything I said about it being an accident and not knowing, and you know more about it than me.
There you go. 357, good evening. Thoughts on 2022 Topps Update Baseball? Looks like an interesting product. I'm not a box breaker, but it's interesting. I think there's some good stuff in it. That's kind of my short version. Those are my thoughts. If you ain't cheating, you ain't trying. Facts. And if you're going to cheat fair. I like it. 357, Jordan never cheated. Jordan played the Utah Jazz in the NBA Finals twice. He cheated. Moving on. He should have played a real basketball team.
You ever read the book, Jordan's Rules? The Jordan Rules?
Yeah.
I mean, just watch him play. He travels constantly. He gets all the foul calls, even though some of them are non-existent. He goes and tells refs what he wants, and he gets it. I mean, come on, he never cheated. Come on.
And he played the Utah Jazz twice in the NBA Finals. The fix was in.
Moving on. He put butts in seats, so he got 3-4 steps, so he could take off and dazzle everybody. Yeah. I mean, come on, he was a travel machine.
Yep. So Steven here said, Perry and those untouchable clubs, 300 wins and 3,000 strikeouts. So he waltzed in while Steroids became baseball's new villain. Facts. 357, very much doubt. There you go. RBI baseball video game, the '86 Red Sox team was great. There's a reference. I like that. RBI baseball. You have to be fair to Flair. I like it, Bob. I like it. All right, guys, we made it to the time that I wanted to get to, so we're good. And we got a little chatting there. Like, guys, baseball, the game is built on cheating. Almost every generation has cheated a lot, and a lot of the teams, honestly, even the ones that haven't been caught, they cheated too.
And boringness.
I don't know, man. You watch Boston Bruins hockey though. Are you sure you should be commenting?
You mean the 9-1 Bruins? Yeah, they're not boring.
9-1?
Yeah.
But like, are they playing games that count?
Yeah.
Are you sure?
Yeah, they're not.
Did they play the Utah Jazz? They played the Utah Jazz, didn't they?
No, well, Toronto is like the Utah Jazz.
So it doesn't count. You cheaters.
All right, so we're 8-1 then.
Interesting. The story's changing already. Moving on. At least one thing called defense in the NBA where Jordan played. But Jordan, they always talk about how physical the NBA was in the 90s. Did Jordan's head get taken off one time? Did someone stab Jordan in the heart during a game? He's a pansy.
Lambier tried.
Yeah, but he should have succeeded.
Yeah,
pansy.
Lambier tried.
Cheers. Good night. Absolutely best. Have a good night. Have a good one. Eric, try not to eat any bugs this week. Love it.
I think sometimes it does happen. It sucks.
Heads up. Folks, appreciate you. Thank you for hanging in and joining in. If on your way out you have not already done so, hit the like button. I charge Eric for it.
Don't do that. Do not do it.
If you haven't already done it, do it. Do it. It's free for you. I charge Eric, and he needs to pay because he's a bastard.
Thumbs down, all of you, and stop watching this crap. It's not good for you.
Indeed. And last thing as well, I will, if you're not already, if you're subscribed, hit the little notification icon, whatever, all that stuff. I will figure out the whole live streaming thing. It'll probably be a couple of impromptu strings if I'm being completely honest with you, but I'll try to plan something out ahead of time so it's there. And if it is going to be there, if you got the subscription, the little notification thing, you'll know. And that way you'll know ahead of time. We'll try to figure it out. So we'll work on it. Steven says, thanks, guys. Have a good weekend. Good luck with your runners, Eric. So there you go.
Thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you, Steven. Appreciate you hanging out as always. Appreciate Baz, Bob, everybody else, 357, and all the folks all the way on down, Bobbles, and all the way up the chain. Everybody, have yourselves a good night. Enjoy your weekend. We'll catch you later on.